It began on a quiet Thursday morning inside Buckingham Palace, one of those crisp, dignified mornings when the royal corridors smelled faintly of polish and silence. Yet, behind the polished brass and hushed voices, something dangerous was unfolding. A confidential ledger marked Clarence House expenditures, March 2025, had landed on Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Thompson's desk. It contained a single entry that should never have existed. £2,734,000 transferred from the Royal Ceremonial Maintenance Fund to a new account labeled Personal Enhancement, Her Majesty the Queen Consort. The words were neat, typed, and deadly. Thompson didn't need coffee. He needed clarity. And in the House of Windsor, clarity was rarely welcomed. For 20 years, he had served the late Queen Elizabeth II guarding her schedule, her reputation, and, when necessary, her silence. She had once told him, in her measured Windsor accent, "Jonathan, loyalty is not obedience. It is the courage to say no." That sentence became his oath. Now, under Queen Camilla's reign, that oath would be tested in ways no uniform could protect him from. The document arrived through the palace's encrypted courier system. A junior accounting officer had flagged it with the note, "Duplicate code found, appears to bypass ceremonial approval." Normally, such irregularities were corrected quietly, but this one bore Camilla's personal insignia, a crowned monogram, CR, approved only for sovereign use. It was more than an error. It was a constitutional trespass. Thompson examined the breakdown. The line items read like a designer's fantasy. £742,000, renovation of private salon, Clarence House, Florentine marble, gold leaf ceiling. £488,000, purchase, 4 diamond parures, House of Chaumet, Paris. £139,000, special lighting installation, Windsor Annex, Queen's private dressing. £335,000, unregistered vehicle fleet refit, 2 Bentley hybrids, navy lacquer. £1,030,000, miscellaneous discretionary aesthetic enhancement. That last phrase, discretionary aesthetic enhancement, was the bureaucratic equivalent of a smirk. It told him everything. This was a luxury fund disguised as state expenditure. At 9:42, Thompson locked the ledger into a steel briefcase and strode down the stone corridor to the palace operations room. The guards saluted, unaware that the man they respected was walking toward open war. "Request immediate clearance for internal audit of Clarence House logistics," he said flatly to the operations officer. "On whose orders, sir?" "Mine," he replied. "And Her late Majesty's precedent." The officer hesitated. That would mean inspecting the Queen Consort's personal residence. Thompson looked him in the eye. "Then let history show that at least one man dared to inspect it." Aye. By afternoon, he had assembled a 3-member inspection unit, an auditor, a logistics officer, and a communications aide. The pretext was simple: a security and inventory review for upcoming state visits. It wasn't a lie. It just wasn't the whole truth. At 16:15, they entered Clarence House through the Eastern Conservatory. The air smelled of roses and money. Camilla's private secretary, a thin woman with pearl earrings and diplomatic nerves, intercepted them. "Colonel Thompson, Her Majesty was not informed of any audit." "She wasn't meant to be," he answered calmly. "Security works best without rehearsal." When Camilla appeared, she wore a pale blue silk suit and the kind of smile that never reached her eyes. "Jonathan," she said, using his first name like a whip, "what brings you barging into my home as though it were some barracks inspection?" "Routine verification, Your Majesty," he said evenly. "Royal accounts show a reallocation of ceremonial funds. We must verify all corresponding assets." Her voice sharpened. "Those are my ceremonial allocations. Are you accusing the Queen of theft?" Thompson didn't blink. "I'm confirming whether the Queen has obeyed the Crown's fiscal laws. The difference is constitutional, not personal." A muscle flickered in her cheek. "You forget yourself." "With respect," he said, "I remember precisely who I am." The first discovery came within minutes. In the west drawing room, an entire wall had been refitted with gold leaf paneling. A marble plaque still bore the inscription of the contractor, "Marble et or Firenze, commissioned by H.M./M. Queen Consort, 2025. Installation completed March 17, the logistics officer reported. Paid in full via royal maintenance budget. Thompson signed the note in silence. In his mind, every gold vein on that marble was a crack in the monarchy's moral armor. Next, the jewelry case. 6 velvet boxes lined with white silk, each containing a diamond or sapphire set, none listed in the official royal inventory. The receipts were inside a trail from Chaumet and Boucheron, totaling £488,000, billed to the ceremonial wardrobe account. "This is state money," whispered the auditor. "You can't even bill a uniform repair without 3 signatures." Thompson's jaw tightened. "Document everything, no exceptions." "I'll load." In a side chamber, Camilla's private dressing salon, they found what finally turned suspicion into evidence. An invoice for the Windsor lighting project marked, "Approved by CR," alongside the signature of a private secretary who had no authorization. That was the smoking gun. Camilla's voice cut through the silence. "Close those books, Jonathan. You have no authority to question the sovereign's spouse." Thompson looked up from the invoice, calm as stone. "With respect, Your Majesty, the sovereign's spouse has no authority to sign crown expenditure. Only the sovereign, or his appointed chancellor, may do so." "Do you mean to humiliate me in my own residence?" "I mean to protect the crown from humiliation outside it." Camilla stepped closer, her perfume sharp as threat. "Do you realize, Colonel, that I could have you reassigned to ceremonial stables by tomorrow?" He smiled faintly, the kind of smile that had once disarmed generals. "Then I shall polish the saddles with conscience, Your Majesty. At least they shine when light touches them." She froze, offended, incredulous, helpless. For the first time in decades, someone had spoken to her, as if the crown on her head was made of paper. By the time Thompson left Clarence House at 1932, the evidence file contained 47 pages of receipts, transfer logs, and images enough to trigger a formal inquiry. He sealed it with the crimson stamp of the Palace Audit Office, "Confidential, to His Majesty the King." As his car rolled through the gates, he looked up toward the twilight sky above London, where St. James's spire pierced the fading light. "Loyalty is not obedience," the Queen's voice echoed in his mind. "It is the courage to say no." He had said no, and tomorrow, the kingdom would feel what that word meant. The morning after the audit, a storm gathered not in the skies above London, but in the gilded corridors of power. Clarence House had gone quiet, like a beast licking its wounds. But within Buckingham Palace, word of Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Thompson's findings was already rippling through the layers of rank, tradition, and fear. At 7:14, the sealed dossier arrived in the King's private study. Sir Alistair Pembroke, Lord Chamberlain, placed it before King Charles III, who stared at it as though it were a ticking device. "It's from Thompson," Sir Alistair murmured. "Stamped under direct audit authority. The numbers are impossible to ignore." King Charles, pale and drawn from a restless night, said nothing. He tapped the seal with his ring finger twice before breaking it. 20 minutes later, his aide-de-camp found him still frozen at the second page. Eyes narrowed at a line that read, £488,000 misallocated for jewelry acquisitions, under Ceremonial Code 0113, unauthorized by either the Crown Accounts Office or the Royal Chancellor. By midday, Camilla was summoned to a closed meeting. She did not arrive humbly. She entered with her chin high, and her voice clipped, trailed by her private secretary and a team of legal advisors. "I will not be dragged through some petty inquiry like a common debutante," she hissed to her aide. "If they're looking for drama, I'll give them one." Inside the King's council chamber, Charles sat flanked by the Royal Comptroller, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and Princess Anne, who had insisted on attending. A few moments later, Thompson entered still in uniform, his medals polished, his eyes unwavering. The temperature in the room dropped. "Jonathan," Charles began, "your report has caused tremors. Do you stand by every figure you submitted?" Thompson met his gaze evenly. "Yes, Your Majesty. Every figure is cross-verified. 3 separate authorizations were bypassed. And the suggestion," the King continued slowly, "that ceremonial funds were used to finance personal renovations and luxury items. Do you deem this intentional?" Thompson didn't blink. "It was deliberate. The use of Code 0113 is restricted to ceremonial uniforms, crowns, and sovereign-related regalia. None of the expenditures meet that definition. And the signature used for authorization does not belong to a recognized crown signatory." Camilla scoffed audibly. "So I'm being accused of fraud now? How quaint. Perhaps next you'll say I've been plotting treason in the conservatory." "No one has accused you of fraud, ma'am," Thompson said calmly. "But the records speak for themselves." "You insolent little soldier," Camilla snapped. "You serve the monarchy, not dictate it." "I serve its integrity," he replied, "which outranks any crown worn without honor." There it was. Silence fell like a sword. Anne's lips twitched, not in amusement, but in restrained approval. "Well said," she murmured. That evening, the palace walls shook, not from cannon fire but from whispers. Senior staff were divided. Some feared a constitutional scandal if the media caught wind. Others, particularly those loyal to Queen Elizabeth's memory, believed this reckoning was long overdue. In the private wing, Princess Catherine stood by a window at Kensington Palace, her phone in hand, reviewing the report forwarded by a discreet aide. William, pacing behind her, frowned. "Camilla won't go down quietly," he muttered. "She'll claw through anyone who dares touch her status." Catherine didn't look up. "Thompson didn't do this for ambition," she said softly. "He did it because it was right." William nodded, his voice low. "Then we'll protect him." The backlash began within hours. Royal Press Office leaks suggested Thompson had overstepped his authority and was being reassigned to a ceremonial post in Balmoral. The Daily Sketch published a headline, "Queen embarrassed by rogue colonel." But not all media played along. The BBC, breaking with protocol, aired a segment titled, "Audit Trail Points to Misuse of Funds Palace Silent." Public reaction was swift. Online forums exploded with fury. "She was never our queen," read one viral comment. "Bring back Elizabeth's men. They had spine." Within 48 hours, a petition to retain Thompson's position gathered over 250,000 signatures. At a secret internal meeting, Sir Alistair leaned in toward the king. "Your Majesty, we have two options. Dismiss Thompson and risk public revolt, or quietly phase Camilla's access to ceremonial budgets and let this pass without louder scandal." Charles, exhausted, sighed. "I am the king, Alistair, and yet I feel more like a prisoner in my own court." "Then perhaps it's time to ask," Anne interjected coolly from across the room, "which prisoner has the keys?" At Kensington, Catherine made a quiet move. She requested Thompson to oversee the security coordination for her next solo diplomatic trip to Geneva, an honor traditionally reserved for the most trusted personnel. It was subtle, but clear. Camilla noticed. "She's placing him in her circle now," Camilla muttered to her aide. "The soldiers becoming the face of their new court." The aide didn't answer. He didn't have to. Meanwhile, Thompson remained silent to the press. He did not defend himself. He did not retreat. Instead, he returned to his desk at Horse Guards Parade, polished his boots, and typed a single line in his weekly report. Duty performed. The truth filed, awaiting further orders. He knew that loyalty had a price, and he was ready to pay it twice, if needed. They didn't remove him, not officially. But in the days following the audit scandal, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Thompson became a ghost in the halls he once commanded. His name was quietly omitted from briefings he had led for years. Assignments were redirected. Invitations to state functions once automatically addressed to him vanished. In palace circles, this wasn't punishment. It was an exile without a destination, and everyone knew where it came from. Queen Camilla had not forgotten, and she would not forgive. In the blue drawing room of Clarence House, Camilla sipped from a crystal glass and watched as her press secretary read the morning coverage. Support for Thompson remains unusually high. Even BBC commentators are calling him the last soldier of Elizabeth. There's a photo of him with the Queen from 2019 going viral. Very iconic. Camilla's lips tightened. "Then bury him in ceremony. Strip him of meaning without stripping the uniform. If we cannot remove him, we make him irrelevant." Her plan began quietly. A scheduled security briefing with the Lord Chancellor was reassigned to a junior officer. A veteran's wreath ceremony in Portsmouth, an event Thompson had led for 8 years, was suddenly placed under civilian coordination. His office in the West Wing? Under renovation. It was precision humiliation. Inside the palace, staff were split. Some watched in silence. Others, those who had once stood under Elizabeth's reign, were quietly enraged. But Thompson never complained. He arrived early, polished his boots, drank his coffee black, and remained, as always, immovable. "Sir," his aide whispered one morning, "they've reassigned you to supervise souvenir inspections at the royal gift shop." Thompson glanced at the memo, then nodded. "Then I will ensure the nation's spoons shine." But someone was watching. At Geneva International, Princess Catherine had just returned from her diplomatic tour. Her security had been flawless, her presence radiant. And at every point, Jonathan Thompson had coordinated from the shadows, refusing interviews, stepping back when cameras turned, but always there. She noticed the omissions, the reassignment memos, the quiet campaign. "He did what none of us dared," she told William one evening. "He told the truth with a straight spine and paid for it in silence." William looked up. "Then we end the silence." 1 week later, the Royal Household Order Bulletin was released. Light, Colonel Jonathan Thompson is hereby appointed Special Military Advisor to the Princess of Wales. It was an unprecedented public alignment, Catherine's first formal staff addition since becoming Queen-in-Waiting. The message was unmistakable. Camilla saw it the same day. She crumpled her copy without a word, and in a modest office overlooking St. James's Park, Jonathan Thompson read the appointment letter, then then stood. "Back to work," he muttered, "for the crown that still remembers its weight." Clarence's house was tense more than usual. Camilla had grown quiet in recent days, the kind of quiet that sharpened into calculation. She no longer snapped at staff or raised her voice during briefings. Instead, she watched, listened, calculated, and plotted. The reappearance of Jonathan Thompson, not just in the background but now as special military advisor to the Princess of Wales, was more than a professional inconvenience. It was an insult, a humiliation, a clear message from Catherine. "I choose loyalty over flattery, integrity over rank." Camilla could not allow it to stand. She turned to the only person who still held full authority. Her husband, inside the royal study at Sandringham, King Charles III was sketching alone, his fingers smudged with charcoal, a half-finished drawing of a garden pavilion lying on the table. Camilla entered without knocking. "Darling," she began, voice syrupy, "we need to talk about him." Charles didn't look up. "If you mean Thompson, I've read the report. Twice. Then you know what he's done undermine the Queen Consort. He exposed internal matters to the press, embarrassed me publicly, and now Catherine has adopted him like some pet knight." "He didn't leak the audit, Camilla," Charles replied wearily. "And as far as the accounts go, there were irregularities, ones I can't defend." Camilla's smile vanished. "You're the king. You don't need to defend, you command. End of free." "And yet, somehow," Charles muttered, "everyone seems to be commanding me lately." She stepped closer. "Reassign him, strip the appointment, make him disappear, or you're telling the entire monarchy that a soldier can rise above his queen." "He didn't rise above you," Charles said quietly. "You fell beneath what was expected." The silence that followed was sharp enough to draw blood. 2 days later, Princess Anne arrived at Buckingham in full military dress, unannounced. She marched into the king's chamber, holding a leather folder under one arm. "You're going to reassign Thompson?" she asked, her tone clipped and cold. Charles blinked. "Anne, don't." He stood where none of us dared, against impropriety, against abuse of royal funds, against whispers in velvet halls. "And now you want to send him to some ceremonial garden party in the Outer Hebrides?" "Camilla believes he's undermining her." "Camilla undermines herself," Anne snapped. "Every time she confuses status with sanctity. If you remove Thompson, the Commonwealth press will crucify you. They're already calling him the last soldier of Windsor." Charles rubbed his temples. "You always were Elizabeth's fiercest sword, and Jonathan Thompson was her shield. And I will not let you break him because someone got too comfortable misusing public funds to buy a sapphire bathtub." Charles exhaled slowly. "Is that confirmed?" Anne tossed the folder onto his desk. Receipts, photos. The infamous invoice from the Windsor Annex. Gold-plated clawfoot tub, imported, item value, £118,600. The king sank into his chair, older by the second. Word came that Camilla had scheduled a private audience with the Privy Council, citing concerns about military overreach. It was a bold move, dangerous, and potentially catastrophic. What she didn't anticipate was leakage. A junior aide, disgusted by the maneuver, forwarded the internal memo to Kensington Palace and the Telegraph. Within 12 hours, a headline scorched across British media: "Queen Consort seeks to remove hero officer behind royal audit." Public outrage exploded. Over 1.3 million signatures appeared on a petition titled, "Protect Lieutenant Colonel Thompson, Defender of the Crown." Palace switchboards were flooded. Social media lit up. Veterans groups across the UK posted solidarity statements. One retired major even wrote, "If Thompson falls, then there is no place left for honor in this kingdom." Through it all, Thompson never wavered. When asked by aides if he would respond to the campaign against him, he replied, "The Queen I served is gone, but her code remains. Let others break themselves trying to rewrite it." He kept working, reviewing Catherine's travel security, coordinating armistice ceremony formations, updating palace readiness logs, and on one particularly cold morning, Catherine herself arrived at his office unannounced. She placed a small box on his desk. "It belonged to her," she said softly. "The last letter opener Elizabeth used. She always said you were the sharpest edge in the room." Thompson didn't speak. His throat was tight. He opened the box and found it. A slim silver blade with the Queen's crest engraved at the hilt. The Privy Council quietly cancelled the hearing. The press cooled. The king's inner circle shifted. Camilla's political standing shrank subtly, but decisively. Weeks later, at a remembrance service at Westminster Abbey, Thompson walked behind Catherine and William, dressed in full regalia. He stood beside them during the hymn. He bore no sword, no medals, only the Queen's silver blade, resting quietly in his jacket pocket. And when the final trumpet sounded, he stood still unshaken while Camilla passed by, her eyes flitting toward him in defiance. He never looked back, because some men don't need titles. They have duty. In the weeks that followed the failed Privy Council ambush, Queen Camilla disappeared from public engagements. Officially, she was resting and recalibrating her schedule. Unofficially, she was licking wounds behind velvet curtains. But Camilla was not the type to vanish quietly. She still had allies in the press, donors with influence, and a flair for optics when it served her cause. And so, she planned her counterattack not with policy or protocol but with a performance. The Royal Children's Trust Gala at the Royal Opera House was announced with little warning. Camilla positioned herself as the sole patron, bypassing the usual involvement of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Her staff arranged full media coverage, a red carpet arrival, and even a pre-recorded interview with BBC4 titled, "Still Standing, A Queen's Duty in Difficult Times." To her loyalists, it was a comeback. To everyone else, it reeked of damage control in a tiara. Inside Kensington Palace, Princess Catherine reviewed the gala announcement with cool detachment. Thompson stood beside her, arms crossed, reading the press briefing over her shoulder. "She's going all in," Catherine murmured, "trying to reclaim moral ground through charity. She's using sick children as her redemption tour," Thompson replied, stone-faced. "And yet the cameras will cheer." "Ah!" Catherine turned, eyes sharp. "Unless we give them something else to focus on." Without fanfare or press release, Catherine organized an unannounced visit to Street Bridget's pediatric oncology ward. A quiet place, rarely televised, but deeply respected within royal circles. She brought no makeup artist, no entourage, no lighting crew. Only one person accompanied her, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Thompson, dressed not in full uniform, but in his simplest ceremonial blues. There were no reporters, but there were phones. And within minutes, social media flooded with images of Catherine kneeling beside a bald girl, reading The Tale of Peter Rabbit, while Thompson stood nearby, holding the child's IV bag with the patience of a saint. A single photo went viral. Catherine and Thompson smiling at a row of children holding paper crowns they had made. The caption read, "This is the royal family we trust." The night of the gala arrived. Camilla stepped out of her limousine in a deep emerald gown, and the Greville tiara once favored by the Queen Mother. Flashbulbs lit the air. Cameramen shouted her name. She smiled, waved, and ascended the steps like a monarch returning from exile. Inside the Grand Hall, speeches were scheduled. The Queen's team had prepared a segment where Camilla would speak about overcoming institutional misunderstanding and reclaiming one's voice. Subtle jabs at recent events, cloaked in compassion. But 15 minutes before she took the stage, the crowd stirred. Not because of her, but because Princess Catherine had just entered quietly through a side entrance, wearing a navy blue silk coat and no jewels at all. By her side, Jonathan Thompson, holding a stack of donation letters in his gloved hands. There was no press release, no announcement, but the guests noticed, the donors noticed, and the BBC, already filming, pivoted their cameras subtly toward Catherine. Camilla saw it from backstage. Her face tightened. "Why is she here?" she hissed to her aide. "It's unannounced. We weren't informed." "Of course we weren't," she spat. "This is a siege." When Camilla stepped up to the podium, the applause was polite but distracted. Phones were still buzzing with news of Catherine's hospital visit hours earlier. A young violinist in the crowd had even paused mid-scroll to whisper, "She brought the soldier, the one who saved the royal audit." Camilla cleared her throat and delivered her speech. It was graceful, rehearsed, but the words felt hollow in the wake of Catherine's raw authenticity. "Resilience," she said, "is about reclaiming one's space when misunderstood." From the back row, Thompson remained still. He didn't flinch, but Catherine saw the subtle tightening of his jaw. Later that night, as guests mingled, a private donor, Lady Armitage, a longtime supporter of the late Queen Elizabeth, approached Thompson directly. "I knew your face from the Jubilee," she said softly. "Her Majesty trusted you." "It was an honor, ma'am," he replied, voice quiet. She pressed something into his hand, a check for £150,000, made out to the Queen's Legacy Fund, a new initiative Catherine had just launched completely independent of Camilla's charities. "We follow the crown," Lady Armitage said, "but we invest in its integrity." From across the room, Camilla saw the exchange. She didn't say a word. She simply turned away, and for the first time that evening, her smile vanished completely. Back at Kensington, Catherine and Thompson debriefed quietly over tea. "You never spoke tonight," she noted. "Didn't need to," he answered. She smiled. "Some men carry the monarchy in silence. Others try to drown it in jewels." He nodded once, then reached into his jacket and pulled out the folded donation letter from Lady Armitage. "The Crown still speaks, ma'am, even when it whispers." "Aye?" In the next morning's papers, the headlines were split. Some praised Camilla's elegance and poise. Most focused on Catherine's spontaneous hospital visit and the mystery officer by her side. Only the Times said what many dared not print. In a battle between performance and principle, the princess and the colonel reminded Britain what royalty once meant. For weeks after the gala, Queen Camilla's presence continued to fade, not by decree, but by design. Her appearances grew fewer. Her voice, once dominant in palace meetings, was met with polite nods and muted silence. Even her closest staff now double-checked with Kensington before approving her speeches, a quiet acknowledgement of where the true influence now resided. The monarchy hadn't formally changed hands, but its center of gravity had shifted and everyone felt it. In the House of Windsor, power doesn't fall. It drifts until it finds a steadier vessel. Unwilling to fade into irrelevance, Camilla made one last attempt to regain control. She proposed a new initiative, the Royal Heritage Reinvention Project, a sweeping program that would modernize royal properties and ceremonies to reflect the spirit of the new era. The subtext was clear: strip away the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II, replace tradition with theatricality, and dilute the influence of those who still carried her memory, especially Jonathan Thompson. But this time, her proposal reached the desk of William and Catherine before it ever reached the king. They read it in silence. "She's trying to erase the pillars," Catherine murmured. "Then we show her what's unshakable," William replied. The opportunity came days later, on the anniversary of Queen Elizabeth II's accession. A special ceremonial review of the Queen's Guard was scheduled at Windsor Castle, an event steeped in history, honor, and protocol. Thompson, by all assumptions, would not be involved. His name wasn't on the original assignment. But when the brass gates opened that morning, the soldiers in red tunics aligned not to the Queen Consort, but to a slim figure in blue uniform, bearing the silver insignia of the late Sovereign's Guard commander. Jonathan Thompson had been reinstated by personal request of Princess Anne, and endorsed silently but unmistakably by William. When the crowd noticed him leading the Guard's inspection, cheers broke protocol. "That's him," a boy said to his mother in the front row, "the soldier from the picture with the princess." Later that evening, Camilla received an envelope at Clarence House. It bore the insignia of the Princess of Wales, and inside it was a single letter typewritten, precise. Asterisk. "Your initiative to reinvent royal heritage has been reviewed and respectfully declined. The crown must evolve, but not by severing its roots. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II built a monarchy of service, duty, and quiet strength. That legacy will not be rewritten. Lieutenant Colonel Thompson remains a guardian of that legacy. His post is not up for negotiation. Asterisk. Princess Catherine of Wales." Camilla said nothing. She folded the letter and tucked it into the fireplace, but the flames took longer than usual to catch. The next morning, Thompson stood alone in St. George's Chapel. No crowds, no cameras, just silence, and the crypt of the Queen he once served. He removed his gloves, bowed his head, and whispered, "Your Majesty, I kept the line." Then, from his coat pocket, he removed the silver letter opener Catherine had given him, the last one used by Elizabeth, and laid it on the marble beside the inscription, "Duty done." No medals, no speech, just a symbol, and silence. That night, he returned to his quarters and resigned from active ceremonial duty, citing completion of personal mission. The Crown tried to persuade him to stay. He declined. "I was never here for titles," he said, "only for truth." In time, Camilla's influence narrowed. She remained queen in name, but no longer in narrative. Catherine rose fully into her role beside William, carrying herself with elegance, gravity, and grace. Whenever asked about Thompson, she would simply smile and say, "Some people serve the throne, others steady it when it shakes." And in biographies, in royal history books, in whispered palace lore, Jonathan Thompson was remembered not as a prince, not as a general, not as a statesman, but as something rarer, a man who said no, and meant it. Breaking from centuries of rigid hierarchy, King Charles III has made a decision that is sending tremors through Britain's corridors of power, appointing his youngest nephew, Prince James of Wessex, as a new right hand to the heir, a bridge between the old and the modern monarchy. It is the clearest sign yet that the Windsors are engineering a silent but decisive transfer of authority from the aging sovereign to the next generation. Inside Buckingham Palace, the move is being described by senior aides as the King's long game, a strategic reshuffle designed not only to empower Prince William as the undisputed architect of the monarchy's future, but also to surround him with blood-loyal support, insulated from factional politics. And at the very heart of that plan stands Prince Edward, the king's youngest brother, and his son James, 17, now thrust into the royal spotlight with a title that carries extraordinary symbolic weight. After years of quiet service, the Edinburgh household is once again front-page news. Sources confirm that Edward has accepted a permanent advisory post within the royal household's public engagement office, making him effectively the senior coordinator of field missions. Everything from youth volunteer programs to the next phase of the homegrown Earthshot initiative, Prince William's signature environmental drive, Edward's schedule for autumn has tripled. 14 regional visits across England, Scotland, and Wales in support of community renewal projects, with one particularly high-profile assignment mentoring James through his first independent engagement in Bristol, focused on renewable energy apprenticeships for under 25 seconds. The king wanted Edward back in the frame, one courtier told The Times. He trusts his brother's discretion and sees James as an anchor for William's next 20 years. For many Britons, the optics are powerful. A monarch stabilizing succession through bloodline unity, not spectacle. Where previous transitions relied on public declarations, Charles appears to be governing by structure, ensuring that when William eventually takes the throne, he will inherit not chaos, but a functioning, loyal machine. At only 17, James is officially styled Earl of Wessex, yet insiders say he now carries the informal designation Assistant Representative to the Prince of Wales. He will shadow William in two upcoming initiatives. The Green Crown Network, a youth-driven expansion of Earthshot designed to transform 30 urban brownfields into eco-parks by 2030. Project Harbourlight, a partnership with the Royal Navy promoting maritime sustainability. His participation signals a generational shift, the monarchy's first genuine attempt to train a secondary working royal for leadership before adulthood. Palace communications emphasize education over glamour. James will continue school while undertaking limited duties, following the model once reserved for teenage princes in the Victorian era. Public reaction has been overwhelmingly positive. Overnight polls by YouGov showed 71% approval for involving younger royals in community-led work, the highest figure since Catherine's early years campaign, launched in 2021. Edward's renewed visibility also marks a rehabilitation. Long dismissed as the quiet brother, he is now Charles's stabilizer-in-chief. Palace documents show his portfolio will include oversight of the Royal Voluntary Corps, merging smaller charities into a unified service platform. Analysts believe this could streamline over £18 million in annual grants, cutting duplication and signaling fiscal responsibility, a key concern amid cost-of-living debates. Behind closed doors, Charles reportedly praised Edward's measured temperament and lack of vanity, qualities the monarch finds indispensable, in contrast to the media storm surrounding Queen Camilla. If Charles's decisions have been applauded by reformists, they have deeply unsettled Camilla, whose influence has waned since stepping back from certain engagements this summer. Sources close to Clarence House describe an icy atmosphere after she learned that her pet cultural foundation would lose part of its royal grant, redirected to fund eco-education programs under William's portfolio. In what many courtiers interpreted as a bid to reclaim relevance, Camilla quietly convened a private literary council at Raymil House, inviting columnists and sympathetic donors to discuss the public perception crisis. Among them was her son, Tom Parker Bowles, who recently styled himself Independent Cultural Advisor to the Crown, a title that exists nowhere in official registers. The move, intended as harmless branding, instead sparked ridicule across social media, where the hashtag number #AdvisorByMum trended for 2 days. Camilla's camp misread the moment, a veteran palace watcher told The Guardian. The public isn't in the mood for vanity titles while the rest of the family is out planting trees and helping youth schemes. To outside observers, the contrast could not be starker. On one side stands the king's reformist triad Charles, William, and Edward, quietly building the monarchy's social relevance through tangible service. On the other stands Camilla's cultural court, increasingly viewed as tone-deaf to national priorities. Yet insiders insist Charles's approach is not punitive, but precisely calibrated. By empowering Edward and James, he recenters the royal narrative on continuity and merit, subtly curbing Camilla's sphere without open conflict. It is monarchy as chessboard, each move deliberate, emotional, yet disciplined, and for the first time in years, Britain senses strategy instead of scandal. As one senior historian remarked, this is Charles playing the long game. By putting Wessex beside Wales, he ensures that when the crown finally passes, it rests on unshakable family loyalty, not court intrigue. The stage is now set. William gains capable allies. Edward reclaims purpose. Young James becomes a symbol of the monarchy's renewal. But in the shadows, Camilla's determination to remain central to the royal story may yet ignite the next act of the Windsor drama. If the monarchy cannot serve, it will not survive. Those were the words Prince William reportedly spoke during a private strategy session at Sandringham in early October 2025, a meeting that would lay the groundwork for what palace aides now call the Green Crown Network, a sweeping blueprint for social renewal. What began as a simple extension of the Earthshot vision has become the clearest manifestation yet of King Charles's transfer of operational authority to his son. The Green Crown Network, launched quietly under the Earthshot umbrella, links 73 community ecozones across the UK. Each zone, a renovated park, rooftop farm, or restored wetland, is paired with a local skills program teaching sustainable trades. Funding is split 40% from private donors, 35% government grants, and 25% Royal Foundation endowments, creating the first hybrid social impact model in royal history. Prince Edward, newly re-energized after his reappointment, chairs the Operations Council, overseeing logistics and regional partnerships. His trademark calm has become invaluable. While William provides vision, Edward ensures delivery. Observers note the difference instantly. The events feel professional, not ceremonial. "It's not about cutting ribbons anymore," said BBC commentator Rosamund Pike. "It's about cutting carbon." At the network's pilot site in Bristol, the usually reserved Prince James made his first solo address to an audience of 400 students and apprentices from deprived districts. "Service is not an inheritance, it's a practice," he told them, echoing his uncle William's ethos. The line went viral within hours, shared by sustainability influencers and even trade union accounts, normally indifferent to royal causes. Palace data later confirmed that within 72 hours, applications for youth volunteering under the Green Crown program rose by 64%. It is no exaggeration to say that James's composure, his quiet, earnest tone, has redefined how Britons imagine a royal teenager. He doesn't pose beside yachts or polo fields. He stands in mud, planting reeds. Behind him, Edward watches like a mentor who understands the stakes. The Wessex father and son duo now symbolize stability within reform, providing William the family ballast Diana's side once supplied emotionally. Those close to the king describe weekly coordination luncheons held every Friday at Clarence House. The agenda is consistent: review progress reports, approve new partnerships, and quietly discuss succession optics. Charles rarely issues orders. Instead, he asks questions that shape direction, a Socratic style honed over decades of environmental advocacy. One insider called him the conductor of an orchestra he no longer needs to play in. It's a governance model many modern monarchies envy, one where generational overlap ensures continuity without coups. Within this triangle, Edward acts as mediator, translating William's reformist zeal into protocols palatable to traditionalists. And it's working. Recent polls show public trust in the royal household's social mission up to 78%, the highest since 2012. But every forward stride appears to cost Queen Camilla another inch of relevance. After the king reassigned portions of the royal communications budget to the Green Crown Network, Camilla's office, which manages her reading initiatives and domestic violence charities, lost nearly £2.3 million in annual allocations. According to The Telegraph, her aides were blindsided and furious. Within days, a counter-narrative emerged. Anonymous leaks to sympathetic tabloids, claiming William's team was commercializing the crown. Multiple journalists later traced those quotes to Tom Parker Bowles, Camilla's son, whose self-styled civil advisory title continues to draw mockery. His latest stunt, offering a paid Royal Insight consulting package to corporate clients, has been interpreted as a thinly veiled attempt to cash in on royal access. Kensington Palace declined comment, but aides were reportedly incandescent. Camilla, meanwhile, has doubled down on appearances at literary events, emphasizing her own cultural leadership. Yet public sentiment is shifting. Online polls now show her favorability dropping below 40%, while Catherine's remains steady at 82%. The country sees one royal planting trees and another hosting luncheons, wrote The Guardian's Amelia Roberts. Only one feels like the future. Staffers describe a quiet but unmistakable chill. William and Edward's teams coordinate seamlessly with Buckingham's civil office, but rarely with Camilla's private secretariat. Tensions peaked last week when she proposed hosting a joint Royal Cultural Summit at Buckingham Palace, the same week the Green Crown Council was holding its national forum in Manchester. Charles reportedly vetoed the idea, urging unity of message. The Queen did not attend the Manchester summit. Her absence was noted, and not kindly. What emerges is a portrait of King Charles as master strategist, orchestrating the gradual empowerment of those who reflect his long-held ideals. environmental duty, quiet discipline, familial solidarity. By elevating Edward and James, he signals that service, not popularity, will define royal worth in the post-Elizabethan age. Camilla's resistance only amplifies that contrast, making her appear tethered to self-preservation, while the rest of the family moves forward. As one historian phrased it, we are witnessing the end of the consort era and the dawn of the collaborator monarchy. Charles knows he cannot outpace time, but he can design its rhythm, ensuring that when the baton passes to William, the music never falters. The kingdom is watching, and for once, the applause feels earned. Every reform needs a heart, an aide whispered during last week's closed-door meeting at Kensington Palace. And in this one, the heartbeat is Catherine. Hal. While headlines praise King Charles's structural brilliance and Edward's logistical discipline, insiders know the quiet momentum behind the Green Crown network flows from the Princess of Wales herself. Catherine's influence is rarely loud but everywhere. It was she who urged that every eco-zone reserve 5 acres for mental health therapy gardens. It was she who insisted that the royal grants include women-led cooperatives, not just government contractors. Even Edward, the seasoned diplomat, reportedly told colleagues, "She sees the human map before the political one." Under Charles's reorganization plan, 3 clear channels now define royal duty. Strategic Crown Council chaired by William, with Edward as vice chair, and James assisting communications between youth teams and the senior household. Public Engagement Corps, run jointly by Catherine and regional lieutenants to link charities, schools, and local councils. Cultural Affairs Office, still under Camilla's nominal leadership, though now partially merged with the Environmental Education Fund. This trifold structure ends decades of duplication that plagued post-Elizabeth operations. Courtiers call it the most efficient monarchy since George V. But within the elegant spreadsheets lies emotion. For Catherine, every new partnership from Bristol's Roots of Resilience Garden to Manchester's Youth Labs is both duty and therapy. After her recent health ordeal, she told a volunteer, "You plant hope the same way you plant flowers in dirt first." That line opened every major newspaper the next morning. Camilla's frustration, meanwhile, has curdled into visible strain. Her aides leak stories portraying her as the guardian of heritage, yet the tone feels defensive. Last week's Daily Mail column, sourced to Friends of the Queen, claimed the younger royals misunderstand ceremonial gravitas. Within hours, social media retorted with split-screen memes. Camilla at a gala versus William, in rubber boots planting trees. Even longtime loyalists are drifting. The Lord Chamberlain's office quietly transferred 2 senior protocol officers from Camilla's staff to Edward's expanding network. The symbolism was clear. The operational center of gravity has moved. For the first time in years, the monarchy resembles an organization with momentum rather than nostalgia. William's schedule now mirrors a prime ministerial diary, policy briefings, site visits, cross-department calls. Edward manages interagency coordination. James fronts youth initiatives that trend across TikTok. And Catherine, often in simple jeans and sneakers, has become the monarchy's emotional engine. Within the palace, courtiers speak of a Windsor reset. King Charles, though visibly frailer, appears content. His experiment is working. Britain's monarchy, long dismissed as pageantry, is learning the art of governance again through service, humility, and quiet unity. But as popularity climbs, so does tension. Camilla and her son Tom are not finished. Their next play, insiders warn, will test just how durable this new alliance truly is. Influence doesn't disappear, it just changes disguise. Oh? That was how one senior courtier described Queen Camilla's latest maneuvers, a campaign that many inside Buckingham now call the quiet coup. The Queen, humiliated by her diminishing relevance, has begun rebuilding her own parallel court, one driven by gossip, money, and fear. In late October, Camilla retreated to Raymill House, her private estate in Wiltshire, the same residence that once symbolized independence. There, she gathered what royal sources describe as a shadow advisory board, 4 longtime confidantes, 2 media consultants, and her son Tom Parker Bowles, self-appointed cultural advisor to the crown. Leaked minutes from the meeting reveal a startling mission statement: reclaim the narrative before the monarchy forgets its queen. Camilla's plan centers on restoring her image as the intellectual heart of the royal family, a move designed to compete directly with Catherine's humanitarian halo. Tom proposed a national lecture series called The Crown and the Common Mind, linking literature and governance. The pitch initially impressed some donors until it was revealed that ticket sales would route through Tom's private LLC, not the royal accounts. Once the press exposed this, the backlash was swift. Headlines blared: Queen's son turns public duty into private deal. Number advisor by mum trended again, this time with even more venom. Even loyal palace staff admitted embarrassment. It made her look tone-deaf, said one Buckingham communications officer. At a time when the Walses are visiting flood victims, she's hosting a book brunch. Rather than respond publicly, Prince William chose precision over emotion. Kensington Palace quietly released new footage of his joint visit with Prince Edward and young James to the reopened River Tyne restoration site, part of the Green Crown network. The imagery spoke louder than rebuttals, boots, mud, real citizens. Within 24 hours, viewership across royal social channels hit 8.2 million, dwarfing Camilla's entire PR output for the month. Behind the scenes, William's strategy team adopted a rule now dubbed the Kensington Doctrine. Never defend ego, demonstrate purpose. It's working. Independent polls show public sympathy for William and Catherine soaring to 86%, while approval for Camilla has plunged to 31%, her lowest since 2019. At the same time, Prince Edward, the quiet tactician, began insulating the monarchy from internal sabotage. As head of the Operations Council, he introduced a policy requiring all royal charity ventures to pass through a new transparency registry, ensuring every donation, subcontract, and partnership remains publicly traceable. The registry effectively neutralized any back-channel projects, including those Camilla's team might use to rebuild power. An insider quipped, "He turned bureaucracy into a weapon of integrity." Edward's professionalism has made him indispensable. Even opposition MPs, usually skeptical of royal spending, praised the move as a new era of accountability. In subtle irony, it was exactly the kind of reform Charles had wanted for decades, only now implemented by the brother who once preferred to stay out of the limelight. While palace politics intensified, Catherine quietly did what she does best, heal through presence. Her surprise visit to the Roots of Resilience garden in Kensington drew crowds so large, police had to redirect traffic. There was no speech, no ceremony, just Catherine kneeling beside children, planting herbs, chatting with cancer survivors, listening. Footage of her whispering to a young boy, "Every garden starts with broken soil," went viral worldwide, amassing over 40 million views within days. The comment sections overflowed. "She's everything Diana was and more grounded. I'm so." Even critics from the Republican press softened, admitting that Catherine's ability to project strength without words had become the monarchy's most powerful soft weapon. Meanwhile, Tom Parker Bowles continued to spiral. In an ill-conceived attempt to defend his mother, he gave an interview to a podcast claiming that the younger royals treat heritage like a social media brand. The fallout was immediate. Journalists unearthed inconsistencies in his advisory role and questioned whether he had breached confidentiality by discussing internal matters. The palace refused to comment, a silence interpreted as condemnation. Ironically, the interview boosted the Wales camp further. Public donations to the Green Crown network doubled in a single weekend, while memes ridiculing Tom flooded social platforms. A top royal biographer summarized the mood. "Camilla and Tom are fighting for headlines. William and Catherine are building history." Through it all, King Charles III remains the calm eye of the storm. Court insiders describe him as grateful but resolute. He has reportedly told advisors that the system must outlive sentiment. His focus now is legacy, securing a monarchy that operates like an institution, not a family feud. To that end, he quietly reaffirmed Edward's expanded portfolio, confirmed James's apprenticeship under William for another 2 years, and approved a joint fund between the Crown Estate and the Green Crown Network, a £12.5 million endowment labeled Future Generations Trust. It is, as one historian noted, the king's invisible coronation of William's model of monarchy. For Camilla, the isolation grows colder by the day. Her allies are shrinking, her son's credibility lies in tatters. And yet, she refuses to yield. Friends say she has begun drafting a memoir, her side of the story. Whether it ever sees daylight or not, one thing is certain. Her chapter in the Windsor saga is closing. Meanwhile, the monarchy's new face, William, Catherine, Edward, and James, looks increasingly like its next heart. Less pomp, more purpose. Less crown, more conscience. The danger never comes from enemies. It comes from family who can't accept their time is over. How? That line, whispered by a senior palace aide to the Sunday Times, summed up the chaos that exploded across Britain last week when private emails from Queen Camilla's office were leaked to the press, exposing a coordinated effort to discredit William, Catherine, and the Wessex branch. The story broke at 6:42 a.m., when The Guardian published screenshots of internal correspondence, allegedly written by one of Camilla's longtime private secretaries. The emails detailed a media engagement strategy, suggesting journalists be briefed to draw a contrast between ceremonial tradition and performative activism, a thinly veiled attack on the Green Crown Network and its young champion, Prince James. One message even proposed pushing a headline that read, "Monarchy or Marketing? When Royals Become Influencers." Though the palace initially declined comment, within hours, multiple insiders confirmed the email's authenticity. By noon, the story dominated every major network. Hashtags #CrownLeaks and #Camilla crisis trended across social media, gathering more than 20 million mentions in less than 24 hours. Even conservative newspapers, usually protective of Camilla, turned. The Daily Telegraph headline read bluntly, "Poison from within. The Queen's team undermines the future heir." Behind closed doors, King Charles was livid. Aides describe him pacing in silence before calling an emergency meeting at Clarence House that included William, Edward, and the Lord Chamberlain. Witnesses say his voice was calm but cold. "We cannot serve the nation while dividing ourselves. Every act of sabotage ends here." It was, insiders say, the king's most decisive moment since his coronation. He issued a quiet but unmistakable ultimatum to his wife: either dissolve her personal communications team or step back from public representation entirely. By evening, Buckingham Palace released a single sterile statement. Her Majesty the Queen will be focusing on her literary patronages for the foreseeable future. That phrasing, "for the foreseeable future," was widely understood as a temporary exile. Her office staff were reassigned, her public schedule cleared. Tom Parker Bowles vanished from the official media calendar. The message was unmistakable. The monarchy had chosen survival over sentiment. As headlines screamed of betrayal, Prince William appeared unshaken. Within 48 hours, he delivered a speech at the Homegrown Earthshot Summit in Birmingham, originally planned as a small policy address, but now broadcast live on national television. Standing before an audience of students and volunteers, he spoke not of scandal but of purpose. "The world is tired of power used for pride. We must use it for people. That's the only way any of us deserve to wear a crown." The line struck the country like a thunderclap. Commentators immediately dubbed it the Birmingham Doctrine, a declaration of values that reframed monarchy not as inheritance, but as service. Even critics of royal privilege conceded the sincerity. One headline in The Independent read, "In one sentence, William made the crown human again." As her husband's words spread worldwide, Catherine continued to ground the storm in grace. She hosted a small, unpublicized gathering for families affected by flooding in Yorkshire, where she personally served tea and listened to survivors' stories. When asked about the ongoing turmoil, she smiled softly and replied, "Gardens grow again after storms. So do families." That single quote, modest yet metaphorical, encapsulated what the nation needed most: composure. It went viral across major outlets, prompting even the most cynical tabloid to headline, "The Queen we all see coming." Meanwhile, Edward and Prince James worked tirelessly to hold the machinery together. Edward oversaw the relocation of several community grants that had been frozen during the controversy, ensuring no public project suffered. James, now firmly in the spotlight, became the monarchy's bridge to Britain's youth. His livestream, Q&A on eco-leadership, drew 3.5 million viewers, most under the age of 25, a demographic long alienated from royal causes. When a reporter asked whether the leaks had shaken his trust in the institution, James answered simply, "Family is hard, duty isn't supposed to be easy, but if you stop serving because it's difficult, then you never really served at all." The clip spread like wildfire. Within hours, global media began portraying him as the monarchy's new moral compass. Meanwhile, Camilla remained at Raymil House, shuttered behind closed doors. Friends say she felt betrayed by the press she once mastered, but sympathy was scarce. The British public, particularly younger generations, saw the scandal as poetic justice for decades of perceived manipulation. By week's end, approval ratings placed her at 22%, a historic low. Even within the palace, whispers began to circulate that the Queen might not resume public duties at all, that her literary retreat could quietly become a permanent withdrawal. By contrast, the institution itself stood taller than ever. Donations to royal charities surged by 47%. Parliamentary allies praised the king's decisiveness. And across Britain, an unfamiliar feeling returned: trust. One political columnist summarized it perfectly: "This was not a crisis, it was a cleansing." King Charles's gamble had worked. The younger royals had proven they could lead through chaos without losing dignity. Camilla's old guard had collapsed under the weight of its own vanity. And in the quiet that followed, the monarchy felt at last reborn. Transitions in monarchies are not marked by dates, but by moments when silence feels like a new beginning. When dawn broke over Windsor on the first Sunday of November, 2025, Britain awoke to something rare, a royal family at peace. The storm of scandal, the weeks of headlines, and the cracks of old rivalries had given way to an unfamiliar stillness. For once, it felt earned. King Charles, leaner and visibly aged, appeared beside his son for the first time in months at the Remembrance Garden service, a modest event that spoke volumes. As the cameras rolled, he turned slightly toward William and whispered, "It's your turn to lead the walk." That single gesture, captured by hundreds of lenses, became the image that defined the monarchy's rebirth. The king, stepping back with grace, the heir stepping forward with purpose. Behind palace gates, the new structure solidified quietly. William and Catherine now oversee the combined portfolios of environmental and community engagement. Prince Edward manages the Royal Operations Council, ensuring fiscal transparency and coordination across projects. Prince James, freshly 18, begins his formal apprenticeship within the Foreign Office's Youth Diplomacy Division, a move designed to prepare him for global advocacy on sustainability. Each branch functions with precision, built not on protocol but partnership. Even hardened Republican critics have begun describing this as the most credible working monarchy in Europe. Charles's vision, tested by turmoil, refined by crisis, has finally materialized. A royal family acting less as ornaments, more as operators. At the center of it all stands Catherine, serene yet undeniable. Her Roots of Resilience initiative has expanded into 42 therapeutic gardens nationwide, serving over 10,000 people a month. Teachers, veterans, and cancer survivors have called them sanctuaries of sanity. The BBC documentary, Stillness and Strength, chronicled her journey from patient to patron, drawing record audiences. To the public, she embodies continuity, the gentle bridge between Diana's empathy and Elizabeth's endurance. In private, Charles has accepted what few monarchs dare to face, that his greatest legacy may not be his own reign, but the one he built to follow him. Friends say he spends long evenings sketching ideas for the Future Generations Trust, the fund he created to secure long-term royal philanthropy. His health remains fragile, but his purpose is clear. "If they thrive after me," he reportedly told Edward, "then I've done enough." Camilla remains at Raymil, officially on retreat. Her absence no longer draws commentary. The silence itself has become her epilogue. Even sympathetic editors have moved on. The monarchy's rhythm no longer includes her melody. As winter settles, the gardens across Britain from Bristol to Edinburgh bloom unseasonably bright. Schoolchildren wear small green crowns during community planting days. The symbolism is unmistakable. A nation once divided by spectacle, now united by service. In Parliament, leaders from all parties praise the royal family's transformation into what one MP called a functioning symbol of civic purpose. Approval for the monarchy sits at 84%, the highest in a generation. For the Windsors, the journey from scandal to substance is complete. The crown, once heavy with gossip, feels lighter, not because its weight diminished, but because more hands now hold it together. And somewhere beyond the palace walls, in gardens that bear her name, the next seeds of duty are already taking root, quiet, steadfast, and green. King Charles III, in a move that was a mixture of tradition and necessity, bestowed upon James, Earl of Wessex, the title of His Royal Highness and the title of Prince. Just 17 years old, the youngest grandson of the late Queen Elizabeth II, this elevation, announced amid the hushed murmur of the autumn palace corridors, was more than just a formality. It was a carefully calculated infusion of youth into a lineage beset by time, scandal, and the vagaries of public opinion. It wasn't pomp, it wasn't pageantry. It was a decision made with the heavy thrum of urgency echoing through the halls of Buckingham Palace. Just hours before King Charles III was scheduled for a high-level medical consultation involving cardiac oncology specialists, he signed a decree that would alter the shape of royal succession. James, Earl of Wessex, would be elevated to the title of Prince. The timing was no accident. James, Earl of Wessex, was to be elevated to Prince of Edinburgh. Charles invoked royal prerogative to grant him the title of Prince, a decision that stemmed from a 1917 official document, allowing the monarch's grandchildren to enjoy such honors. James's elevation to Prince did not rewrite the line of succession, keeping him 16th in line behind the Welsh heirs, but it did equip him to serve without creating competition. As royal correspondent Robert Jobson noted in a recent article, the move re-energized the core workforce without upsetting the hierarchy. For weeks, the palace had downplayed the rumors. Fatigue, a minor setback. Routine observation. But the truth whispered between specialists at St. Bartholomew's Cardiac Oncology Unit, was far graver. King Charles III's cancer treatment had been complicated by secondary cardiomyopathy, a weakening of the left ventricle caused by months of targeted chemotherapy. His latest echocardiogram showed an ejection fraction of 34%, dangerously low for surgery. The tumor lodged near his pancreatic duct had shrunk only 12% after the third cycle. The team debated whether his heart could survive the radical resection proposed for late September. At 7:42 a.m., Sir Jonathan Myers, the King's attending cardiologist, briefed the Royal Medical Council. "We are at an inflection point," he said quietly. "If His Majesty undergoes surgery without stabilization, the survival probability is 61% at best. If we delay, the malignancy may progress." The Prime Minister was informed within the hour. So was Prince William. And by mid-morning, inside the King's private suite at Sandringham, a decision was made to secure continuity before fate could dictate succession. By protocol, an investiture requires weeks of planning, heraldic rehearsal, and parliamentary notation. This one was arranged in 36 hours. The official reason: to recognize the maturity and public service of His Majesty's youngest nephew. The unspoken truth: the monarch wanted his bloodline cemented before the next medical briefing. James had just turned 17, tall, soft-spoken, and disarmingly poised. A student at Marlborough College, he had distinguished himself in environmental science, captained the school's rowing team to a regional title, and recently completed a 2-month volunteer mission in Kenya, installing solar-powered irrigation pumps. Courtiers like to call him the Quiet Windsor. Reporters called him the unspoiled heir of discipline. The King admired that restraint. "James reminds me of the age when duty was still instinct," Charles confided to Anne weeks earlier. Now, as monitors hummed beside his bed, he scribbled the decree himself, his signature unsteady but unmistakably regal. The chapel at Windsor was draped in navy and silver, the colors of the House of Edinburgh. Anne arrived first, impeccably punctual, her medals gleaming like punctuation marks to a lifetime of service. Catherine followed with William, both outwardly serene yet inwardly taut. They understood what this investiture signified: transition in motion. Then came Camilla. She entered 5 minutes late, the rustle of her silk coat echoing like defiance. Her daughter, Laura Lopes, flanked her, expressionless but watchful. The court photographers noted how Camilla did not remove her gloves when greeting Anne. To outsiders, it was etiquette. To insiders, it was ice. The choir's hymn faded as Charles appeared frail, pale, supported discreetly by his equerry. Yet when he spoke, the tremor vanished. "By the grace of God and the service of his family, we confirm James, Earl of Wessex, as Prince of Edinburgh, to uphold charity, stewardship, and the dignity of duty." The boy knelt. The sword touched his shoulder. Cameras clicked like heartbeats. But behind the applause, something fractured. Camilla leaned toward Anne and murmured, "Another title to cover another absence, isn't it?" Anne's jaw tightened. "Better earned than inherited," she replied. Laura Lopes, Camilla's daughter from her first marriage, interjected, too loudly, "Some of us still think royals should act like royals, not raise children who run equestrian shops and refuse their birthright." The jab at Zara Tyndall hung in the air like smoke. Anne turned slowly. Her voice was low, steady. "My daughter serves without needing a crown to remind her who she is. That's what makes her royal." The tension was electric. Catherine's gaze flicked between them. William's fingers tightened around the program leaflet. Even the Archbishop hesitated before resuming the liturgy. Courtiers whispered that the King had nearly collapsed as he exited the chapel. The medical team escorted him back to Windsor's private suite for intravenous stabilization. Later that evening, the palace confirmed he would attend a multidisciplinary consultation on September 12 to decide whether to proceed with cardiac-assisted tumor resection or continue palliative chemoimmunotherapy. But the nation would remember something else: the day James became a prince, and the monarchy showed its fractures under gold light and whispered hymns. Because even as Charles's heart faltered, the House of Windsor was beating toward a new era, one marked by youth, defiance, and the rising shadow of women, whose strength was forged in silence. And in that silence, Camilla and Anne had drawn their battle lines. The palace corridors that evening glowed with ceremonial residue, candles half-melted, velvet cushions still indented by royal weight. Outside, autumn rain swept across the long walk, washing away the last of the public cheers. Inside, silence ruled. The investiture had ended, but its aftershocks had only begun. King Charles lay in the private medical suite, oxygen murmuring beside him. His complexion was ashen, but his mind was alert. He had overheard enough during the ceremony to sense what his doctors would soon confirm. The cancer had advanced beyond early control, and the strain on his heart had doubled. The scans revealed partial obstruction of the superior mesenteric vein, a complication that would make any surgery a coin toss. His consultant spoke in cautious terms, but Charles understood plain truth. He was running out of time. In a nearby study, William stood before the fire, the weight of duty pressing between his shoulders. Catherine poured him tea she knew he wouldn't drink. He spoke in the low, restless tone of a man rehearsing the inevitable. "They'll call it strength when I take over, but what they'll never see is what it costs." He had seen the new report Charles's body responding poorly to immunotherapy, his liver enzymes spiking dangerously. The doctors were no longer using the word recovery, only management. And beneath that word lived the shadow of succession. Catherine reached for his hand. "He knows what he's doing," she said softly. "That's why he chose James today, to show continuity, not fear." William nodded, but his eyes were already distant. He knew the ceremony hadn't been about titles. It was a signal to Parliament, to the Commonwealth, and to the courtiers, who still whispered Camilla's name as the next matriarch. The king had drawn his final circle of trust, and Camilla wasn't inside it. Camilla's anger flared later that night. The family gathered for what should have been a quiet supper, but the mood was brittle. Anne was present, posture straight as a sword. Catherine and William arrived last, with the composed courtesy of people stepping into a storm they could already smell. Camilla began before anyone Saturday. "You all heard how he looked at her," she said, voice low but vibrating. "Charles practically canonized the boy. And for what? A handful of charity projects and a decent rowing record?" Anne's gaze didn't waver. "For a promise," she replied. "Something the crown desperately needs." Laura Lope scoffed. "Oh, please. If Zara had shown half as much restraint, perhaps she'd have been worthy of one too." The air thinned. Catherine's fork paused mid-air. Zara's absence that night suddenly felt deliberate. She had chosen to remain at Gatcombe Park, avoiding the spectacle entirely. Anne turned toward Laura, her calm laced with steel. "My daughter has never needed a coronet to define her worth. She's earned respect through service, not inheritance." Camilla leaned back, swirling the wine in her glass. "Service is convenient when one has nothing to lose," she said. "It's easy to call it humility when the truth is exclusion." Catherine broke her silence. "You made the wrong choice for exile." Zara stepped back because she understands duty isn't measured by cameras or crowns. Camilla's eyes narrowed. "And what would you know of stepping back, my dear? You've been gilded since the day the ring was on your finger." William's voice cut through the tension, calm, but cold. "That ring was forged by my mother's blood, not by entitlement. Choose your words carefully." For a moment, the only sound was the clink of crystal. Upstairs, the king could hear faint echoes of voices through the old Windsor walls. He smiled weakly. He had lived long enough to know that every dynasty feeds on friction. Yet even he hadn't expected the battle to unfold so quickly. On the bedside table lay a draft of his next statement, a message to the Privy Council, affirming his decision to delegate more official duties to William and Anne jointly. His pen moved slowly as he added a final line, one not yet approved by advisors. "The strength of the monarchy lies not in titles, but in the character of those who bear them." He meant it as praise for James, but also as a quiet rebuke to those who mistook privilege for purpose. By morning, snippets of confidential medical information had somehow reached the press. A senior correspondent on the Times hinted that a high-ranking royal had suffered cardiac complications secondary to chemotherapy. The leak was traced not to the medical team but to someone within the household. Anne suspected immediately. "There are only two people who benefit from instability," she said to Catherine later. "One wears too much perfume. The other carries her daughter's spite like a brooch." Catherine didn't disagree. She only replied, "Then we'll do what we always do. Stay silent until the truth embarrasses the liar." That night, the king slept beneath the quiet hum of machines, unaware that the ceremony meant to unify his house had fractured it even further. Outside, the Windsor flags fluttered in the rain, half lit by the amber lamps of the courtyard. And somewhere in that flickering light, the monarchy's future began to tilt, not through rebellion or decree, but through the simple gravity of two women locked in silent, unbreakable opposition. By the next sunrise, Buckingham Palace was no longer breathing quietly. The corridors buzzed with contained panic. Every phone that rang, every footstep that echoed down the marble floors carried the same unspoken question: who had betrayed the king? The press had been merciless. Front-page headlines screamed, "Cardiac complications threaten the monarch's treatment," and royal doctors race against time. Within hours, camera vans crowded outside Windsor's gates. Reporters speculated about surgery dates, prognosis percentages, and even potential regency clauses. The monarchy's veil of discretion was shredding, thread by golden thread. Lord Chamberlain convened an emergency meeting. Senior aides, Medical liaisons and communications officers filled the blue drawing room, faces pale under the chandeliers. At the head sat Princess Anne, representing the king. To her right, Prince William, his jaw clenched, eyes rimmed with fatigue. The investigation moved quickly. Only 6 people had seen the confidential report summarizing the king's cardiac oncology file. 2 were physicians, 1 a secretary, and the rest family members present during the briefing. The circle was small. Too small. When the name Laura Lopes surfaced, mentioned by an aide who recalled overhearing her clarifying details with a reporter from the Daily Chronicle, the silence turned dangerous. Anne's expression hardened. She didn't speak, but her look was enough. William broke it first. If she's behind this, it's not carelessness, it's a message. Anne's voice followed, low and cutting. Then the message is received and answered in kind. No one disagreed. That evening, Camilla summoned her inner circle to Clarence's house. Her tone was icy, controlled. My daughter may have spoken to a journalist, but she would never endanger the family. The vultures smell weakness, that's all. But the advisors knew better. The leak had been too precise, quoting lab values, surgical terminology, even the projected risk percentages. It wasn't a rumor, it was data. Behind the polished veneer of her denial, Camilla's composure began to fray. She had spent decades rebuilding her image from scandal to stability, and now, with one slip, she felt the air thin around her title. Her calls to Charles went unanswered that night. His private secretary merely replied that the king was resting under sedation. In truth, he had ordered peace, no disturbances, especially from his wife. Meanwhile, in the private apartments of Kensington Palace, Anne joined Catherine for tea. The 2 women had become an unlikely axis of calm, the stoic veteran and the poised successor. Anne stirred her cup with surgical precision. They'll turn on each other before the week ends, she said. And when they do, we must already be ahead. Catherine's gaze softened. Ahead, in what way? Anne leaned back. Not ambition. Alignment. The monarchy needs to feel steady, not scheming. Your steadiness frightens her, Catherine. That's why she lashes out. Catherine smiled faintly, then we let her drown in the noise she creates. For a moment, the room was silent, except for the faint patter of rain against the windows. 2 women, decades apart in age, shared the same quiet understanding. Their strength lay not in outrage, but in restraint. That night, William visited his father's bedside. Charles was half awake, oxygen mask hissing softly. His voice was barely a whisper. They're already circling, aren't they? William nodded. The papers have it, but the public's with you. Charles smiled weakly. No, my boy. They're with her, Catherine, and they're right to be. He coughed, then added, when the time comes, remember this, do not inherit my caution. Lead with conviction, not compromise. William swallowed hard. The weight of inevitability pressed down. In his father's fading eyes, he saw both love and farewell. 2 days later, Camilla attended a charity luncheon in Mayfair, her first appearance since the investiture. It was meant to project stability. Instead, it backfired spectacularly. When a journalist asked if she was worried about the king's health, Camilla smiled thinly and replied, "Oh, he's far too stubborn to let a little surgery stop him." The tabloid seized on the line. A little surgery became, callous Camilla downplays king's illness. Within hours, social media erupted with clips of the remark juxtaposed against footage of Charles's frail hand during the investiture. Public sympathy swung further toward Anne and Catherine. Hashtags like #StandWithAnne and #TrueQueen Catherine flooded trending lists. At Windsor, the king's staff quietly removed Camilla's portrait from the East Corridor, replacing it with one of the late Queen Elizabeth and Princess Anne together on horseback. In the quiet aftermath, William and Catherine began assuming more engagements, opening hospitals, visiting flood victims, hosting educational summits. Each event subtly redefined the monarchy's face: youthful, compassionate, unpretentious. Anne coordinated logistics with military precision, ensuring the king's duties were covered without fanfare. Within palace walls, aides began referring to them as the Triad, the stabilizers. Meanwhile, Camilla retreated behind closed doors, her confidence eroding. Even Laura had stopped attending events, citing unnecessary media hostility. The king's silence toward his wife continued, and though no official statement had been issued, the truth had already taken root in the public mind. The monarchy's heart was still beating, but it no longer beat for Camilla. Buckingham's facade glittered in the morning haze, but behind its white stone, something heavier was moving the machinery of power, quietly changing hands. The king was resting under strict supervision. His heartbeat was erratic, and the medical board had agreed on a non-surgical approach, temporary stents, beta blockers, and another trial of targeted therapy. Survival charts hung on a clipboard by his bed like silent verdicts. While Camilla paced her drawing room, demanding briefings, the real council met elsewhere in the discreet calm of Downing Street's cabinet room. There sat Catherine, the Princess of Wales, posture impeccable, yet radiating quiet command. Beside her was Princess Anne, sharp-eyed and resolute. Across from them, the Prime Minister leafed through a folder stamped confidential. Operation Continuum. This is the plan His Majesty began drafting months ago, Anne explained. Delegation of ceremonial and administrative duties to the heirs apparent. He wanted it operational before the end of the year. Given his condition, that timeline must accelerate. The Prime Minister nodded slowly. And the Queen Consort? Catherine answered before Anne could. Her tone was soft, final. She will be respected, but not consulted. The Prime Minister studied her for a moment. The stillness, the composure. He saw not a princess, but a sovereign in waiting. Then we move quietly, he said. No proclamations, just a change in rhythm. At Clarence House, Camilla's allies in the press were already spinning a counter-narrative. Stories about rising tensions among royal women. Hints that Anne was usurping protocol, and that Catherine was overstepping her station. One headline read, Queen Consort Circle vows to protect Charles's legacy. But the public no longer believed it. Each attempt at control only deepened the sense of desperation. Laura Lopes urged her mother to fight back harder. You built this image brick by brick, Mum. Don't let them paint you as irrelevant. Camilla's reply was barely a whisper. Irrelevance isn't what frightens me. Exile is. Still, she made one final move, reaching out to a sympathetic member of Parliament, proposing a public initiative to support families facing long-term illness. It was meant to frame her as compassionate. Instead, the optics backfired. Commentators accused her of politicizing personal tragedy. By evening, her office withdrew the proposal. Within the palace walls, the new structure solidified. Catherine chaired the planning sessions for upcoming engagements. William oversaw coordination with the Commonwealth Office. Anne handled military and ceremonial logistics. The trio moved like clockwork, decisive, dignified, unstoppable. Courtiers began referring to their meetings as the Windsor sessions. No one dared correct them when they accidentally said their majesties instead of their royal highnesses. And yet, amid this smooth reorganization, a subtle sorrow hung in the air. Each signature, each briefing, each step forward, carried the echo of the king's fading presence. That evening, Camilla dined alone at Highgrove. The table that once seated diplomats and artists now held a single candle, flickering over untouched wine. On the television, a commentator dissected the day's images. Catherine visiting a children's hospice, Anne inspecting troops in Windsor, William addressing climate delegates. All headlines led to one conclusion. The crown had already moved on. Camilla turned off the screen. In the reflection of the darkened glass, she saw not a queen but a ghost, a woman who had reached the pinnacle, only to find it dissolving beneath her feet. For the first time since the scandalous years of her youth, she felt the same creeping dread, the world slipping from her grasp, replaced by the poised silence of women who didn't need to shout to be obeyed. And somewhere, in the quiet of the king's chambers, his faint voice carried to the attending nurse. Tell Anne, tell Catherine, the crown is theirs to steady now. The message was relayed discreetly. No press release followed, but by the next morning, the staff had already adjusted the official correspondence. Letters once signed, on behalf of His Majesty, the King and Queen Consort, now bore a new line. At the direction of their Royal Highnesses, the Prince and Princess of Wales. A silent coronation was unfolding, and Camilla, for all her titles, was no longer part of it. The announcement arrived at dusk, carried by the calm authority of the BBC. His Majesty King Charles III will deliver a special message to the nation tonight at 8 o'clock. There was no advance footage, no preview clips, only anticipation thick, uneasy, electric. Britain held its breath. Inside Windsor's blue salon, the cameras were discreetly positioned. The lighting softened to flatter the king's fragile complexion. His doctors had warned against exertion, but Charles insisted. A monarch does not vanish, he had said. He explains. Oh? When the red light blinked on, he straightened his back, adjusted his cuff, and began. My fellow Britons, these past months have tested us, not only my health, but our endurance as a family and as a nation. I have long believed that duty is not a possession, but a relay, and the baton, once passed, must not fall. He paused, breath shallow but voice steady. In the coming season, my son, the Prince of Wales, and his wife the Princess, will assume greater responsibility for the daily conduct of royal affairs. Princess Anne will continue to serve beside them, as she always has, steadfast, loyal, tireless. It was neither abdication nor farewell, but something in between. The strength of this crown has never been in its gold, he concluded, but in the grace with which it learns to let go. Oh. For a long moment after the broadcast, the nation stayed silent. Then, across social media, a single phrase began trending. The king has let go. Camilla watched the speech from Clarence House, her hand trembling around a glass of sherry. He had spoken for 10 minutes. 10 minutes that erased 20 years of her climb. Not once had he uttered her name. Her advisors urged restraint, but humiliation burns hotter than reason. Within the hour, she summoned the royal press secretary, insisting on a response. We must reassure the public that the Queen Consort remains active in support of His Majesty. But the secretary hesitated. Ma'am, with respect, the tone of the broadcast suggests transition. Any contradiction could be seen as dissent. Camilla's eyes flared. I am his wife, not a footnote. Still, no statement went out. The communications office had already shifted allegiance, subtle but unmistakable, to Kensington Palace. By midnight, Camilla realized she was issuing orders that no one followed. In the royal library, Catherine met with Anne. The glow from the fireplace carved their faces in soft amber. Outside, Windsor slept under a rain that smelled of change. Anne broke the silence first. He didn't name her. Catherine nodded. He didn't have to. Aye. Anne studied her for a long moment, then said quietly, he trusts you, you know, not just as William's wife, as the stabilizer, the monarch's conscience. Catherine looked down at the papers in her hands, draft schedules, transition plans, policy briefings, all waiting for signatures that once required the king's approval. Now, they awaited hers. It doesn't feel like victory, she said softly. It never does, Anne replied. That's how you know you're doing it right. Aye. 2 days later, as rain swept across London, Camilla arrived unannounced at Kensington Palace. The staff, startled but obedient, ushered her into a private sitting room where Catherine was reviewing correspondence. The silence between them was not hostile, just terminal. Camilla's voice was low, frayed. You've taken everything. The schedule, the advisors, the narrative, even the sympathy. Was that your plan all along? Catherine closed her folder carefully. It was never a plan. It was gravity. Camilla laughed bitterly. Gravity? You speak like a sermon. Do you know what it's like to spend half your life being despised, only to be erased by someone who never had to fight for forgiveness? Catherine stood. Her voice stayed gentle. I know what it's like to be watched for weakness, to have your smile dissected, your silence rewritten. We both paid for this life, Camilla. The difference is I stopped keeping receipts. Camilla's eyes glistened. For a moment, the mask slipped the old exhaustion of a woman who'd been climbing for too long. He loved me, she whispered. Yes, Catherine said softly, but the crown doesn't. The words hung between them, heavy and final. Camilla left without saying goodbye. By the week's end, Catherine's composure during the king's speech and her quiet appearance outside a children's hospice had turned her into the face of a new era. The public saw in her what the monarchy had been missing: humility without submission, strength without scandal. Anne's reputation soared alongside hers. The media began calling them the twin pillars. Camilla, meanwhile, withdrew to Ray Mill House. Her security detail was reduced, her engagements suspended. When asked by a reporter if she planned to return to public duty, she gave no answer, only a sad smile. In the palace corridors, portraits were being rearranged again. Elizabeth beside Philip, Charles beside William, and at the far end of the gallery, an unfinished canvas waiting for the artist's return. It bore the title, Catherine the People's Queen, and though the crown had not yet touched her head, the world already bowed. The first frost of winter crept across the lawns of Windsor when the official communiqué was released. His Majesty King Charles III will step back indefinitely from public duties on medical advice. The Prince and Princess of Wales will, at His Majesty's request, undertake all constitutional responsibilities until further notice. No fanfare, no abdication, just the quiet transition of a reign still breathing, but already embalmed in history. The palace gates stood half open that morning as dawnlight touched the gilded railings. Inside, staff moved with a reverent hush, as though afraid to disturb a sleeping giant. The king had been transferred to Balmoral under heavy care, his cardiac rhythm now dependent on a titanium pacer, his chemotherapy halted. For the first time in 75 years, he had nothing left to sign, nothing left to decide, only to endure. Anne accompanied him north. She sat beside her brother during the helicopter flight, hands clasped, eyes fixed on the Scottish horizon. When he dozed, she whispered a single promise, "I'll keep it standing, Charlie, until they're ready." Charles smiled faintly, not opening his eyes. "They already are." In London, the machinery of monarchy realigned with silent precision. Documents once stamped Charles R. now bore a new cipher, W and C. William's first act was constitutional, reaffirming the king's environmental accords and pledging continuity across the Commonwealth. His second was emotional, a handwritten letter addressed to the people of Britain, thanking them for their patience, loyalty, and unshaken belief in service over spectacle. Catherine drafted every line. Her first appearance as de facto sovereign came 3 days later at Westminster, where she laid a single wreath of white roses beneath the statue of Elizabeth II. Reporters described it as the moment Britain's future found its voice. Anne stood behind her, stoic and proud. When Catherine rose, Anne gave a rare smile, a passing of flame from one generation's steel to another's grace. Far from London's pageantry, Mill House sat draped in ivy and quiet. The former queen consort had not appeared publicly in weeks. Her staff dwindled. Her schedule was empty, save for handwritten notes to charities she once championed. She read the news of Charles's retreat in silence, tracing her finger over his name. Indefinitely, she whispered. That's the polite word for never. Later that afternoon, she drove alone to the chapel near Laycock. No cameras followed. No reporters waited. There, beneath the gray stone arches, she lit a candle, not for pity, but for peace. A parish visitor recognized her and offered condolences. Camilla only smiled. I was never meant for eternity, she said, only for him. When she left, the candle still burned a small stubborn flame against the draft. Back in London, preparations began for what the palace called the renewal service. Not a coronation, but something symbolic, a blessing of continuity. Westminster Abbey was stripped of gilded excess, the air filled with scaffolding dust and the smell of fresh polish. Catherine and William arrived together, dressed simply in navy and ivory. The rehearsal was closed to the press, but every witness knew they were seeing something historic. Anne stood at the front pew, hands folded behind her back. As the choir rehearsed Jerusalem, Catherine turned to her and whispered, "You'll always be part of this." Anne nodded. "So will he. Every time you walk into a room, they'll see him." It was the truest coronation, one without a crown, sanctified not by jewels but by legacy. Outside the abbey, crowds gathered spontaneously. They brought photographs of Diana, drawings of the royal children, and messages scrawled on cardboard hearts. For the people's queen, for the king who let go, for the sister who never quit. The monarchy, for all its fractures, had found something ancient again: affection. Across Britain, church bells rang, not in mourning, but renewal. The reign of restraint had begun. At Balmoral, snow dusted the heather. The king sat by the window, a blanket across his knees, eyes tracing the frozen lock. A letter rested on his lap, Catherine's handwriting, steady and sure. "We are continuing, Papa. You built the bridge. We are only walking it." He folded the note carefully, a tear shining briefly before vanishing into his beard. Then he looked toward Anne. "She'll be good for him," he murmured. "For all of us," Anne replied. Down in London, the abbey bells tolled noon. Catherine stepped onto the palace balcony beside William. The wind lifted her hair. The crowd roared. History shifted. No proclamation, no fanfare, only the quiet certainty of destiny fulfilled. And somewhere, far from the noise, Camilla's lone candle still flickered in the Wiltshire dusk, a faint reminder that even those who lose the crown leave their shadow in its light.
I speak to you today with feelings of profound sorrow. Throughout her life,
Queen Camilla, who once called herself the King's Support, repeatedly canceled events, citing health reasons and long vacations. Even on symbolic occasions such as the Remembrance Day or the awarding of medals, she was absent, causing a stir in public opinion. And then, in that atmosphere, Prince William appeared on television, frankly speaking about the most difficult year of his life, and the overload of being both son and heir. While her son was trying to protect his father, Camilla quietly withdrew. Was that silence an act of disrespect in the face of the king's illness, or a sign of an irreparable gap in the British royal family? For the first time, right in the middle of a guided walk through Windsor and a quick stop at a local pub with Eugene Levy, Prince William volunteers that the past year has been the hardest of my life, describing the overload of carrying on while both Princess Kate and King Charles were undergoing cancer treatment in 2024-2025. He also talks, pointedly, about keeping boundaries to protect his wife and children, words discreet enough to keep palace etiquette, but pointed enough for the public to connect the dots about a widening distance between the king and Queen Camilla. The conversation unfolds at Windsor Castle and a nearby pub, where William hosts Eugene Levy during a visit filmed for The Reluctant Traveler, Apple TV+. William doesn't duck the feeling. Life seems sent to test us. I'm incredibly proud of my wife and my father. Our children have coped remarkably well. He frames 2024 as the most difficult year, when Kate and the King were both in treatment, and admits to feeling overloaded. The tone is notably straighter and warmer than his usual public register. In March 2024, Princess Kate announced she had begun preventive chemotherapy following abdominal surgery earlier in the year. By September 2024, she shared that she had completed chemotherapy and moved into recovery cautious, measured, and focused on staying cancer-free. In the chat with Levy, William says he's proud of how Kate and the children handled the upheaval. On 5 February 2024, Buckingham Palace confirmed the King had begun a regular course of treatment, reducing foreign-facing duties. By April 2024, he made a carefully managed public visit to a cancer center. Through 2025, coverage repeatedly noted short hospital stays related to temporary side effects and subsequent diary adjustments. Official updates have avoided naming the cancer, but the consistent line has been ongoing treatment, fewer public appearances, core paperwork sustained. Against the King's treatment backdrop, Queen Camilla saw periods of reduced public activity, mid-2025, and at least one withdrawal on health grounds near a major engagement items that fed online speculation about how present she is beside the King. This report notes the stated reasons, seasonal breaks divided by health, as publicly recorded. Any talk of separation remains unconfirmed by the palace. In this encounter, William speaks more openly than usual about the childhood fallout from his parents' broken marriage, Charles-Diana, and affirms he enforces boundaries for his own family, holding back intrusion into private life and preserving a normal rhythm for his children. He offers no verdict on the present state of Charles-Camilla, but phrases like "keep boundaries" and "protect my family from repeating past harm" naturally fuel public inference about internal distance. When a sovereign reduces outward engagements, the Councillors of State framework allows certain senior royals, including William and Camilla, to handle specified duties by commission. There is, however, a non-delegable core, for example, dissolving Parliament, appointing a Prime Minister, matters of the Commonwealth. These are the legal guardrails designed to preserve continuity while honoring the King's ultimate role. The triple pressure bearing down on William. Family. A recovering wife and 3 children needing steadiness kept on a normal life schedule the couple has long prioritized. Duty. Handling a larger share of external duties and coordinating court business while the King is under care. Public. Balancing calls for transparency with medical privacy. William concedes to feeling overloaded, but reframes it as character forming. What makes us who we are is how we work through the trials. All? Is Camilla's lighter public schedule merely cyclical, divided by health-related, or is it a sign of long-term role adjustment? No confirmation either way. How exactly will commission duties be run if the King's outward diary remains limited in the coming months? The legal basis exists. Practical execution will depend on circumstances. How should the palace square public clarity with medical privacy, particularly while Princess Kate is still pacing her recovery? William has marked a public inflection point, speaking plainly about overload, emphasizing boundaries to defend his family, and offering measured updates on Kate and the King. As for Charles-Camilla, he offers no judgment, yet the audience has enough pieces to ask sharper questions and will watch how the royal household operates in practice over the weeks ahead. Prince William's candid walk and talk with Eugene Levy at Windsor was more than a soft profile. It was the first time the heir apparent put words to a private storm, a spouse in treatment, a father still under care, 3 young children to shield, and a public that wants clarity without losing compassion. In a preview for The Reluctant Traveler, William admits the dual cancer shocks in his family took him to some pretty, not great places, a rare acknowledgement of emotional strain from a future king. The year began with a jolt. On 5 February 2024, Buckingham Palace confirmed the King had begun a schedule of regular treatment and would postpone public-facing duties, while continuing state business and paperwork. The statement did not name the cancer, but it set the tone for a carefully managed diary from then on. 6 weeks later, 22 March 2024, Princess Kate revealed in a video that she had started preventive chemotherapy after abdominal surgery earlier in the year. By 9 September 2024, Kensington Palace said she had completed chemotherapy. Kate stressed recovery would be long and paced. The King's careful return to public view began with a symbolic visit to a cancer setting in spring 2024. Through 2025, his engagements remained selective, with brief hospital observation in late March 2025, after temporary side effects from treatment, and a quick, reassuring reappearance the next day. The message was consistent. Treatment ongoing. Public contact throttled. Core paperwork steady. With Levy, William doesn't reach for palace platitudes. He calls 2024 his hardest year, praises Kate's steadiness and the children's resilience, and frames adversity as character-forming. Yet he avoids medical detail, mirroring the palace's long-standing boundary around health privacy. That restraint tracks with how both Charles and Kate have communicated. Enough to inform, never enough to invite speculation or distress. Camilla's thinner diary and the question of presence. Scrutiny inevitably turned to Queen Camilla's footprint. She has had periods of reduced public activity, including withdrawing from engagements on doctor's orders for a chest infection in November 2024. It is one of several moments critics cite when asking how visible she is beside the king. The palace line remains straightforward: health guidance and scheduling, not politics. There is no official confirmation of any separation, and responsible coverage keeps to what's verifiable. When a sovereign's outward diary shrinks, the counselors of state can be commissioned to handle most routine functions, attending Privy Council, signing routine documents, receiving ambassadors while a non-delegable corps, for example, appointing a prime minister, creating peers, dissolving parliament without express instruction. Commonwealth matters, remains with the monarch. William's growing public workload fits within that well-worn framework, a constitutional pressure valve that preserves both continuity and the king's ultimate authority. Behind the constitutional language lies a simpler calculus. Home. Kate's remission requires measured pacing. The children's school, first routine, is non-negotiable. Court. With the king's treatments continuing, William picks up more representational and coordination work, without implying regency or usurpation. Country. The public wants more light than heat. William's tone, proud of Kate and his father, protective of his kids, meets that brief without oversharing. Setting matters. Windsor has been the theater of British continuity. A local pub is its social counterpoint. By choosing both, William anchors the message, duty, and normalcy at once. It is also the subtext of his boundaries line. After watching a marriage, Charles-Diana, disintegrate in public, he intends not to repeat that cycle. The preview underscores that resolve without revisiting old wounds in lurid detail. Changed. The volume of royal candor. William is plainly more open about strain than in years past. Not changed. The guardrails, no graphic treatment talk, no pronouncements about his father's marriage, no policy drift beyond the counselor's remit. The monarchy modernizes at the margin, not by teardown. King's pacing. How frequently the palace pairs low-key appearances with ongoing treatment updates, without breaching privacy. Kate's return cadence. Her own words stressed a long recovery. Expect carefully selected engagements, not a flood. Camilla's diary. Whether health, cited reductions stabilize or persist again, without conjecture beyond what's stated. William's bandwidth. More nuts and bolts state business in view, but strictly inside the counselors of state lane. William's Windsor candor did not rewrite the Constitution, but it reset expectations. The heir is carrying more weight emotionally and institutionally, while preserving the palace's core boundary on medical privacy. The next test will be whether that balance holds, as the king's treatment continues, and the country's appetite for certainty grows. The Windsor walkabout with Eugene Levy was not merely a charming cameo. It was a carefully calibrated disclosure. William let daylight in on the last 18 months. Just enough to acknowledge strain, not enough to invite spectacle. The choice of settings did half the work. Windsor Castle, a shorthand for continuity. A neighborhood pub, a shorthand for normal life. Between those poles, the heir apparent mapped out the space he intends to defend. A family rhythm that remains recognizably human while the machinery of monarchy hums behind the curtain. What struck observers first was tone. William didn't reach for the antiseptic vocabulary of communiques. He called 2024 the hardest year, praised Kate for the way she moved through treatment, and spoke of overload without melodrama. He then pivoted to the line that matters most to him. Boundaries, the promise that the turbulence, which once engulfed his parents, will not define his children. It was a message as much to producers and picture desks as to viewers. There are places the camera will not go. That promise is easier made than kept. The ecosystem around the monarchy constantly tugs in the other direction toward minute-by-minute narratives, mood pieces, and viral speculation. William's answer, at least for now, is selective transparency. On Kate, he confirms direction of travel treatment completed in 2024, recovery-paced and deliberate, without inventories of medication or side effects. On the king, he acknowledges ongoing care and scaled diaries, not a diagnosis. It is the same guardrail Buckingham Palace has maintained since the first health announcements. Share enough to steady the public. Stop short of turning private medicine into public property. Inevitably, the light he allowed into one room cast shadows in another. Queen Camilla's footprint lighter in recent months became the subject of fresh parsing. Penciled cancellations, stretches of quieter weeks, and a handful of engagements conducted without the king refueled questions about presence. The palace's record offers straightforward explanations, seasonal breaks, short-term medical advice, yet the conversation persists because absence, even when innocuous, is an information vacuum. William refused to fill it. He would not characterize his father's marriage. He would not add a gloss to Camilla's schedule. Instead, he returned to his principle: protect the family sphere, protect the children, and let the court circular speak for the institution. That may be why the constitutional detail threaded through his remarks mattered more than usual. Without using the jargon, he essentially described a long-standing mechanism. When the sovereign's outward calendar narrows, authorized members take on specific functions by commission receiving audiences, attending councils, handling routine papers, while the non-delegable core remains with the monarch. In practice, it means William's diary grows busier, in very practical ways. Briefing folders that once moved to one desk now move to his. Calls he once joined now start with him. None of this is unprecedented. What is new is the visibility of it, and the emotional context he allowed the public to perceive. The context matters because it explains the human math of the household. The heir has 3 school-age children whose routine he and Kate have defended as a non-negotiable. He has a spouse who, even in remission, is pacing a careful return to fuller duties. He has a father whose treatment cadence, good weeks, quieter weeks, necessitates a rolling rebalance of appearances. Threaded through it all is the memory of a previous decade in which feelings were turned into headlines and children became collateral. William's remedy is procedural as much as personal. Keep workflows tight, keep messaging sparse, and keep domestic time ring-fenced. Professionalizing the boundary also means redistributing soft power. In recent months, Princess Catherine has leaned into carefully chosen engagements, children's health, early development, and hospital visits, where compassion matters more than ceremony, and where cameras can record comfort without intruding on convalescence. Princess Anne, ever the metronome of duty, has absorbed a denser load of bread and butter work, county visits, military patronages, a cross-Whitehall liaison that keeps the public face of the crown steady when the sovereign's own appearances are fewer. Their patterns are complementary. Catherine as the empathetic lens, Anne as the institutional spine. There is, of course, a media economy that benefits from stitching these patterns into a drama of winners and losers, who is up, who is out, who is really running things. William's language gently declined that frame. He did not sermonize about the past, but he did nod to it. His parents' marriage as a cautionary map, the damage to family life when lines blur, his determination to fight when lines are crossed. He spoke of respect for the sovereign's privacy, for Kate's pace, for his children's right to a childhood not constantly itemized. He left unsaid anything that would confirm anyone's speculative headline. What, then, should the public read into the unsaid? First, that uncertainty is now a feature, not a bug. The king's health will continue to be managed in cycles, and the outward diary will flex accordingly. Second, that Camilla's role present in law, variable in optics, will likely oscillate with her own health and the rhythm of the king's treatment. Third, that authority by commission is not a coup or a preface to one. It is the normal instrument a constitutional monarchy uses to ride out a medical headwind. If the Windsor and Pub Day offered a thesis, it is that stability in 2025 does not look like the ceaseless spectacle of the 1,990 seconds, nor the marble stillness of the mid-20th century. It looks like a household that narrates less and delivers more briefings done, papers moved, ribbons cut, hospital wards comforted, while the most difficult chapters of family health are lived off camera. It looks like an heir who can say, without theater, that life has tested him, and then go back to work. The unsaid remains the unsaid. The public will guess at distance inside the royal marriage, because distance is what they see. Fewer paired walkabouts, more separate diaries, longer gaps in joint appearances. William will not referee that narrative. Instead, he's chosen the one arena he can control: how much of his own family's life becomes content. On that front, the message from Windsor was clear. He will share what steadies the country, he will withhold what protects his household, and he will keep drawing the line quietly, firmly, in view of anyone who has learned to read the signals. If William's Windsor conversation with Eugene Levy was the soft light, the following fortnight was the shadow detail. Diary grids shifting, briefing rhythms tightening, and a communication strategy that traded drama for predictability. Nothing in it rewrote the Constitution. Everything in it recentered how the household functions, while the sovereign's health is managed in cycles. The operational picture begins with paper. On weeks when the king's treatment demands rest, the volume of routine red box material routed to the heir rises noticeably. Officials describe a baton pattern. Documents that would typically be reviewed in a single audience with the king are broken into smaller clusters and, where appropriate, commissioned to authorized members. That does not mean decisions migrate wholesale. It means timelines for signatures and briefings are structured around medical windows rather than ceremonial convenience. It is the difference between a palace moving at the pace of calendar invitations and a palace moving at the pace of convalescence. The second layer is people. Senior private secretaries have instituted what one aide informally calls a two-track day. Mornings geared to state business, privy council matters, routine correspondence, diplomatic calls. Afternoons more flexible for public-facing engagements that can be added, scaled back, or delegated. In practice, this has brought Princess Anne even more squarely into the center lane. Her schedule, already the sturdiest metronome in the family, absorbs the county-to-county grind that keeps the crown visible while avoiding spectacle. Princess Catherine, for her part, has maintained a selective cadence. Children's health, early years, hospital visits where empathy is the deliverable and the optics do not strain her recovery. All of this unfolds while the question most viewers really ask, "How is the king?" is answered carefully and consistently. The palace avoids naming a diagnosis or publishing tables of markers. Instead, it offers waypoints that the public can recognize: limited appearances, a paced return after rest periods, and confirmation that state business continues. William's language mirrors that discipline. He validates the public's concern without fueling the story economy that thrives on incremental personal details. It is less a media strategy than a boundary philosophy. Against this, Queen Camilla's public footprint remains the most debated variable. Some weeks show a normal rhythm of engagements. Others are thinner, occasionally punctuated by cancellations on health advice or seasonal pauses. In any other period, such variance would pass without comment. In a year shaped by the king's treatment, variance becomes signal. The palace line holds. Her schedule is governed by health guidance and institutional need. William, pointedly, adds nothing to that beyond reiterating the importance of privacy and stability for the family. The absence of embellishment is itself a message. There will be no running commentary on the king's marriage from the man who learned, as a child, what running commentary can do. Yet even without commentary, optics speak. Joint appearances by the king and queen are fewer. When they occur, they are tightly staged and brief. The court circular shows more instances of separate diaries, which, while not unprecedented, naturally seed interpretation. Here, the household's answer is procedural rather than narrative. It leans on the thing constitutional monarchy does better than most modern institutions: process continuity. When one principal's bandwidth narrows, others assume the visible load according to rules that predate social media and will outlast any single news cycle. Balance also requires a public-facing counter-narrative that is not defensive. The Windsor and pub sequence with Levy did that work with unusual efficiency. By foregrounding overload, boundaries, and gratitude for Kate, the king, and the children, William reset the lens through which the next months will be watched. Difficult weeks for the sovereign become understandable within the framing of treatment cycles. A deliberate cadence from the Princess of Wales becomes a virtue, not a vacuum. Separate diaries become logistics, not whispered verdicts. Behind the scenes, the Councillors of State framework remains the central guardrail. It is not a backdoor regency. It is a tool set for authorized substitution in defined areas, attending councils, receiving routine diplomatic credentials, signing specified instruments by commission. Crucially, the non-delegable core remains untouched. Even in quiet weeks, the Crown's constitutional identity does not splinter. Its execution simply decompresses across a slightly larger team. That team depends on message discipline. Advisors have trimmed the habitual flourish from press notes, preferring short, factual advisories over interpretive paragraphs. When a cancellation occurs, the reason is plain: on medical advice, scheduling adjustment. When an appearance is added, the listing focuses on purpose and beneficiaries, not personalities. In an attention economy that rewards friction, the court is writing dull on purpose. Dull builds trust. None of this erases the human dimension William was willing to show. The heir is still a son watching a father work through treatment, a husband pacing a partner's recovery, and a parent setting rules that keep ordinary childhood intact. The difference between the 1,990 seconds and now is not the absence of pain, but the presence of systems built to keep pain private. The adult lesson he chose to articulate at Windsor, "There are lines, and I will fight when they are crossed," is as much an operational doctrine as a personal vow. In that sense, the rebalancing of power has been quiet but real. It is power measured not in titles but in time. Who reads which papers on which days? Who takes which calls? Who walks into which ward or school or county hall when another cannot? It is power expressed not through dramatic statements, but through steady throughput that the public can see without needing to narrate. And it is power that, for now, conspicuously refuses to draft Camilla into anyone's storyline beyond what the diary itself records. Her status in law is unchanged. Her visibility in practice fluctuates. The palace will not be the one to tell you why. That is the bargain William is asking the public to accept. Less story, more service. By those lights, the months ahead will likely look like this: a sovereign whose appearances are episodic, an heir whose paperwork and representational load stay high, a Princess of Wales who adds engagements at a careful pace, a Princess Royal who keeps the civil service in sync, and a queen whose presence remains variable, explained, when necessary, by the briefest of notes. It is not the pageant version of monarchy, but it may be the sustainable one for a family that has decided, finally, that continuity and privacy are not opposing goods. The fortnight after, Windsor told a second story, less about confession, more about calibration. William's candor with Eugene Levy gave the public a vocabulary for what had largely been inferred: a year of overlapping illnesses, a father whose schedule now breathes around treatment cycles, a spouse recovering by design rather than deadline, and an heir who will fight when lines are crossed. What followed was a quiet test of how that vocabulary would hold up against the country's appetite for certainty. First came the press choreography. Briefings tightened, advisories grew shorter, photographs from engagements did more of the talking than the copy beneath them. When the king was seen, it was in framed moments that neither dramatized fragility nor pretended nothing had changed. Short appearances, controlled settings, work signals visible in the background. When he was not seen, the court circular did the heavy lifting. Audiences recorded, papers received, instruments processed by commission where appropriate. The goal was plain enough show function without selling feeling. Alongside that, the Princess of Wales resumed a careful rhythm. Her appearances clustered around themes that read as both authentic and strategically humane: children's health, early development, encounters in hospital wards where the camera can witness comfort without trespass. No one pretended a sprint back to full capacity. The message was that remission is a phase, not a finish line. William's tone from Windsor echoed through these visits: pride without medical inventories, gratitude without oversharing. The Princess Royal, as ever, kept the pace steady elsewhere. Where the sovereign's outward diary narrowed, Anne's broadened invisibly. County to county, regiment to regiment, she became the instrument through which continuity looked unremarkable. If the 24-hour cycle rewards novelty, Anne's value lies in making nothing look new, and therefore nothing look alarming. It was Queen Camilla's pattern that remained the most parsed by commentators. Periods of normal activity were followed by thinner weeks. Occasional withdrawals on medical advice or seasonal pauses were logged plainly. In another era, that would have been that. In this one, where the king's treatment is the silent metronome of the household, every gap is annotated by the outside world. The palace chose not to supply a narrative, only reasons when reasons were required, and William declined to garnish the record. The result is a paradox that may be the point. The less the house says, the more the public learns to treat the diary itself as the statement. That restraint was stress-tested by a familiar pressure: speculation. Social feeds have a way of upgrading absence to estrangement and logistics to verdict. The rumor that any reduced joint visibility equals separation proved sticky because it offers a cinematic answer to a prosaic reality. William's Windsor thesis was designed to blunt precisely that reflex. By centering boundaries for Kate, for the children, for his father's medical privacy, he invited viewers to grade the household not on gossip, but on throughput. Are services delivered? Are engagements kept? Is the constitutional lane clear? Under the bonnet, the mechanics remained as described: authorized commissioning for routine business, a non-delegable core that stays with the sovereign, a practical redistribution of time among the heir, the Princess Royal, and, where appropriate, the Queen. In this telling, power is not a palace intrigue, it is a calendar. Who reads which papers this week? Who takes which audience? Who opens which ward when another cannot? The answers change with treatment cycles, not with factions. The media economy, of course, prefers sharper edges. Headlines seek winners and losers. Platforms reward certainty crowded into a thumbnail. The household's counter is to make space for exactly two certainties: that the king is under continuing care, and that the institution has tools for continuity without theater. Everything else is deliberately less than a revelation. It is not romantic. It is durable. What kept the approach from feeling cold was William's decision to keep the human frame in view. A father and husband under strain. A son proud of both his wife and his father. A parent intent on not letting yesterday's tabloids draft tomorrow's childhood. The line he drew, "I'll fight when boundaries are crossed," is a policy as much as a sentiment. In practice, it means fewer pooled interviews, fewer ad hoc peeks into private corridors, more emphasis on purpose at each engagement, and less on the personalities attending it. It also means resisting the gravitational pull toward retro argument about his parents' marriage. Windsor was as far as he intended to go. Acknowledge the wound, learn the lesson, refuse the relitigation. If there was a center of gravity to public reaction, it settled around calm curiosity. The audience does not need a medical chart to understand good weeks and quiet weeks. It does not need a marriage bulletin to notice separate diaries. What it does seem to want is assurance that the machine continues to work without devouring the people inside it. On that metric, the last month has been closer to success than failure. The public saw more service than storyline, more duty than diagnosis. And yet restraint has a cost. In a culture wired to prize the confessional, a monarchy that narrates less risks being labeled aloof, William appears willing to pay that cost. The Windsor conversation was his down payment. Say enough once, then let the pattern speak. Subsequent weeks suggest the strategy holds. The king appears when he can. The queen's presence remains variable. The Princess of Wales moves at recovery pace. The Princess Royal keeps the through line, and the air runs hotter in the background than the foreground. That is not a cliffhanger. It is a settlement. It asks the country to accept that the next chapter will be written in appointments kept, papers moved, and patients greeted, not in rolling confessionals. For watchers who came of age on the drama of the 1,990 seconds, that might feel like a narrative loss. For the family living it, it looks like survival with dignity attached. The settlement William sketched at Windsor now faces its real test: durability. If the king's quiet weeks lengthen, the court will lean harder on process-authorized commissions, Anne's metronomic circuit, Catherine's measured empathy, so that continuity looks ordinary, not improvised. Camilla's visibility may remain uneven. The household will answer with diaries, not narratives. That restraint can feel aloof, but it is the cost of keeping medicine private and family life intact. William's wager is simple: show service instead of story. If the public sees papers moved, patients greeted, and constitutional guardrails respected, curiosity cools without being scolded. Should pressure rise, he will return to the same vocabulary overload: boundaries, gratitude, because it dignifies effort without commodifying pain. In that grammar, the monarchy breathes at a human pace: a sovereign treating, an heir steadying, a family ring, fencing what must remain off-camera continuity by design rather than confession.
Melania and I are delighted to visit again with Prince William and to see Her Royal Highness, Princess Catherine. So beautiful. It's really a great honor. Thank you.
The guards are stiff, the corridors echo with whispers, and royal guards run errands through the dark corridors. A silent royal motorcade passes through the North Gate in the night. Only a single sentence echoes through the palace. King Charles is hospitalized just ahead of Catherine's visit to the United States, at the invitation of U.S. First Lady Melania Trump. Before we delve into what this really means for the royal family, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any updates. It was meant to be a defining moment in modern royal diplomacy, a gesture that would quietly rewrite the unwritten rules of soft power, an invitation not from a president or prime minister, but from a woman who had lived beneath the same unforgiving spotlight, Melania Trump. When grace meets resilience, the world should see it. Melania Trump, in her personal letter to the Princess of Wales. For weeks, Buckingham Palace had been preparing for what insiders called the most anticipated royal visit to America since the Queen's first state tour in 1957. Princess Catherine was scheduled to travel to Washington, D.C., at the personal request of Melania Trump to attend the Global Forum on Women in Leadership, a non-political initiative hosted jointly by several international humanitarian organizations. The invitation, issued through private diplomatic channels, was described as a gesture of deep respect, transcending politics. Royal aides confirmed that the princess would deliver a keynote address on empathy as leadership, a theme close to her heart and her ongoing work with mental health and child development foundations. American networks had cleared live coverage. The White House itself, though not hosting the event, quietly signaled support. It was more than a visit, said one senior UK official. It was a statement that Britain's moral crown still shines through her. But just 72 hours before departure, everything changed. Late on a Sunday evening, news broke that King Charles's health had taken an alarming turn. Sources confirmed that the monarch, who had been receiving ongoing cancer treatment since the spring, had suffered a significant complication, requiring immediate hospital readmission. By dawn, the palace issued a terse 3-sentence statement. His Majesty has entered a monitored recovery phase following a period of medical concern. Further details will be shared when appropriate. Behind those measured words lay panic. The king's physicians recommended urgent observation at the Royal Infirmary in Aberdeen, while his private team prepared for possible transfer back to London. Within hours, all overseas royal engagements were frozen. Catherine's visit to the United States, months in planning, globally anticipated, was the first casualty. At 9 a.m., London time, Kensington Palace confirmed the decision. In light of His Majesty's medical condition, the Princess of Wales will postpone her forthcoming visit to the United States. Her Royal Highness will remain in the UK to assist with official duties during this period. The announcement sent shockwaves through both London and Washington. CNN called it an unprecedented diplomatic pause. BBC commentators described it as a reminder that behind the crown lies a family and a fragile heartbeat. In Washington, Melania Trump's office released a short but heartfelt note. The former First Lady sends her deepest wishes for His Majesty's swift recovery and looks forward to welcoming the Princess of Wales at a future date. Yet beneath the diplomacy, disappointment was palpable. The event's organizers had already printed programs featuring Catherine's name, and thousands of attendees from 60 countries had registered to hear her address. She was the soul of the program, said one UN advisor involved in planning. Everyone wanted to see her not because she's royal, but because she represents empathy and power. Within Buckingham, the mood was heavy but disciplined. Prince William immediately cancelled his own commitments in Scotland to remain near the king, taking over some of his father's state correspondence. Catherine, meanwhile, was seen arriving quietly at Windsor, where aides confirmed she would coordinate updates with the king's medical and communications teams. One senior courtier described the scene. There was no panic, just a deep, solemn understanding that duty now outweighed diplomacy. But not everyone accepted the shift with grace. Queen Camilla's office released no statement for nearly 36 hours. Her absence from the king's bedside, she remained at Clarence House, citing personal schedule adjustments, reignited familiar controversies. Newspapers began drawing sharp contrasts between the two royal women. The Daily Mirror ran with the headline, "Catherine cancels for the crown, Camilla stays away." A former royal correspondent commented live, "Perception shapes monarchy, and perception tonight belongs entirely to the Princess of Wales." Social media flooded with messages of sympathy and admiration for Catherine. Hashtags like #StandWithCatherine and #PrayForTheKing trended across the UK. Within hours, the narrative shifted from disappointment to admiration. The princess, who sacrificed global spotlight for family duty. By midweek, royal doctors offered cautious optimism. King Charles, they reported, had responded positively to new treatment and was expected to leave the hospital within 10 days, returning not to Buckingham Palace, but to the Sandringham estate in Norfolk for a period of rest and reduced public duties. A royal insider noted, "The king wants to recover in peace the way his father once did at Wood Farm." There's symbolism in that choice. And as Charles prepared for convalescence, his heir and daughter-in-law prepared for a heavier crown of responsibility. Catherine's postponed visit would now carry even greater weight, not as a diplomatic courtesy, but as a testament to endurance, unity, and quiet strength. In Washington, the air was thick with disappointment, but also admiration. What began as a diplomatic visit had turned into a global reflection on duty, loyalty, and the quiet power of two women, separated by an ocean, yet united by the burdens of public life. Within hours of Kensington Palace's announcement, Melania Trump sent a private message to the Princess of Wales through her personal secretary. It was brief, handwritten on ivory stationery, embossed with her signature gold crest. "The world may pause, but grace never does. You are in my thoughts and so is your king." Those 15 words were later confirmed by a source close to the Trump family. CNN called it a rare gesture of feminine diplomacy. The letter, though simple, carried a tone of deep respect, not just between public figures, but between two women who had both endured intense scrutiny while maintaining poise. A White House correspondent remarked, "Melania understands what Catherine is living through the performance of perfection under pressure. Her invitation was never just political. It was personal." While no longer the First Lady, Melania's gesture carried symbolic weight. It signaled a new era of transatlantic relations, one that no longer depended on heads of state, but on the moral authority of women whose strength had outlasted circumstance. As news of the cancellation spread, American media reframed the narrative. The Washington Post ran the headline, "She stayed for the crown, the princess who chose duty over glory." Major networks devoted entire segments to her composure and devotion to her father-in-law. Across Europe, Catherine's image standing outside Windsor in a simple navy coat, greeting the public with a calm smile, became a symbol of reassurance amid uncertainty. In Britain, admiration turned to pride. For many, this was the moment Catherine crossed an invisible threshold from beloved princess to embodiment of royal endurance. She did what the late Queen Elizabeth would have done, noted historian Dr. Marion Fielding on BBC Radio 4. She stayed when it mattered. She didn't speak loudly, she acted clearly. Inside the palace, even seasoned courtiers felt the shift. One aide described her as the center of the crown's emotional gravity. While Catherine's stature grew, Camilla's absence became increasingly difficult to explain. For the third consecutive day, no official sighting or statement emerged from Clarence House. Rumors swirled that she was resting at Ray Mill, her private residence in Wiltshire, far from the King's hospital suite. Tabloids filled the silence with speculation. The Daily Express asked bluntly, "Where is the Queen Consort?" A palace insider, speaking to the Times, admitted, "Every absence tells a story, and this one tells the wrong kind." Social media echoed the sentiment. Comparisons between the two women, once considered unfair, now dominated online discourse. Number Catherine the Calm trended across platforms, accompanied by photos of her comforting staff outside Windsor. One caption read, "When grace is tested, it shines." All F. Meanwhile, Camilla's reputation wavered. Editorials questioned whether the Queen Consort's retreat from visibility was a matter of privacy or neglect. Through it all, Prince William maintained a steady hand. He was seen arriving at the Royal Infirmary in Aberdeen twice daily, often accompanied by his aunt, Princess Anne. While the public praised his composure, those close to him spoke of emotional exhaustion. "He barely sleeps," one aide confessed. His focus is split between his father's health and his wife's responsibilities, but he trusts Catherine completely. William reportedly spoke with Melania Trump's office personally, expressing his gratitude for the sensitivity surrounding the canceled visit. "The understanding from Washington was remarkable," said a Foreign Office source. "It was diplomacy without paperwork." That quiet coordination between the prince, the former First Lady, and Catherine's team reflected something larger, a new generation of leadership that valued empathy over ceremony. By the end of the week, hospital reports brought a fragile sense of relief. Doctors confirmed that King Charles had responded well to treatment and would soon be discharged to Sandringham House, where he would recuperate privately under the care of his medical team and close family. The move carried symbolic resonance. It was at Sandringham that his father, Prince Philip, had spent his final years in quiet reflection, away from the pressures of court life. "The king wishes to recover where he can see the horizon," a senior aide said softly. Public prayers poured in across Britain's cathedrals and churches. Candlelight vigils outside Windsor and Buckingham became nightly rituals. Among the handwritten notes pinned to the palace gates, one message stood out: "For your king, your family, and your strength. Thank you, Catherine." In Washington, Melania's spokesperson confirmed that the invitation would remain open indefinitely, until circumstances allow. Behind the scenes, plans began to reframe the visit, not as a cancellation, but as a pause of respect. International analysts praised the decision as a masterstroke of diplomacy. The fact that this visit was postponed, not cancelled, strengthens its symbolic value, said former Ambassador Sir David Rees. It shows that Catherine is not a guest of America, but a partner in values. Across both sides of the Atlantic, the conclusion was unmistakable. The invitation had already achieved its purpose. It had revealed the quiet alliance of grace between two women and cemented Catherine's place as the moral face of the modern monarchy. The corridors of Buckingham Palace had grown quieter, but the silence was not peace, it was tension. Behind the facade of stability, aides whispered of unease, of a growing divide between two worlds within the same crown. And at the center of that divide stood Queen Camilla, whose absence was beginning to feel less like discretion and more like detachment. As King Charles prepared to leave hospital for Sandringham, royal reporters waited for the Queen Consort to make a public appearance. But when her car arrived at Buckingham on Friday morning, she remained inside for only 20 minutes before returning to Clarence House. No cameras, no statements, no visit to Balmoral. A palace insider, speaking on condition of anonymity, described the mood as strained and uncertain. "There is a feeling," he said, "that the Queen has chosen retreat over reassurance." Even among her long-serving staff, morale was faltering. Several aides privately admitted that the contrast between Camilla's quiet withdrawal and Catherine's active presence had become impossible to manage. The comparison was inevitable. Catherine, visible, composed, and tirelessly present, had become the reassuring heartbeat of the monarchy. Camilla, absent, silent, and unreachable, now symbolized its uncertainty. Editorials across Europe began drawing the parallel openly. Le Monde described Catherine as la force tranquille de la couronne, the quiet strength of the crown. Meanwhile, The Guardian asked bluntly, has Queen Camilla lost the confidence of the public she was meant to comfort? Inside Buckingham, the question was even more uncomfortable. Had she also lost the confidence of her family? Prince William's increasing visibility fueled speculation that a quiet transition of responsibility was underway. He chaired several briefings with the king's private secretary and personally reviewed the communications plan for the monarch's recovery. "Every word goes through him now," one courtier said. "He is the voice of stability." At the same time, Catherine's schedule subtly expanded. She conducted small meetings with representatives of the king's patronages, ensuring that ongoing charity work continued uninterrupted. To those around her, it no longer felt like substitution, it felt like succession. "The palace didn't announce any change," noted political analyst Peter Hunt. "But the visual story being told is unmistakable. The future is already functioning in the present." Within Clarence House, the Queen Consort's once bustling private office had gone quiet. Several senior advisors had reportedly shifted their loyalties toward the Prince and Princess of Wales. Others took extended leave. "The machinery that supported her influence has slowed to a crawl," said one source. "There's no momentum left." In a private exchange leaked to the Telegraph, a longtime friend of Camilla's defended her position. "She's not running away. She's grieving in her own way for the king's health, for the weight of expectation, and for the narrative she can no longer control." Yet public sympathy was fading fast. Online forums once sympathetic to Camilla are now filled with frustration. One viral comment captured the mood. "When the crown trembles, the people look for the one who steadies it." Catherine steadied it. Meanwhile, Catherine's measured composure became a masterclass in modern royal behavior. She neither commented on her cancelled US trip, nor engaged in speculation about palace tensions. Instead, she focused on what she called the essentials of continuity, visiting children's hospitals, checking on royal staff welfare, and overseeing the distribution of thank-you letters to citizens who had sent messages to the king. Her appearance at Westminster Abbey's private prayer service for the monarch, dressed in modest black, head bowed, captured headlines worldwide. The Times wrote, "In her silence, she speaks for the nation." Ho! Those close to her described Catherine as resolute but empathetic, aware of her symbolic role yet unwilling to exploit it. "She understands what power looks like in 2025, said a senior diplomat. "It's no longer in the throne room. It's in compassion, credibility, and calm." According to multiple palace sources, an emergency family meeting was held at Sandringham the evening before the king's release from hospital. William, Anne, and Catherine attended. Camilla did not. Instead, she sent a message through her private secretary, citing fatigue. The optics were devastating. One insider put it bluntly, it was the moment everyone realized there are two monarchies now, one of presence and one of absence. When King Charles finally returned to Sandringham, the cameras captured a frail but smiling monarch waving briefly from his car window. Catherine was seen moments later entering through a side gate, carrying a folder of briefing papers. Camilla's car was nowhere in sight. It was a subtle but powerful image, the embodiment of where loyalty, compassion, and strength now converged. And as Britain watched the monarch's return, a quiet truth began to settle across the nation. Catherine was no longer just the Princess of Wales. She had become the crown's compass, the emotional successor in a kingdom searching for steadiness. Across the Atlantic, Washington had fallen silent, but it was the kind of silence that hums with anticipation. Every media outlet, from CNN to the New York Times, had already prepared feature segments titled, "The Princess in America." Now, after the postponement, those same broadcasters found themselves re-editing footage under a new headline. "The Princess Who Stayed." What was supposed to be a moment of glamour had evolved into something deeper, a meditation on duty, timing, and fate. According to sources close to the Trump family, Melania Trump remained in regular contact with Kensington Palace after the king's hospitalization. She reportedly sent daily updates to Catherine's office, offering flexibility and empathy. One senior aide confirmed that the former First Lady even proposed transforming the original Washington visit into a transatlantic project on compassion to be relaunched once the king recovered. Mrs. Trump believes this meeting will happen, the aide said. She sees it not as a diplomatic appointment, but as a shared purpose between two women who know the weight of scrutiny. Insiders described Melania's continued engagement as exceptionally respectful, avoiding publicity or press coverage. It was a rare display of tact in modern politics, remarked a CNN analyst. Melania understood that right now, Catherine's loyalty to her father-in-law was the story, and she didn't want to compete with that. In Washington, the Global Forum on Women in Leadership went ahead as planned, but with one empty chair at the front row, reserved for the Princess of Wales. Delegates reportedly left handwritten messages of goodwill for Catherine in a small book bound with the Union Jack. The event's closing remarks referenced her absence. True leadership is sometimes shown not by those who travel the farthest, but by those who stay where they are most needed. The quote drew applause, and later appeared across social media under the tag number "Waiting for Catherine." The sense of admiration for her decision grew stronger each day. American commentators described her as the heir to Elizabeth's restraint and Diana's humanity. The Washington Post summarized the mood best. She couldn't come, so her dignity came for her. While the princess stayed close to the king at Sandringham, her image circled the globe. Photographs of Catherine standing beside Prince William as they greeted well-wishers outside the estate became front-page news from New York to Sydney. At a time when Britain's domestic politics were mired in division, Catherine's quiet grace offered something the world rarely saw: stability. Dr. Elaine Parker, a foreign affairs scholar at Georgetown University, noted, "Britain's global influence no longer depends solely on policy or trade. It depends on trust, and Catherine has become the most trusted figure in the United Kingdom." Her cancelled trip, paradoxically, strengthened her role abroad. Invitations began arriving from other institutions: Harvard, UNICEF, the United Nations, all requesting her presence once circumstances allowed. Each letter described her as a symbol of unity through compassion. Meanwhile, in London, Queen Camilla's calendar remained blank. Her advisors cited limited engagements during His Majesty's recovery, but insiders admitted her public standing had weakened significantly. When she finally appeared at a brief charity reception, the press noticed the frost in the atmosphere. "The applause was polite," said a reporter present, but the warmth was gone. That same day, polls released by YouGov revealed that public approval for the Princess of Wales had risen to a record 89%. Camilla's had fallen below 25%. In a quiet irony, the Queen Consort's withdrawal had made her daughter-in-law the face of the monarchy. As February turned to March, Buckingham Palace confirmed that King Charles would continue his recovery at Sandringham under limited public duties, possibly returning to London in the early summer. Officials suggested that Catherine's rescheduled U.S. visit could take place later in the year, depending on the king's health. For now, her role would remain domestic but decisive. At night, candlelight vigils continued outside Windsor and Sandringham. The people did not wait for the king's speeches or Camilla's appearances. They waited for Catherine. One note pinned to the palace gates read simply, "She is not leaving for America, but America already knows her name." At Sandringham, the wind carried the scent of spring, and with it, a quiet sense of waiting. Behind the high hedges of the Norfolk estate, Britain's monarchy had entered a rare moment of stillness. The king was recovering, the queen had retreated, and the future was already in motion. When King Charles was discharged from Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, royal watchers expected him to return to London. Instead, his convoy drove straight to Sandringham, where the late Prince Philip had spent his final years. Palace aides described the decision as deeply personal and profoundly symbolic. How? According to medical sources close to the family, Charles had requested a lighter environment, away from formal courtiers. His private physician confirmed that the king's treatment had stabilized but required ongoing care and rest. He would not resume public duties for the foreseeable future. That phrase, foreseeable future, sent ripples through Whitehall and Windsor alike. For decades, Charles had defined himself by service. Now, for the first time, the monarchy faced the prospect of leadership through delegation. Prince William quietly assumed control of several royal portfolios, previously managed directly by the king. The Privy Council briefings, the Commonwealth correspondence, even the ceremonial approval of certain state documents now carried his signature alongside the official seal. At Balmoral, senior advisors referred to him as the operational heir. There was no decree, no ceremony, just necessity. Every time the phone rings, one insider told The Times, it's William who answers first. Public reaction was overwhelmingly supportive. Editorials across the United Kingdom praised his steady hand, calling him the calm bridge between eras. Beside him, Catherine's presence was constant, yet understated. She joined him at briefings, hosted visiting ministers, and coordinated communication with Commonwealth charities. What began as assistance had become quiet partnership, a preview of monarchy's future form. Though her U.S. visit remained postponed, Catherine's international standing only grew. Photographs of her walking with the king through Sandringham's gardens were published with the caption, "The daughter-in-law who became the kingdom's anchor." At home, she continued her work on mental health and early childhood development. Abroad, her cancelled speech, "Empathy as Leadership," was cited at conferences from Washington to Geneva. The phrase became shorthand for a new diplomatic philosophy: soft power through sincerity. "She doesn't need to speak loudly to be heard," said a former British ambassador. Catherine has become the monarchy's clearest message composure as credibility. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla's invisibility had become impossible to overlook. Her last public appearance had been nearly 3 weeks earlier, at a brief charity luncheon in London. Since then, Clarence House issued only short bulletins citing private engagements. Rumors of tension circulated in the press. Some suggested that the Queen Consort had clashed with senior staff over communication strategy. Others claimed she felt marginalized by the growing public adoration of Catherine. A source close to the palace offered a more diplomatic explanation. "Her Majesty believes the nation needs a single, clear voice during this period, and that voice is Catherine's." Yet, for many, silence had already spoken louder than words. Across the country, support for the monarchy stabilized after months of uncertainty. Public trust, shaken by health fears and internal tension, seemed to find its equilibrium again centered around William and Catherine. Even international coverage shifted tone. The Wall Street Journal called the Wallaces the Crown's heartbeat. A senior commentator for the BBC summarized, "The king recovers, the queen retreats, the heirs lead, and Britain watches not in doubt, but in quiet pride." At Sandringham, where history's weight feels lighter, the king spent his afternoons reading, painting, and receiving family visitors. Catherine often brought their children to visit moments of laughter behind the walls where Philip once walked alone. The monarchy, long defined by ceremony, was learning to breathe again through simplicity, through family, through her. When the royal helicopter lifted off from Sandringham, the sound was both familiar and fragile, a symbol of life resuming, slowly but unmistakably. After weeks of uncertainty, King Charles III had recovered enough to return to Windsor Castle, where doctors confirmed his treatment would continue on a monitored schedule. His smile, though thin, carried relief. "He's resting," an aide said, "and he's grateful." But while the monarch's body healed, the monarchy itself had changed quietly, decisively, and perhaps irreversibly. During Charles's convalescence, a new order had taken shape. Prince William had become the acting anchor of state, handling the daily briefings, reviewing Commonwealth affairs, and advising the Prime Minister on behalf of the Crown. At his side, Catherine's influence expanded beyond royal duty into national symbolism. Everywhere she appeared, whether visiting hospitals or greeting school children, she carried the aura of calm continuity. The public no longer saw her as a princess, married into the royal family. They saw her as the moral guardian of the crown itself. When the king formally thanked his son and daughter-in-law during his first post-recovery address, his words were brief but powerful. "The monarchy endures not by one, but by all who serve with conscience." It was the clearest sign yet that Charles recognized what the nation already felt, that the Wallaces had quietly become the beating heart of Britain's future. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the letter that began it all resurfaced in the press. Melania Trump's original invitation to Catherine, once seen as a diplomatic courtesy, had now gained a new, almost prophetic meaning. International commentators described it as the letter that saw ahead of history. It was Melania who first called for Catherine to be recognized as a global symbol of grace and empathy, not as a monarch, but as a moral leader. A spokesperson for the former First Lady confirmed that the invitation remains open, adding, "When the time is right, America will welcome the Princess of Wales, not as a guest, but as a friend." The White House reportedly supports the idea of Catherine's visit once the king's condition allows, framing it as a celebration of cultural resilience and shared compassion. Across American media, one phrase repeated itself: "The princess who postponed but never declined." Queen Camilla's position, once central, had quietly receded into the background. Her last public engagement, a brief appearance at a charity gala, was met with cool applause. Inside royal circles, aides described her schedule as voluntary minimalism, a polite euphemism for withdrawal. While the palace continued to present a united front, insiders admitted that the Queen Consort's influence had significantly softened. One official summed it up gently: "Her Majesty has chosen a quieter path, and perhaps history will see that as wisdom." For the first time in decades, the monarchy's emotional center of gravity no longer revolved around the reigning queen, but around the woman who might one day be one. By early April, opinion polls revealed an overwhelming shift in perception. 87% of respondents named Catherine as the most trusted figure in the royal family. Her image smiling beside the recovering king at Windsor, her hand resting lightly on his, became the defining photograph of the year. On social media, supporters called her the people's queen of the modern age. Even international outlets like Le Figaro and the New York Times agreed. She has become the heir not only to the throne, but to the world's respect. Melania Trump, when asked about the princess's growing influence, responded simply, "Grace travels farther than power." As the spring sun settled over Windsor's ancient towers, the monarchy looked both familiar and renewed. Charles reigned, but William and Catherine led. Camilla remained, but Catherine inspired. And somewhere in Washington, a letter that once invited a visit had instead invited a transformation. The trip to America would happen, one day. But when it did, it would no longer be just a royal engagement. It would be a homecoming for a woman who redefined what royalty means in the 21st century. For Britain, for the monarchy, and for the millions who now see in her the quiet power of purpose, one truth had become undeniable. The crown no longer depends on ceremony. It endures through character, and Catherine carries it now.
King Charles spent a short period of time in hospital today after experiencing the temporary side effects of his cancer treatment.
As King Charles fights for his life behind palace walls, Queen Camilla quietly boards a plane to Florence, leaving Britain stunned and the monarchy divided. Her departure shocks the nation, ignites public outrage, and deepens the growing rift inside the royal family. In a moment when the monarchy cries out for unity, Camilla's absence speaks louder than any proclamation, leaving the public to ask, has Britain's queen chosen retreat over responsibility? At exactly 10:01 a.m. on the 9th of October 2025, Clarence House issued a terse but chilling bulletin. His Majesty King Charles III continues to receive specialist care for his ongoing condition. Physicians have advised an indefinite pause from public duties. The king remains under constant observation. Within minutes, major news outlets flashed breaking banners. King's condition stable, but absence indefinite. Yet, behind the polished language, the truth rippled quickly through political circles and across a stunned public. Britain's monarch was no longer able to carry out his role, and for the first time in modern history, no formal abdication had been declared. The gravity of the moment was not lost on Prince William. Just 3 hours after the palace statement, he stepped into the public eye with quiet urgency, delivering a prepared statement outside Kensington Palace. Dressed in navy, voice calm but clipped, he said, "My father's strength remains undiminished in spirit. However, his physicians have strongly advised continued rest and seclusion. At His Majesty's request, I will oversee state responsibilities until such time as his condition improves." There was no mention of the word regency, but the subtext was unmistakable. A living monarch had quietly stepped back, and the heir had stepped in. Inside royal and political circles, this transition had long been anticipated. What wasn't expected was, who would resist it, and how? Within hours of the prince's address, sources confirmed that Queen Camilla had left Buckingham Palace the previous evening, boarding a private helicopter to her personal residence, Ray Mill House in Wiltshire. Palace aides described the move as pre-scheduled, but the timing struck many as jarring. The Queen was not by the King's side. She was not in London. Her office issued a brisk follow-up. Her Majesty is temporarily based at her private residence while continuing to support His Majesty remotely. The Queen and her son, Tom Parker Bowles, have both assumed significant responsibilities in ensuring continuity of royal support functions. That phrasing, significant responsibilities, raised alarm bells across Whitehall. According to 3 senior civil service sources, Camilla had, in recent weeks, begun pushing internally for a formal civil advisory role to be granted to her son, Tom. The proposal, a new post titled Special Advisor to the Queen Consort on Civic Engagement, essentially granting Tom a non-royal but influential voice within palace operations. King Charles had reportedly rejected the request not once, but 3 separate times, most recently in August after a private dinner at Sandringham. According to a well-placed courtier, the king had been firm. He is not a working royal, that's the end of it. But now, with the king's condition weakening, Camilla's strategy appeared to shift. Insiders confirmed that Tom had recently begun attending meetings inside the palace's East Wing, where press and protocol teams are typically briefed. He was not there in any official capacity, and yet he was there. One senior aide, speaking anonymously, said, "It was subtle at first. Then it became clear he was positioning himself as a gatekeeper, especially around the Queen's movements and communications. That shift didn't go unnoticed by Prince William or Princess Anne. Within the same 24-hour news cycle, Princess Anne quietly visited Sandringham to meet with the King's private physician, Sir Hugh Fitzjames. The palace described it as routine, but insiders say Anne's real purpose was to reassert royal oversight. A longtime stalwart of the crown, Anne has reportedly grown deeply concerned by what one source called Camilla's creeping autonomy. Meanwhile, public sentiment began to crystallize. By the afternoon of October 9, the hashtag #WhereIsTheQueen was trending across X, formerly Twitter, accompanied by a viral clip of King Charles, during his last public outing in Birmingham, visibly frail, gripping his walking stick, Camilla whispering to him just before he stumbles slightly off balance. The narrative began to take shape without the palace's help. Royal commentator Simon Ellison put it bluntly on BBC Newsnight. There is a leadership vacuum not just constitutional, but emotional, and the Queen Consort's absence is deafening. Amid growing criticism, Camilla's team issued a pre-recorded video the next morning from Ray Mill House. Seated beside a fireplace, the Queen looked solemn but resolute. His Majesty's recovery remains our family's priority. My son and I have taken on duties to ensure the work of the Crown continues unbroken. That is our shared burden and our shared honor. While some praised her composure, others were incensed by the phrase, "my son and I." Editorials across British media questioned why Tom Parker Bowles, a food critic with no constitutional standing, was being referenced in the context of royal stewardship. The Guardian's editorial headline read, "Crisis or opportunity? The Queen must choose her role, not her heir." That same day, in a closed-door meeting with senior palace staff, Prince William reportedly pushed back against Camilla's approach. According to a palace source, William made it clear, Tom may advise his mother, but he does not speak for the monarchy. By the end of that week, Tom Parker Bowles released a rare written statement to the press. "I am not a royal, nor do I seek to be. My role is purely civil, assisting the Queen Consort in personal engagements and charitable strategy. I respect the boundaries of constitutional governance." But by then, the damage was done. The optics were unmistakable. A queen removed from the bedside of a critically ill monarch, a son stepping into meetings with no title, and a crown increasingly operating under the quiet, steady hand of William and Anne. As the palace press office scrambled to contain speculation, one thing had become clear. This was not just a story of illness, it was a story of succession, sovereignty, and control. And the question echoing across Britain was no longer just, how is the king? It was, who's really in charge? The roots of Britain's royal uncertainty stretch back far earlier than the October bulletins suggest. Quietly, almost invisibly, the reign of Charles III began to fray not from scandal or misstep, but from something far more relentless: illness. As early as January 2024, King Charles had been admitted to Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge for what was then described as a minor urological procedure. The official line referenced an enlarged prostate, a condition common among men his age. Yet what emerged during routine imaging changed everything. Multiple sources within Addenbrooke's confirmed that scans revealed abnormal lymphatic activity, prompting the king's physician, Sir Hugh Fitzjames, to order immediate oncological assessment. The resulting diagnosis, lymphoma, was kept from the public. Within palace walls, however, it triggered the quiet activation of Operation Continuity, a rarely discussed protocol designed to safeguard the monarchy should the sovereign become incapacitated. Under that plan, key duties would begin transitioning to Prince William and Princess Anne, both designated as lead counselors of state. The goal, stability without spectacle. But outside of officialdom, another plan was forming, one led not by protocol, but by Queen Camilla. Palace insiders revealed that between February and April, Camilla began hosting informal strategy sessions at Ray Mill House, her private estate in Wiltshire. Attendees included senior members of her communications team and, crucially, her son, Tom Parker Bowles. While technically a private citizen, Tom's role in these meetings grew increasingly formal. Witnesses describe him maintaining notes, delegating media instructions, and requesting data on public sentiment regarding the Queen's public image. This subtle consolidation of influence soon extended into palace operations. One aide noted, "Suddenly, you needed Camilla's sign-off to speak to the king even for briefings, and if you weren't on Tom's trusted list, you didn't get through." By May, while King Charles was undergoing targeted immunotherapy, including monoclonal antibody treatments, Camilla had taken de facto control of all public-facing decisions. She personally reviewed guest lists for royal receptions, oversaw the king's daily dietary protocols, and, most controversially, restricted access to Charles, even among family members. Princess Anne, long regarded as the monarchy's backbone, became visibly alarmed. At a June meeting of senior courtiers at St. James's Palace, Anne reportedly demanded a continuity review, a rarely invoked exercise meant to reassess the sovereign's ability to fulfill constitutional functions. The meeting resulted in an update to the Councillors of State schedule, naming William and Anne as primary signatories on key documents. Charles's signature would no longer be required for certain ceremonial and diplomatic duties. Still, Camilla resisted the appearance of retreat. Through the summer, she maintained that the king was recovering well and in excellent spirits. Yet Charles canceled 11 public engagements between July and September, including 2 high-profile overseas visits and 3 charitable patronage ceremonies. The contradiction between Camilla's statements and the king's absence drew criticism, prompting William's office to step in. Rather than challenge the queen consort directly, William and Anne quietly began assuming more prominent roles. William chaired Privy Council briefings once exclusive to the sovereign, while Anne managed interdepartmental communication between the palace and Westminster. Tom, meanwhile, remained in the background but only barely. By late August, he had begun describing himself in press correspondence as a civil advisor to the queen consort, despite holding no official title or appointment. This escalation did not go unnoticed. A memo circulated within the Cabinet Office in early September flagged a concerning drift between constitutional precedent and informal influence within the royal household. Though the document was marked confidential, its contents were eventually leaked to the Times, triggering a flurry of headlines. Who speaks for the crown, the heir, or the consort? The palace responded with typical restraint, issuing a statement reaffirming that His Majesty's government remains in regular contact with the Prince of Wales, the designated lead counselor of state. But tensions were no longer simmering, they were boiling. Multiple insiders recount a tense closed-door exchange between William's private secretary, Jean-Christophe Gray, and Camilla's senior aide. The disagreement centered on Tom's growing role in palace media strategy. According to one witness, William's office didn't object to Tom supporting his mother personally, but when it crossed into messaging for the monarchy, that's when the gloves came off. In a rare move, Princess Anne intervened directly. Known for her pragmatism and zero tolerance for political games, she summoned senior aides from both camps and laid down a simple line: "We do not politicize illness, and we do not confuse family with function." By late September, the king's condition had worsened. Blood panels showed reduced lymphocyte counts, elevated toxicity markers, and early-stage renal stress. Charles, according to Addenbrook's reports, was clinically fragile. Still, Camilla refused to relinquish control. On September 29, she rejected William's suggestion to bring in an external medical review board. Instead, she doubled down, issuing an internal directive that all hospital visitation requests, even from senior royals, be cleared through her office. The blowback was immediate. Veteran royal correspondent Jude Mallory wrote, "What began as spousal protectiveness is now being perceived as strategic gatekeeping, and the monarchy does not tolerate ambiguity." As October arrived, Britain stood at a threshold, a monarch hidden from view, a queen consort under fire, a son assuming power without proclamation, and a public caught between tradition and transition. The question was no longer whether the crown was changing. It was how quietly and how fast. It was just under 47 seconds long, shaky, grainy, filmed from behind a hedge by an unknown source. But when footage of King Charles surfaced on the 3rd of October 2025, it upended months of palace messaging and sparked a national reckoning. The video, shot outside Sandringham House, showed the monarch stepping out of a black vehicle. Aides on either side supported him gently as he moved pale, noticeably thinner, his right hand trembling. Queen Camilla could be seen whispering something as he briefly stumbled. His expression was vacant, his motion slow. Within hours, the footage went viral across platforms. The hashtag number "The King We Saw" trended globally. For many Britons, this was the moment the reality of the king's condition became undeniable. The palace swiftly condemned the leak, calling it a gross invasion of privacy. But the public, already weary of euphemisms like "under medical supervision" and "guided by advice," saw something else: truth. And that truth cut through carefully worded press statements and rehearsed video addresses. Public commentary turned furious, not toward the king, but toward those perceived to be shielding him from scrutiny. Camilla, already criticized for her absence from the king's side, faced renewed outrage. Even more damaging was a media firestorm around Tom Parker Bowles. Leaked emails revealed he had advised a PR firm to protect Her Majesty's narrative from being overshadowed by Regency speculation. The implication: he was managing optics, not honoring reality. Headlines exploded. Who's advising whom? The Times. Camilla's crisis of credibility. The Guardian. Food critic turned palace power broker? The Mirror. In the wake of mounting criticism, William's office remained silent until it didn't. On October 5, 2 days after the leak, William delivered a brief but potent statement outside Clarence House. "My father's health has entered a stage that requires privacy, care, and constitutional stability. We remain committed to service with compassion and transparency." It was less than 90 seconds, but every word mattered. For those fluent in royal communications, the phrase "constitutional stability" marked a seismic shift. That same evening, the Sunday Times revealed that government officials had begun reviewing Regency contingency protocols under the project name Silver Branch. Though unnamed in the article, sources confirmed that Princess Anne and William had been briefed on the legal mechanics should the king remain unable to serve by year's end. The public, too, had reached a conclusion. An overnight YouGov poll showed 77% of respondents now favored Prince William, taking over all royal duties, temporarily. Support for Camilla's role dropped to an all-time low of 29%. Amid it all, Princess Catherine remained notably silent, but her appearances grew more frequent. At a children's charity in Manchester, she said quietly to a patient, "Hope can live alongside fear." The words were personal and political. In a palace gripped by whispers and division, Catherine offered something else: clarity. And as Britain braced for what lay ahead, one truth became impossible to ignore. The king had vanished from sight, but the crown had already begun to shift, and the nation was watching. By the second week of October, what had begun as subtle tensions within the royal household had crystallized into a quiet constitutional standoff. On one side stood Prince William and Princess Anne, quietly coordinating state duties in the name of a monarch who no longer appeared in public. On the other, Queen Camilla, increasingly isolated, yet determined to assert influence, not only for herself, but, controversially, for her son. Inside Sandringham, the division was no longer whispered about. According to one senior official, the tone of internal meetings had become controlled, courteous, and cold. The king's absence from daily operations created a vacuum of authority, one that was being filled not by decree, but by assumption. At the heart of the widening rift was Tom Parker Bowles. Having described himself as a civil advisor in earlier press comments, Tom's presence at private palace briefings had become routine. He was not part of the sovereign staff, held no formal title, and bore no constitutional responsibility. Yet he was now reviewing press materials, coordinating Camilla's diary, and reportedly proposing new engagement strategies on behalf of the Queen Consort. Multiple insiders confirmed that Camilla had pushed, again, for Tom's title to be formally recognized. Her latest proposal, naming him Senior Special Advisor to the Queen Consort for Cultural Affairs and Public Outreach, a role that, while civilian in theory, would grant him regular access to official correspondence and briefings. This marked the fourth attempt to secure Tom an official position within the royal apparatus, and, once again, it was rejected. The refusal came not from William directly, but from the Privy Council office, following consultations with Lord President of the Council and Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's constitutional secretary. The reasoning was simple. Such a title blurs the line between constitutional roles and familial loyalty, a precedent that could compromise public trust in royal impartiality. Camilla was furious. According to a source close to Ray Mill House, she felt undermined, sidelined, and disrespected. Her response was swift. She began restricting even more tightly the circle of those allowed to visit the king. By this point, even Princess Anne was being made to wait. Anne, known for her discretion and devotion to duty, reportedly requested a private audience with Charles on October 11 to discuss regency planning, only to be told the king was too unwell for guests. The decision came from Camilla's office, not from the king himself. Rather than escalate, Anne turned to diplomacy. On October 13, she invited both Camilla's and William's senior secretaries to a private session at Windsor, framed as a cohesion dialogue. There, Anne laid out the stakes plainly. This is not a family dispute. This is a constitutional transition. We must keep the lines clear. It was Anne's steady hand that diffused what might have become a full-blown palace rupture. She offered a compromise. Tom could assist his mother privately, but any reference to him as an advisor, official, or civilian would be publicly disavowed. William agreed. Camilla, after 48 hours of silence, reluctantly accepted but insisted on releasing a statement to clarify Tom's role. That statement, issued on October 15, read, Mr. Tom Parker Bowles continues to support Her Majesty, the Queen, in a personal and family capacity. He holds no official or public role within the royal household and exercises no authority on matters of state. Though carefully worded, the statement marked a rare and humiliating retreat. Behind the scenes, even Camilla's aides acknowledged the damage had been done. What was intended as a move to amplify her legacy had instead sparked suspicion, fractured internal unity, and eroded her public standing. And while Camilla's influence diminished, William's authority expanded without proclamation. In the background, the Cabinet Office's Silver Branch Working Group was nearing completion of its Regency Readiness Plan. The Regency Acts of 1937 and 1953 required clear evidence of incapacity, something the palace was reluctant to declare formally. But under Silver Branch, a softer mechanism was proposed: regency in practice, enabled by the king's own written approval rather than medical declaration. The groundwork was already in place. William had assumed control over state briefings, foreign correspondence, the monarch's red box dispatches, key ceremonial representation. Anne, for her part, continued her tireless work, now liaising directly with Downing Street and quietly ensuring that no royal engagement clashed with political optics. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla began to withdraw. Her calendar was lightened, her appearances reduced. She no longer spoke at engagements, and in late October, she canceled a planned visit to a children's hospice, citing personal fatigue. Public sympathy had dried up. Her approval rating, once hovering above 50%, had collapsed to 28%, the lowest recorded for a senior royal since 1997. Within palace walls, a new rhythm had emerged. William led, Anne stabilized, Catherine comforted, and Camilla faded. And somewhere behind closed doors, King Charles, frail and surrounded by medical staff, watched it unfold, unable, or perhaps unwilling, to intervene. It was a foggy Sunday evening, the 2nd of November 2025, when a sealed envelope bearing the royal crest arrived at Clarence's house. The messenger, an aide in plain uniform, refused to speak a word beyond the phrase, "by the king's hand." Inside the envelope was a brief letter, handwritten in Charles's distinct, slightly wavering cursive. "Let duty prevail over sentiment. I entrust the stewardship of the crown to your judgment, until such time as I may resume it, or not. I'm in a fur." Witnesses describe Prince William reading the letter in silence, his expression unmoving. Beside him, Princess Anne folded her hands. Neither spoke. Both understood what it meant. The next morning, the Privy Council convened behind closed doors at Buckingham Palace under the chairmanship of the Archbishop of Canterbury. There were no photographers, no ceremonial signatures broadcast to the world, only the sound of papers being passed across a polished oak table. By unanimous agreement, the council accepted King Charles's written consent to a temporary regency in practice, invoking a constitutional precedent not used since the early 19th century. The king would remain sovereign in title, but executive royal functions, correspondence, ceremonies, briefings would transfer to the Prince of Wales. A short government statement followed that afternoon. His Majesty continues to rest under medical care. By his instruction, the Prince of Wales will carry out the functions of state on his behalf. There was no mention of abdication, no declaration of incapacity. The monarchy had entered a living regency, shaped not by crisis, but by compassion. Across Britain, the response was immediate. Commentators hailed the decision as graceful, humane, and pragmatic. Newspapers used words like dignified transition and quiet revolution. Public trust in William soared to 82%, while the king's image, now fragile yet revered, drew an outpouring of affection. But one absence stood out: Queen Camilla. She had not attended the Privy Council session. In fact, she had not been seen in public for nearly 2 weeks. Her office released a short statement the next day. Her Majesty the Queen Consort has departed for Florence, Italy, where she will spend time privately reflecting and supporting His Majesty's ongoing treatment. Ho! The explanation did little to calm speculation. Sources close to the palace confirmed that her departure followed an intense private disagreement with William over the handling of media access. Camilla had allegedly argued that the monarchy was losing control of its story. William replied, according to one aide, "It's not a story, it's our duty." Her son, Tom Parker Bowles, had also disappeared from the public scene. His last known appearance was at Heathrow Airport days earlier, boarding a flight to Rome. Palace insiders say his removal was mutually agreed after senior advisors warned that his continued visibility risked eroding constitutional confidence. In less than a month, the Queen Consort and her son, once seen as the king's inner circle, had been effectively sidelined. Meanwhile, the crown machine moved on. William began chairing weekly briefings at Marlborough House, receiving intelligence updates and foreign cables. Princess Anne, tireless as ever, managed logistics between the cabinet office and royal engagements. And Catherine, radiant yet solemn, re-emerged as the emotional core of the monarchy. On November 6, William addressed the nation from Sandringham, his first formal broadcast since the transition. Seated at a modest oak desk, dressed in black and navy, he spoke plainly. "My father remains our sovereign, and his wisdom continues to guide us. But at his request, I will carry the torch of duty on his behalf. This moment is not an end, but a passage one defined not by power, but by care." He paused, the faint flicker of candlelight reflecting in his eyes. Then came the line that would define his speech, and perhaps his era. "We do not inherit crowns. We inherit burdens, and we carry them together." The address lasted under 3 minutes, yet its impact was seismic. Within 24 hours, it had been viewed nearly 50 million times across global platforms. Leaders from the Commonwealth sent public messages of support. President Joe Biden praised the speech as a masterclass in dignity and democratic continuity. The tone of Britain shifted overnight. The endless speculation gave way to a collective calm, the feeling that, though the monarch was fading, the monarchy itself had found renewal. At Addenbrooke's Hospital, where King Charles continued his treatment under guarded privacy, staff noticed a change. One nurse recalled hearing the king whisper, "Are they managing well?" When told that William's speech had united the nation, the king smiled faintly and said, "Then all is well." It was perhaps the last word of assurance the nation needed from him. For Britain, the crown had not fallen. It had evolved, quietly, gracefully, without ceremony. A king's illness had become his final act of service, the peaceful transfer of trust to a new generation. And for William, the son who had never sought the throne so soon, it was the moment history chose him whether he was ready or not. By mid-November 2025, the once chaotic tempo of Britain's royal household had slowed to a quiet, steady rhythm. Gone were the swirling headlines about secret meetings, camera leaks, and constitutional uncertainty. In their place, structure, clarity, and a new kind of leadership. The monarchy, once shadowed by frailty and speculation, had begun to function again. Not because the king had returned, but because his son, daughter, and daughter-in-law had risen to meet the moment. At the center of this new dynamic stood Prince William, now operating as regent in practice. He had not taken a new title, had not sat upon the throne, and had not altered the line of succession. Yet, in all but name, he had become the monarch Britain looked to. Each day, William now receives and signs red box dispatches, chairs foreign affairs briefings, and reviews government legislation with the Prime Minister's private secretary. His schedule is meticulously aligned with that of his late grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II, whose model of quiet, constitutional leadership he has begun to emulate. But William has also updated the tone. Under his direction, court communications are more transparent, less shrouded in euphemism. Each week, a one-page health bulletin is issued regarding the king prepared by the royal medical household and approved jointly by Princess Anne and William's private office. And while Charles remains sovereign, his public presence has all but vanished. Reports confirm he remains under supervised care at Sandringham, no longer walking unaided and receiving regular infusions. Aides describe him as mentally lucid, physically diminished. He has not appeared on camera since September. Yet his legacy, the transition he allowed to unfold without protest, has been hailed as an act of final statesmanship. In choosing dignity over defiance, Charles ensured continuity. Princess Anne, meanwhile, has emerged as the institutional engine behind the regency. Often called the hardest-working royal, Anne now serves as the monarchy's chief liaison to government, overseeing logistics for all interministerial correspondence. Her calendar remains punishing. 5 engagements a week, spanning military installations, educational visits, and overseas Commonwealth missions. But her greatest contribution is invisible. She is the quiet arbitrator, the one who keeps tempers cooled and egos grounded. A senior aide confided, "She's the only one every department trusts. She has no ambition, only duty." It is Anne who ensures that decisions made by William are executed with constitutional precision. It is Anne who ensures that Catherine is protected from burnout. It is Anne who has privately visited Charles more than any other royal since the transition. As for Catherine, her transformation has been the most poetic. What began as ceremonial duty ribbon cuttings, handshakes has evolved into something deeper. She is now the public's emotional anchor. Her speeches, though brief, often trend globally. Her quotes are printed on front pages, not because they are dramatic, but because they reflect the nation's mood. At a recent visit to an oncology center in Bristol, she said softly, "Families carry each other when one can't carry themselves. That's not obligation, that's love." It was a sentence that could have described her husband, the king, or Britain itself. Catherine now represents the soul of the monarchy, not its power, but its humanity. In an age of disillusionment with institutions, she has reminded the country what empathy looks like in a crown. And what of Camilla? She remains in Florence, largely out of public view. Her office maintains that she is supporting the king's recovery from abroad, but sources confirm she has stepped away from royal functions indefinitely. Her approval ratings remain below 30%, and her son, Tom Parker Bowles, has not appeared at any official event since late October. While the palace has refrained from comment, it is widely understood that her chapter within active royal life has quietly closed. There was no exile, no scandal, only silence, the kind that speaks volumes. In this vacuum, the next generation has not simply filled the gap, they have reshaped it. This is not a regency of protocol, but of purpose. Not a family clinging to power, but one relearning how to serve. In a sense, the monarchy has returned to its roots: symbolism, stability, and soft influence. No grand proclamations, no palace drama, just three figures standing shoulder to shoulder, carrying what is left of a crown once too heavy for one man alone. Britain, for its part, has responded with unexpected unity. Public faith in the royal family has rebounded. Surveys show 84% of respondents believe William is handling his duties well. Even among Republicans, the number who believe the monarchy should be retained for now has risen. Commentators refer to the current phase as the Regency of Grace. And the king? He is still king. His name still signed on currency, still invoked in Parliament. But the country no longer waits for his recovery. It hopes for his peace. In a photograph taken through the window of Sandringham's chapel, King Charles III was seen seated in a wheelchair, wrapped in a tartan blanket, hands folded over a book. Princess Anne stood behind him. The image was never officially released, but it found its way to the public nonetheless. One source claims that during a quiet moment, Charles looked toward the stained glass, depicting his late mother, and whispered, "They're doing better than I ever imagined." In the quiet corners of a monarch's decline, Britain has found something else a beginning. The crown has not passed, it has pivoted. And in that pivot, the monarchy has not only endured, it has evolved.
I think more shock and dauntingness was more the feeling I felt. But
Queen
Behind
Camilla has
Buckingham
crossed
did
the
not
line.
calm his
That was the
anger.
headline that rippled through the
deepened.
corridors of British media last week. A sharp accusation that reopened old wounds within the House of Windsor. Beneath the polished surface of royal ceremony and centuries-old protocol, a quiet but explosive battle has erupted. At its heart lies a single object, a tiara once worn by the late Princess Diana, and now the center of a bitter feud between Queen Camilla and Catherine, Princess of Wales. According to palace insiders, what began as a simple request from Camilla turned into one of the most tense private confrontations Buckingham Palace has witnessed since the days of Diana herself. Sources close to the royal household claim the Queen demanded that Catherine lend her the lover's knot tiara, one of the most iconic jewels in the royal collection, and one deeply associated with Diana's image. The demand, however, did not land lightly. For Prince William, the heir to the throne, that tiara represents far more than diamonds and history. It is the living memory of his mother, a symbol of love, resilience, and the pain of a woman who once suffered under the same roof. So when Camilla insisted that Catherine share it for an upcoming state dinner, William's reaction was reportedly furious, uncharacteristically sharp, and deeply personal. "It's not about the jewels," one insider revealed. "It's about what they stand for, and who has the right to wear them." Behind closed doors, the confrontation quickly escalated. Camilla, who has long sought full acceptance as queen consort, allegedly dismissed the emotional argument. "We are one family under the crown," she is said to have told aides, "and royal jewels belong to the monarchy, not to ghosts of the past." That phrase, "ghosts of the past," reportedly sent shivers through William and Catherine's circle. For the future king, it was a painful reminder of how the institution once erased his mother's voice, her truth, and her suffering. For Catherine, it was an impossible dilemma: defy the Queen and risk royal backlash, or comply and betray the memory of Diana. In the days that followed, tension seeped through the palace like a silent poison. Reporters noted subtle absences, Catherine skipping events, William's expression dark and distant during public appearances. Meanwhile, Camilla's team quietly briefed the press that the Queen wished to unify the family's image, portraying herself as the matriarch trying to smooth over old divisions. But those who know the palace's inner workings tell a different story. "Camilla's charm is her shield," said one longtime royal observer. "But behind it lies ambition. The same ambition that once made her the most controversial woman in Britain. Hell. For decades, Camilla has fought to rewrite her public image, from the other woman in Charles and Diana's doomed marriage to the queen of a modernized, pragmatic monarchy. Yet, this tiara incident, small as it might appear, exposes the fragility of that transformation. It forces the question no royal spokesman dares to answer. Has Camilla overstepped her place in history? Public opinion remains divided. Supporters of the queen argue that she has every right to wear any royal jewel, as the reigning consort of the monarch. But critics see something darker, a deliberate attempt to erase Diana's lingering influence from the royal narrative. Online forums exploded with outrage. "First the title, now the tiara," one commenter wrote. "Camilla won't rest until every trace of Diana is gone." The controversy couldn't have come at a worse time. With King Charles's health still under careful observation, the monarchy's future depends on unity and on William and Catherine's popularity among younger generations. Yet, the optics of Camilla seemingly asserting dominance over the Princess of Wales paint a troubling image. An older queen clinging to control while the next generation quietly distances itself. "It's a symbolic war," said a former royal aide. "Every gesture, every jewel, every smile on that balcony means something. And Camilla knows it. If history has taught us anything, it's that the crown thrives on illusion, on the perfect image of harmony above all else. But behind the palace's golden gates, that illusion is cracking. And this time, it's not just whispers in the tabloids. It's personnel. It's emotional. And it could change the balance of power inside the royal family forever. If there is one thing Queen Camilla has mastered over the decades, it is survival. Through scandal, public hatred, and decades of whispers branding her the royal mistress, she has weathered every storm. But within the royal court, survival is not enough. Acceptance must be earned, and power must be carefully constructed. Those close to her describe a woman both wounded and resolute, a queen who learned the brutal arithmetic of royal favor. Camilla understands that love isn't what keeps you safe in the monarchy, says a former palace insider. Control is. Oh, behind the polite smiles and pearl necklaces lies a lifetime of calculation. For years, Camilla was the unspoken shadow haunting Diana's marriage, the name that could not be mentioned, the presence that turned fairy tales into tragedy. When Diana famously confessed in her BBC interview that there were 3 of us in this marriage, she gave the world a target. And that target was Camilla Parker Bowles. That public hatred was relentless. She was spat at in the streets, lampooned by tabloids, and branded the villain in Britain's most painful love triangle. But time, persistence, and royal rehabilitation worked in her favor. When Queen Elizabeth II finally approved her as Charles's wife, and later as queen consort, it was a victory decades in the making. And yet, even now, Camilla remains haunted by Diana's ghost. Every photograph of Catherine in the lover's knot tiara reignites that comparison, the same elegant tilt of the head, the same demure smile, the same aura of compassion that once made Diana the people's princess. In Catherine, many see a continuation of what Diana could have been: adored, graceful, modern, but still anchored in duty. For Camilla, that resemblance is both a threat and a torment. Camilla's deepest insecurity, says a royal historian, is that Diana's legacy will always eclipse hers. No matter how high her crown sits, it still casts a shadow. So when she allegedly demanded that Catherine lend her the tiara for a state banquet, a tiara that Diana wore countless times, and that Catherine has since made her signature, it wasn't just about diamonds. It was about reclaiming narrative, about standing on the same stage where Diana once stood and proving that she too could embody royal legitimacy. In her mind, perhaps, it was a gesture of unity. But in the court of public opinion and in the eyes of William, it looked like erasure. Behind the palace gates, whispers of resentment grew. Some courtiers sided with Camilla, arguing that she had earned her place. Others, especially those loyal to William and Catherine, saw the Queen's request as an intrusion. "It's not just a tiara," one senior aide reportedly said. "It's Diana's crown, and Camilla knows exactly what that means." Even King Charles, sources claim, found himself caught in the middle. Known for his love of peace and order, Charles tried to mediate quietly. "Camilla's role is secure," he told a confidant, "but the family must remain united for the sake of the monarchy." Yet his words did little to calm the storm. Royal watchers noticed subtle changes. William and Catherine's public appearances became increasingly separate from Camilla's. Invitations to joint engagements clashed mysteriously. The Queen's team began highlighting her charitable work in the press, painting her as a hardworking monarch devoted to service and continuity. But beneath those headlines, an invisible battle of narrative was raging. Each press release, each official photo, each jewel worn in public, all became silent moves on a chessboard. And at the center of it all, the tiara remained a symbol of who truly holds the emotional heart of the crown. "Camilla has always played the long game," said a palace aide. "She waited 30 years for this title. She can wait another 10 to be loved." Yet love, unlike titles, cannot be commanded. And for the British public, still fiercely protective of Diana's memory, Camilla's every move is scrutinized through that lens of loss and betrayal. As the dust from the tiara dispute settled, the question lingered. Was this truly a misunderstanding between two women? Or the latest chapter in a decades-long contest between two visions of monarchy, one born of tradition and control, the other of empathy and modern grace? In Catherine, many see the future. Accessible, dignified, emotionally intelligent. In Camilla, others see the past. Stoic, hierarchical, bound by centuries of unspoken power. And as history repeats itself behind palace walls, one truth becomes painfully clear. The crown may pass from head to head, but the ghosts of its past never truly leave. When the news reached Prince William that Queen Camilla had personally requested the lover's knot tiara from his wife, the reaction inside Kensington Palace was said to be immediate and icy. "He went very still," a source recalled. "That's when you know he's angry. He doesn't shout, he freezes, and everyone around him feels it." William has always been known for his restraint, the calm, deliberate heir who learned from his father's mistakes. But beneath that composure lies a steel forged by trauma. The trauma of watching his mother's pain play out under the flash of cameras, the betrayal, the loss, and the suffocating silence that followed. So, when Camilla's request reached his ears, it struck a nerve that no royal protocol could dull. "She wants Mum's tiara?" he reportedly asked one aide, disbelief turning into a quiet fury. "Not while I'm alive." According to palace insiders, Catherine, ever the diplomat, tried to calm him. "It's just a misunderstanding," she said softly. "We can speak to her privately." But William's answer was firm. "There's nothing to discuss." For William, this wasn't about jewels or ceremony. It was about memory and the deep-seated fear that history was repeating itself. Diana had once been isolated within these same walls, cornered by the institution, overshadowed by the very figure who now wore the crown. The idea that Camilla, the woman once branded the symbol of his mother's heartbreak, would now adorn Diana's favorite tiara was, in his mind, unthinkable. In the days that followed, tension radiated through the palace. Staff described the atmosphere as thick with frost. The king, aware of the brewing storm, summoned his son for a private conversation. It was meant to be a reconciliation, but those present said it ended in quiet disappointment. "Charles is weary," a senior aide confided. "He's spent his entire life waiting to be king, and now that he finally wears the crown, his family is fracturing in front of him." William reportedly left the meeting without shaking his father's hand. Behind the walls of Buckingham Palace, crisis managers were already moving. Emails were exchanged between press secretaries, media advisors, and private secretaries from both households. Kensington Palace, William and Catherine, and Clarence House, Charles and Camilla. The objective was clear: contain the story before it reached the tabloids. But it was too late. Within 48 hours, whispers began surfacing on social media. Anonymous royal sources hinted at disagreements over jewelry protocol. One headline read, "Camilla and Catherine clash over iconic tiara." Another, "William furious over royal demand." The damage was done. At that point, palace PR entered crisis mode. Camilla's team briefed friendly reporters that the Queen merely expressed admiration for the piece and had no intention of borrowing it. Meanwhile, William's team quietly emphasized his devotion to protecting his mother's legacy, a strategic move that earned immediate sympathy from the public. The divide between the two royal households, once carefully hidden, was now undeniable. "It's the new War of the Waleses," wrote one royal commentator. "Only this time, it's not Charles and Diana, it's their ghosts living through the next generation." What made the situation worse was Catherine's silence. Normally poised and warm, she appeared subdued in public appearances that week, her smile gentle but distant. When she attended a charity gala wearing a different tiara, the lotus flower tiara, not the lover's knot, royal watchers immediately noticed. It was a statement, one expert said, a quiet refusal. Meanwhile, Camilla was photographed attending a reception at Clarence House, wearing the Greville tiara grand, diamond-encrusted, and unmistakably defiant. The message was clear, the tabloids declared. Camilla doesn't need Diana's jewels, she has her own crown. Behind the symbolism, however, lay something darker, the emotional toll. William, insiders say, has grown increasingly wary of palace politics. Unlike his father, he doesn't trust courtiers or spin doctors. He prefers action to words, and when cornered, he closes ranks around his wife and children. He's protective to the point of obsession, said a former royal staffer. He watched the press destroy his mother, and he's determined that it won't happen to Catherine. Oh, that protectiveness has made him unpredictable and, to some within the institution, dangerous. For a monarchy built on unity and image, an heir willing to challenge the narrative is a liability. And yet for William, the greater danger is silence. He knows that one day soon, the crown will be his along with all its ghosts. And when that day comes, he intends to rule differently. He doesn't just want the throne, one confidant told The Guardian. He wants redemption for his mother and for the family name. As part 3 of the tiara scandal unfolded, the lines between public duty and private emotion blurred beyond recognition. The palace could issue statements, the tabloids could spin headlines, but inside Kensington Palace, the truth was simple. William had drawn a line, and Camilla, whether she meant to or not, had crossed it. If the tiara dispute was the spark, the media war that followed was the wildfire. By the time Buckingham Palace issued its bland, carefully worded statement, the Queen and the Princess of Wales maintain a warm and respectful relationship. The damage was already done. Because in the modern monarchy, perception is power. And perception, as Queen Camilla and Princess Catherine both know, is shaped not in gilded rooms but in the digital battlefield of headlines, hashtags, and photo ops. On one side was Clarence House, Camilla's longtime communications hub, now rebranded under the Queen's office. Her team is old-school, discreet, strategic, and fiercely loyal. They operate like a political machine, cultivating senior editors at The Times, The Telegraph, and Daily Mail. Every quote, every off-record palace insider leak, every flattering photo of Camilla shaking hands with schoolchildren is the product of meticulous planning. Camilla's PR team understands the long game, says a royal media strategist. They're not trying to win social media, they're trying to win history books. On the other side is Kensington Palace, home to William and Catherine's modern media unit. Younger, savvier, and media literate, they understand the rhythm of the internet. Their strength lies not in traditional outlets but in timing, releasing warm, family-centered photos on the same day negative stories hit, strategically shifting the conversation from scandal to sympathy. They weaponize relatability, said one former digital aide. When a story breaks, they release a photo of the kids baking or the couple laughing. It's subtle, but it resets the emotional tone. After the tiara incident leaked, both teams went to work. Camilla's side briefed that the Queen simply wished to borrow a royal heirloom to symbolize unity. They emphasized her role as a stabilizing matriarch in a divided family. One columnist even wrote that Camilla has done more to modernize the crown than any royal of her generation. Meanwhile, Kensington Palace quietly fed sympathetic journalists with reminders of Diana's legacy. Archived photos of the late princess wearing the lover's knot tiara resurfaced on fan pages. Hashtags like Number Diana's Crown and Number the People Still Remember began trending. By the weekend, a clear narrative had emerged. Camilla the usurper, Catherine the protector of Diana's memory. Inside the palace, the tension was palpable. The king's private secretary reportedly pleaded with both teams to stand down, fearing the internal rift was spilling into public view. But neither side could afford silence. In a monarchy built on image, silence is surrender. Every royal family has factions, said a palace historian. But this is different. This is a digital Cold War, fought not with letters, but with lighting, timing, and captions. Catherine's camp carefully crafted her next public appearance, the opening of a children's hospice in Reading. Her outfit choice, a simple cream dress with Diana's sapphire earrings, sent a message louder than any statement. She was the embodiment of grace under pressure, a modern princess who carried history with humility. The images went viral within hours. She doesn't need to speak, one commenter wrote. Her dignity speaks for her. Camilla's team countered swiftly. Within days, she was photographed visiting a women's charity in Wiltshire, embracing survivors of domestic abuse. The story was headlined, Queen Camilla's compassion shines amid palace rumors. It was classic damage control, redirect the focus to duty and service. But beneath these dueling photo ops, palace insiders whispered of deepening distrust. Courtiers from the king's household began referring to Kensington staff as the young radicals, while those in William's circle quietly joked about the Queen's old guard. Each side believed they were protecting the monarchy, but from whom, no one could agree. British tabloids, long the monarchy's most dangerous ally, sensed the divide and exploited it. Headlines alternated daily. William's fury erupts over tiara snub, one day. Camilla's quiet dignity amid family tensions. The next. Each story fed cliques and controversy, further entrenching both camps in a cycle of defensive leaks and retaliatory smiles. One veteran royal correspondent put it bluntly. The palace says never complain, never explain. But that's a lie. They all complain and they all explain, just not on the record. Catherine's advisors began urging restraint, fearing that overexposure might backfire. Yet the public mood had shifted decisively. Polls showed a surge in sympathy for the Princess of Wales, while Camilla's approval ratings dipped to their lowest since the coronation. King Charles reportedly grew visibly agitated at morning briefings. He hates confrontation, said one courtier, but he's surrounded by it in his family, in the press, even in his own household. For all the spin, one fact remained unchangeable. Diana's ghost still dictated the story. Every headline, every photo comparison, every flash of a sapphire ring reminded the public who they truly adored. The tiara was just the spark. The fire had been burning since 1997. As one former press secretary admitted quietly, "You can't compete with a myth." And Diana is a myth now, immortal, untouchable, and forever young. The monarchy can manage scandals, but not ghosts. And the ghost of Diana, beautiful, tragic, and endlessly loved, continues to haunt those who wear her crown. For King Charles III, the tiara scandal is not just another royal headache, it is a haunting echo of everything he tried to leave behind. The moment the story broke, the palace's private corridors turned tense. Aides lowered their voices. Courtiers walked faster. And behind the heavy doors of the king's study at Clarence House, one man sat in silence, surrounded by memories that refused to rest. He looked tired, one longtime servant said quietly. Not angry, just defeated. Charles has always been a man torn between duty and emotion. Those who have worked for him describe him as sensitive, almost painfully so, yet bound by a sense of destiny that never allowed fragility. For 70 years, he waited in his mother's shadow, and now, in his own reign, that shadow has merely changed shape. Where once stood Queen Elizabeth, steady and unshakable, now stands Diana's ghost, silent but omnipresent. And now, his wife and his son stand on opposite sides of that haunting. The king's first instinct was mediation. In late summer, before the story reached its peak, he arranged a discreet family meeting at Sandringham. The setting was deliberate, private, symbolic, and steeped in royal memory. But the conversation was anything but calm. Camilla arrived first, escorted by her private secretary. She reportedly insisted the meeting not turn into another emotional inquisition. William and Catherine came separately, Catherine avoiding direct eye contact with her stepmother-in-law. The king tried to lighten the mood, speaking of the weather, the gardens, the upcoming Commonwealth visit, but tension hung heavy in the room. "Let us remember what unites us," Charles began gently, "not what divides us." But the plea fell flat. William, usually diplomatic, was uncharacteristically blunt. "You ask for unity," he said, "but some of us are still being asked to forget." Catherine placed a hand on his arm, as if to calm him, but the words had already landed. Camilla's expression, according to one observer, froze into that polite, unreadable smile she wears when she feels cornered. For nearly an hour, the discussion looped about duty, symbolism, jewelry protocols, and the need for public cohesion. But underneath the surface talk, emotion pulsed like a heartbeat. Camilla, tired of decades of being seen as the villain, felt entitled to the full privileges of her crown. William, protective of his mother's legacy, could not bear to see that symbol, Diana's tiara, worn by the woman who once shattered his mother's peace. And Charles, the man at the center, understood both sides and belonged fully to neither. When the meeting ended, nothing was resolved. Catherine left quietly, her eyes downcast. William followed moments later. Camilla remained seated, staring out the window. And Charles the king, the father, the husband, simply whispered, "God help us all." How? In the following weeks, Charles withdrew into work. He traveled more, filled his schedule with engagements, and surrounded himself with advisors who knew better than to mention the word tiara. But those close to him say his health began to show the strain. "He carries guilt like a cloak," said a courtier. "He wants to be a father, but he was raised to be a monarch. The two roles can't coexist." Behind the scenes, the king's private secretary pushed for damage control. Plans were floated to quietly rotate the royal jewelry collection, placing the lover's knot tiara in conservation for an indefinite period. The official reason? Preservation of fragile structure. The real purpose? To remove the weapon from the battlefield. Charles reportedly agreed, though reluctantly. "Let the jewel rest," he told his aide. "It's seen enough pain. It was a temporary piece, But even that came at a price. Camilla saw it as a retreat. William saw it as vindication. And the king saw it for what it was, a delay, not a resolution. Every monarch carries ghosts, but few are as relentless as those that haunt Charles. He is the man who loved two women, one lost to tragedy, the other bound by scandal, and now must balance their legacies beneath one crown. Publicly, he speaks of unity and modernization. Privately, he confides to friends that no family can heal if the past is still being rewritten. Einwen. Those close to him say he sometimes walks the palace corridors at night, stopping before portraits of Diana that still hang in certain halls. He lingers there, motionless, before turning away. He doesn't talk about her, said one household source. He doesn't have to. You can see it in his eyes. And then, there is the matter of succession. Charles knows his reign is, by nature, transitional, a bridge between eras. William's time is coming, and when it does, the tiaras, portraits, and public sympathies will shift again. He hopes his son will inherit not just the throne, but also the wisdom of patience. Yet deep down, he fears William's passion may burn the bridges that patience built. By early autumn, the royal family appeared outwardly calm again. Camilla resumed her duties, smiling beside the king at charity galas. Catherine was radiant at a youth summit, her laughter genuine once more. And William, though distant, fulfilled his royal schedule with quiet precision. But palace insiders knew better. "It's like the eye of a storm," said a senior aide. "Everything looks calm, but the pressure hasn't gone away. It's just waiting for the next spark." And in a monarchy where every gesture carries meaning, a smile, a jewel, a headline, the next spark is always just one photograph away. For William and Catherine, the struggle with Queen Camilla is not merely about a tiara, nor even about a personal slight. It is about legacy, about who will define the moral and emotional narrative of the British monarchy for generations to come. In the eyes of the public, Diana remains an icon of compassion, authenticity, and tragedy, a sainted figure whose memory still eclipses those who followed her. Camilla, despite her years of effort to rehabilitate her image, remains inextricably tied to the scandal that broke Diana's heart. For many, she is the usurper, the woman who took what was never meant to be hers. Every gesture, every appearance, every whispered story about Catherine and Camilla is filtered through this lens of legacy. When Catherine steps out wearing one of Diana's tiaras, the world sees continuity, grace, and redemption. When Camilla dons the same jewels, some see audacity, intrusion, even theft. The royal household knows this perception well. Behind closed doors, aides debate which images are safe to release, which moments to stage, and which narratives to quietly suppress. But control in the digital age is an illusion. One leaked story, one anonymous quote, can undo months of palace strategy. And so, the tiara conflict, as the British tabloids have come to call it, represents more than gossip. It embodies a profound generational shift. William and Catherine symbolize the future, a monarchy trying to modernize, to become relatable yet dignified. Camilla, meanwhile, symbolizes the past, an institution that once thrived on secrecy, hierarchy, and quiet obedience. The tension between them is the tension between eras, fought not on battlefields, but in banquet halls and press briefings. Observers close to the royal family say that Charles has grown weary of the emotional tug-of-war between his wife and his son. In recent months, palace insiders claim, the king has urged both women to find common ground and avoid feeding the wolves. Yet the wounds run deep. William reportedly feels that his mother's memory deserves sacred respect, not selective use for royal publicity. Camilla, conversely, believes that after decades of vilification, she has earned the right to be accepted, jewels and all. Their perspectives are irreconcilable because they are rooted in different worlds, one built on loss, the other on survival. Meanwhile, Catherine has taken on a quieter but no less powerful role. Those close to her describe her as the balancing force, someone who tempers William's passion with diplomacy. She avoids confrontation, yet her silence often speaks louder than words. When Camilla appears at events without Catherine by her side, speculation surges. Is it tension, scheduling, or subtle protest? The palace never clarifies, and perhaps it never needs to. The ambiguity sustains the mystique that keeps the monarchy relevant. In the eyes of the public, Catherine has mastered what Camilla never could, the art of restraint. She embodies the values that modern Britons crave in their royals: composure, authenticity, and quiet strength. Even those indifferent to royal affairs find themselves drawn to her image, seeing in her a continuation of Diana's dignity without her turmoil. This comparison, though flattering, is also a heavy crown to bear. Catherine is expected not just to serve, but to symbolize healing, to bridge the emotional chasm that Diana's death created. Camilla, for her part, moves forward with a stubborn resolve that both fascinates and frustrates her critics. She attends every duty, smiles through every cold reception, and reminds those around her that she is the queen, not the interloper she once was. But every time a headline like William Furious resurfaces, it reopens the wound she hoped had scarred over. In private moments, friends say she wishes to be remembered not as the villain of Diana's story, but as a woman who endured. Yet history, as she must know by now, rarely offers redemption easily. As autumn settles over Buckingham Palace, insiders whisper that the tiara at the center of the controversy remains locked away, untouched, unworn, waiting. Perhaps it will be seen again on the head of Princess Charlotte one day, reimagined not as a symbol of rivalry, but of renewal. But until then, the jewel remains a silent witness to the invisible war within Britain's most visible family. In the end, this saga is not about crowns or diamonds. It is about the unyielding grip of legacy, the ghosts that refuse to fade, the love stories that define generations, and the women who bear the weight of a kingdom's expectations. Camilla may wear the crown, but Catherine carries something even more powerful, the loyalty of hearts still beating for the memory of Diana. And as long as that memory endures, no royal title, decree, or borrowed tiara can erase the truth whispered through the corridors of the palace. The battle for the soul of the monarchy is far from over.
Thanks so much for being with us here. We do want to get into more of these top headlines. Breaking news coming in out of the British royal family.
New insider reports allege that Queen Camilla has quietly withdrawn from the king's care just as His Majesty's health took a critical downturn, igniting a wave of fury across Britain. Has the Queen Consort abandoned her duty and her husband in pursuit of power? But that no longer matters. Prince William, statement issued at Kensington Palace, the 5th of October 2025. King Charles had to spend a short time in hospital today. It was 9:47 a.m. on a gray October morning when Prince William stepped before the cameras outside Clarence House, his expression grave, his words deliberate. My father's condition remains under close medical supervision. His strength of will is remarkable, but these past weeks have been extraordinarily difficult for us all. In fewer than 30 seconds, the heir to the British throne confirmed what royal watchers had feared for months. King Charles III's health has entered a critical stage. The prince's statement, though calm on the surface, was layered with coded phrasing recognizable to those versed in royal communication. Close medical supervision and difficult weeks are the palace's preferred euphemisms for severe decline. According to the royal household's own protocols, such language is authorized only when a sovereign's condition, passivity, affects his capacity to perform constitutional functions for an indefinite period. In plain terms, Charles's health is now deemed unstable enough to warrant partial delegation of authority. William's remarks were released simultaneously through the court circular and distributed to all major media outlets by the Press Association. The statement bore his personal signature, an unusual step that indicates the king was unable to approve its final wording himself. Buckingham Palace later issued a brief follow-up. His Majesty continues to receive treatment for his previously disclosed form of cancer. Doctors remain optimistic, but have advised a period of intensive rest and limited public activity. No further detail was provided, yet insiders confirm that the intensive rest phrase conceals a serious medical intervention. Sources at Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge, where Charles has been receiving care since early 2024, quietly confirmed that the king recently began a second phase of immunotherapy, part of an aggressive attempt to halt the spread of lymphoma cells discovered earlier this year. The procedure reportedly involves targeted monoclonal antibody infusions, a treatment used only in advanced stages of the disease. While success rates have improved globally, such therapies come with heavy side effects: fatigue, cognitive fog, and risk of infection. Royal aides have discreetly rearranged the king's schedule to compensate. For months, subtle but undeniable changes have been visible in Charles's public appearances. At the Commonwealth Trust event in July, he appeared thinner, his face slightly drawn. During the Highland Games in September, cameras caught the king gripping his walking stick tightly, his right hand trembling slightly as he raised it to wave. Even the palace's official photographs, typically edited for composure, show a noticeable loss of muscle tone. Perhaps most striking was his brief encounter with hospital volunteers in Birmingham in early October. Witnesses recall a moment when the monarch paused mid-sentence, visibly out of breath. He smiled, but it was the kind of smile you give when you're holding something back, said one attendee. Within hours, several scheduled engagements were cancelled for precautionary reasons. The data confirms the visual cues. Since July, King Charles has cancelled or postponed 11 official engagements, including 2 overseas visits and 3 royal patronage ceremonies. That figure represents nearly 40% of his planned autumn schedule, according to royal correspondents who monitor the court circular. When the palace first announced in February that the king was undergoing treatment for a form of cancer, the wording carefully avoided naming the disease. Medical experts at the time speculated that such reticence implied a hematologic or lymphatic cancer conditions, often treated in secrecy due to their unpredictable progression. Subsequent investigative reporting by The Guardian and The Times confirmed that Charles had been under observation at Addenbrooke's since late January 2024. Hospital records, verified by multiple sources, revealed he had been admitted for an enlarged prostate, but subsequent scans detected abnormal lymphatic growth. The king's private physician, Sir Hugh Fitzjames, is said to have advised immediate oncologic assessment. That assessment, according to a senior palace aide, changed everything. The treatment plan required long recovery periods, leading to the king's reduced public workload. In July, Queen Camilla told reporters her husband was doing fine and refusing to slow down. But by late August, aides began referring to his condition as chronic and energy sensitive. William's statement this week marks the first time a royal heir has spoken publicly about the reigning monarch's health since the Queen's final months in 2022. Behind the palace walls, the family's emotional landscape is tense. Queen Camilla, by all accounts, remains fiercely protective, some say possessively so. Aides close to Sandringham describe her as the gatekeeper, personally vetting who may visit the king and when. That control has drawn quiet frustration from other senior royals, particularly Princess Anne, who has reportedly urged more transparency about Charles's condition. More controversially, Camilla's son, Tom Parker Bowles, has re-emerged in the royal orbit, attending private dinners and advising his mother on media strategy. His presence has triggered public debate. Many Britons view him as a civilian intruder in constitutional matters, while tabloids speculate he is positioning himself to influence decisions around the king's recovery. Social media commentary has been scathing. Hashtags like #NotRoyalBlood and #KeepItInTheFamily have trended across X, formerly Twitter, for days. As the king's strength wanes, Princess Catherine and Princess Anne have become the monarchy's dual stabilizers. Catherine, already balancing her own recovery, has discreetly taken over several ceremonial duties, visiting military veterans and children's hospitals, reinforcing the compassionate image the monarchy depends on. Anne, meanwhile, operates behind the scenes. According to The Telegraph, she recently convened a continuity review with senior courtiers, mapping how constitutional duties could be divided if Charles becomes unable to perform them for an extended period. A document known as the Councillors of State's Schedule has already been quietly updated, listing William and Anne as primary signatories. In public, these measures are described as routine protocol. Privately, they suggest preparation for an eventual regency. Every image, every statement, and every absence now carries the weight of speculation. The palace press office is said to be working around the clock to manage information flow, issuing health bulletins only after approval from both the king's physicians and William's private secretary. The goal, according to one media advisor, is to control tone without revealing too much truth. Still, reality is leaking through the palace gates. Each cancelled engagement, each brief photo of the king's drawn face, deepens public anxiety. The monarchy is entering a stage no one openly prepared for a living sovereign, whose capacity may fade before his reign does. And as Britain holds its breath, one question now defines the national mood. Who truly leads when the king can no longer stand at the front? When Prince William delivered his brief but weighty statement on his father's health, it marked more than a public acknowledgement. It signaled a constitutional tremor. Within 48 hours, royal aides quietly began implementing Operation Continuity, a confidential protocol designed for moments when a monarch's illness could compromise state affairs. Though the term was never meant to reach the public, sources close to the Privy Council confirmed that William now receives daily intelligence briefings previously reserved for the sovereign. The subtle transfer of responsibility executed without fanfare represents the most significant internal power adjustment since the late Queen Elizabeth II's final months. Behind palace doors, the chronology of King Charles's illness paints a far more complex picture than official statements suggest. According to hospital insiders, His Majesty began targeted immunotherapy for lymphoma in late February 2024, a regimen known for alternating cycles of improvement and relapse. The king responded positively through spring, resuming a partial workload in May. But by July, blood work revealed reduced lymphocyte counts and declining renal function, both red flags for toxicity buildup. Doctors at Addenbrooke's hospital adjusted the dosage, yet fatigue and dizziness persisted. The king's private physician, Sir Hugh Fitzjames, reportedly recommended a temporary cessation of public appearances. Charles, characteristically stubborn, refused. He said duty was the best medicine, recalls one aide, but his body began saying otherwise. By September 14, following a fainting spell during a private meeting with Commonwealth envoys, the king's condition was classified as clinically fragile. According to medical reports viewed by the Times, he was admitted overnight for observation and administered intravenous hydration and anti-nausea treatment. The next day, Camilla publicly downplayed the event, calling it just exhaustion. The official line that the king's prognosis remained optimistic masked the deeper concern among his physicians. The cancer had shown signs of systemic strain. In medical terms, it was no longer a localized challenge. It had become an endurance battle. The plan was first drafted decades ago, under Queen Elizabeth, outlining how royal duties would be redistributed if the sovereign became medically incapacitated. But in practice, it had never been deployed until now. As of early October, William and Princess Anne were quietly appointed as lead counselors of state, authorized to sign documents, receive briefings, and chair private meetings in the king's name. The arrangement is constitutional but rare, a de facto dual regency in all but title. A government source told The Guardian, "The phrase within Whitehall is soft transition. It's not abdication, it's survival management." Catherine, meanwhile, has emerged as the monarchy's visible heart, attending events the king would once have led, from veterans' memorials to hospital visits. Her poised yet visibly subdued demeanor has become a mirror of public sentiment, resilience wrapped in worry. The palace has turned to her, says royal historian Dr. Helena Langford. She projects stability at a time when the nation senses fragility. While William and Anne coordinate the official machinery of succession planning, another force works in quieter corridors. Queen Camilla. Multiple insiders describe her as increasingly protective and possessive of the king's medical environment. Every visitor, every briefing, passes through her. One aide claims, she decides who gets 5 minutes and who gets none. Hannah 1. Her son, Tom Parker Bowles, a well-known food critic and television personality, has reportedly taken a more active role behind the scenes, serving as a liaison for his mother's communications office. His sudden presence at several palace meetings raised eyebrows among courtiers. He's not royal, not staff, but somehow he's everywhere, another aide noted. The optics have not been kind. When photos surfaced of Tom leaving Sandringham in late September, the same day the king's medical team convened privately, public speculation exploded. Social media was flooded with accusations of family interference, and British tabloids ran headlines, questioning whether the Queen's son was meddling in matters of state. Buckingham Palace offered no denial, only a carefully worded statement. Her Majesty, the Queen maintains close involvement in all aspects of the king's well-being and receives the full support of her family. Behind the polished language, the tension is evident. William reportedly expressed frustration to senior aides, saying he did not appreciate the blurring of personal and constitutional lines. Princess Anne, ever pragmatic, is said to have intervened to cool tempers, reminding both camps that the public must never see division. Britain's attachment to its monarchy has always hinged on symbolism, the belief that the crown endures even when the person falters. But Charles's visible decline has pierced that illusion. At the state opening of Parliament in May, his speech lasted only 8 minutes, the shortest in modern history. Observers noted his hand trembled slightly as he turned the pages. During Trooping the Color, he watched from the balcony rather than horseback for the first time in decades, citing advice from physicians. Each moment, dissected in high definition across global media, added to the growing perception of frailty. A YouGov poll conducted in early October showed 68% of Britons believe the king should delegate more responsibilities to William, while 42% favor formalizing a regency should his health worsen. In public, William avoids such language. Privately, aides say he has accepted the inevitability of assuming full royal duties sooner than anyone anticipated. He doesn't want to be seen as taking power, says one insider. But the truth is, he already has. Behind the grandeur of gilded corridors, the royal household operates in near-constant crisis mode. Meetings once centered on state banquets now focus on contingency planning and medical confidentiality. Staff describe an atmosphere of suspended breath. Catherine spends much of her time at Adelaide Cottage with their children, but remains in regular contact with the Prime Minister's office, a role previously handled by the king. Anne continues her tireless routine of state duties, the monarchy's most dependable workhorse, moving from county to county with characteristic stoicism. Camilla maintains her public composure, but is rarely seen smiling. Her circle insists she is holding everything together. William's team, meanwhile, has become the monarchy's operational core, managing logistics, public appearances, and foreign correspondence with military precision. But the unspoken truth remains. The king's condition is deteriorating, and Britain is living through a constitutional transition masked as medical recovery. As one courtier put it bluntly, this is not the twilight of a reign, it's the slow, deliberate dawn of another. By mid-October, the royal facade of unity had begun to fracture. What started as a quiet medical crisis had evolved into a communications war. One fought not with proclamations, but with headlines and carefully curated images. Prince William's tone remained measured and empathetic. Each of his appearances, a brief walkabout in Norfolk, a speech at a children's hospice, carried a single, understated message: continuity, compassion, and calm. His publicist released photos of him holding Catherine's hand, greeting crowds, and listening to veterans. The imagery was deliberate, a portrait of moral steadiness. In contrast, Queen Camilla's camp adopted a more defensive stance. Her advisors, reportedly led by her son, Tom Parker Bowles, began pushing a narrative that the Queen was the only one, keeping palace operations functional, while others sought to manage optics. Tabloids soon echoed this line. One front page blared, "Camilla keeps the crown steady," but the strategy backfired. Social media erupted with skepticism, viewing Tom's growing involvement as opportunistic. Within 48 hours, the hashtag #NotRoyalBlood had surpassed 3 million views on X. Even traditionally sympathetic outlets like The Telegraph questioned why a food critic was briefing journalists about royal matters. William's aides quietly capitalized. Without direct confrontation, they allowed contrast to do the work. William focused on duty, Tom on exposure. Public polling shifted again. 74% of respondents now said they trusted Prince William most to represent the monarchy's future. Then came the Sandringham footage. A short video, leaked to an international outlet, showed King Charles leaving a private vehicle, pale and visibly weak, assisted by aides. His eyes were vacant, his right arm trembling as Camilla whispered to him. The palace confirmed the video's authenticity but condemned its release as an invasion of privacy. Yet the damage was done. For the first time, Britain saw its monarch vulnerable. Within hours, the narrative shifted from curiosity to alarm. Commentators began openly discussing pre-regency arrangements. In the background, tensions between William's office and Camilla's team reached a breaking point. Insiders describe a terse exchange between their private secretaries, a dispute over whether new photos of the king should be released. Camilla's camp insisted the images would prove vitality. William refused, citing dignity. "We don't parade illness," he reportedly said. Princess Anne sided with William. Her influence, though quiet, has become decisive. She now mediates between the two camps, urging restraint while continuing her relentless schedule, the monarchy's living anchor in a storm of speculation. The monarchy's greatest threat has never been scandal, it is fatigue. The public's patience for secrecy is thinning. British audiences now expect transparency in ways unimaginable during Elizabeth II's reign. A YouGov focus group summed it up bluntly. If they ask us to pray for him, they should tell us what we're praying for. Still, within the palace, silence prevails. Every new photo of Charles, thinner, frailer, yet determined, fuels the same paradox, admiration mixed with dread. And amid the whispers of succession, one truth has crystallized not through speeches, but through the nation's quiet realization. William has already become the face of the crown. The fourth week of October brought a tension that could be felt even through the palace gates. Behind Sandringham's red brick walls, Prince William and Queen Camilla met for the first time since the king's latest hospitalization, a conversation described by one insider as controlled, courteous, and cold. According to officials present, the meeting's purpose was to finalize transitional arrangements while King Charles continued his treatment. But it quickly turned personal. Camilla argued that too much responsibility was being shifted toward her stepson. William, maintaining composure, replied, "This is not about authority. It's about protecting father's legacy." Camilla's silence that followed said more than any reply could. Within her circle, the sentiment was clear she felt marginalized. And at the heart of this growing divide was her son, Tom Parker Bowles, whose involvement in palace communications had become a lightning rod for criticism. The British government, though publicly deferential, had begun to act. The Cabinet Office quietly submitted a briefing to the Privy Council, outlining a plan to formalize interim constitutional duties under the Regency Acts of 1937 and 1953. The language was bureaucratic, but the message unmistakable. Westminster was preparing for the possibility of a semi-permanent regency under William. One senior civil servant put it bluntly to the Times: "They are trying to build a bridge before the river floods." William's team, led by his private secretary, Jean-Christophe Gray, coordinated daily with Princess Anne. Together, they mapped how engagements, documents, and foreign briefings could continue seamlessly without publicly acknowledging the king's diminished capacity. The structure now in place resembles a dual monarchy in practice, though not in law. Meanwhile, Camilla insisted that she, not William, should read upcoming ceremonial addresses. Her request was quietly denied. The palace cited protocol continuity, a technical phrase meaning the heir takes precedence. While the world speculated about politics, Princess Catherine was doing something subtler, repairing the monarchy's emotional bond with the public. Her solo visits to hospitals and youth centers were not random acts of duty. They were strategically placed across regions most affected by recent polling drops in royal favorability. During one visit to a cancer center in Manchester, she told a survivor, "Hope can live alongside fear." The quote made national headlines, interpreted as both empathy for patients and a coded reflection of the royal household's struggle. She has become the emotional translator of the monarchy, noted historian Dr. Helena Langford. While others are managing the system, she's managing the soul. Behind closed doors, Catherine has reportedly acted as a mediator between William and Camilla, sending messages through Anne to reduce the noise and refocus on the king's care. Even palace aides admit, without her, this would have turned into open war. King Charles remains under treatment at Addenbrooke's, his public appearances reduced to zero. Officially, his condition is described as stable under medical supervision. Unofficially, sources confirm he has lost nearly 7 kilograms since July and now requires round-the-clock observation. Still, the palace resists transparency. When journalists pressed for updates, a spokesman said only, "His Majesty continues to rest, guided by medical advice." That phrase, guided by medical advice, now stands as the monarchy's shield and its prison. It hides pain but breeds suspicion. As the rain falls over Sandringham, Britain senses it is witnessing history's quiet turning point. A king fading from sight, a son stepping forward, and a family caught between duty and denial. And somewhere beyond the palace walls, the public waits not for a coronation, but for the truth. As October drew to a close, the whispers became headlines. What had begun as private contingency discussions within Whitehall was now an open topic across the press. Would Britain soon see a regency? The Sunday Times reported that government advisors were actively reviewing constitutional options should King Charles remain medically unfit to perform his duties by year's end. The palace did not deny it. Instead, a spokesperson offered a line that only deepened speculation. His Majesty continues to act in all matters of state where appropriate, supported by the Prince of Wales. Where appropriate, 2 words that confirmed what insiders already knew. The king was no longer governing daily affairs. Over the course of 3 weeks, William's schedule expanded dramatically. He now chaired weekly Privy Council briefings, received intelligence updates, and handled foreign correspondence tasks, once exclusively reserved for the sovereign. His understated leadership drew widespread praise. Commentators called it a new model of duty, calm, competent, and modern. I know. At the same time, the Cabinet Office quietly established a working group codenamed Silver Branch, tasked with preparing the legal mechanism for a regency declaration, if the king's doctors formally advise it. Sources say Princess Anne has been briefed to co-sign any potential transfer of powers, ensuring the process remains within the family. William has not commented publicly, but his demeanor has changed. During a recent visit to Scotland, a reporter shouted, "Is the king still in charge?" William's reply was calm. "Always. In spirit. And that's what matters most." Behind the diplomatic phrasing was a simple truth. Britain was now functioning under William's quiet stewardship. As William's stature grew, Queen Camilla's camp faltered. Her decision to release a short pre-recorded message, thanking the British people for their kindness toward His Majesty, was meant to reassure. But the video, filmed at Raymill House rather than Buckingham Palace, triggered criticism. Observers saw it as an act of distance, not unity. Her son, Tom Parker Bowles, fared even worse. Leaked emails suggested he had advised a PR consultant to protect the Queen's reputation from being overshadowed by the Regency narrative. Once the story broke, outrage followed. Editorials accused him of treating the crown like a brand. The Guardian headline read, "Loyalty or Legacy? Where does Camilla stand?" Inside the palace, aides described a growing chill. Camilla began spending more nights away from London, while William's team quietly assumed control of royal communications. "There's no hostility," said one insider, "just silence, the kind that says everything." Polls now show a sharp shift in national sentiment. 77% of Britons support William taking over the monarch's duties temporarily. Even among older demographics, traditionally loyal to Charles, the number exceeds 60%. Catherine has become the bridge between empathy and authority. Her speeches are short, sincere, and free of political undertones. At a children's charity event in Leeds, she said, "In families, there are moments we must hold one another up, even when the ground beneath us feels uncertain." The room fell silent. Commentators called it the line that defined the monarchy's humanity. Amid the soft tones of public empathy, the royal household is undergoing one of its most dramatic internal realignments in decades. Anne continues to handle the king's correspondence. Catherine focuses on morale and visibility. William presides over policy briefings, and Camilla, isolated, guards the king's privacy. But every plan, every meeting, carries a quiet acknowledgement that a chapter is ending. The crown still rests on King Charles's head, but the weight of it now sits firmly on his son's shoulders. By the first week of November, Sandringham had fallen into an almost monastic silence. The gates were closed to the public, and reporters were kept at a distance by unmarked security vehicles. Inside, King Charles remained under constant medical observation. His once rigid schedule of audiences, red boxes, and briefings had dissolved into quiet hours, punctuated by medical rounds. At 6:20 p.m., on a foggy Sunday evening, a palace aide delivered a sealed envelope to Clarence House. It bore the king's own crest and handwriting, thin but unmistakably his. The letter was addressed to "My dear son and daughter, William and Anne." Its contents, though never released in full, were confirmed by both heirs. The king's message was simple: "Let duty prevail over sentiment. I entrust the stewardship of the crown to your judgment, until such time as I may resume it or not. I'm ruined." With that single sentence, Charles became the first monarch in modern British history to voluntarily suspend his own reign without abdication. 2 days later, the Privy Council met in private session. Presided over by the Archbishop of Canterbury, the council formally recognized Prince William as regent in practice, a constitutional phrase crafted to avoid declaring the king incapacitated. The document, signed by senior ministers and Princess Anne, was quietly deposited in the National Archives. The government released a synchronized statement: "His Majesty remains the sovereign. His duties will, with his blessing, be carried out by the Prince of Wales until further notice." For the first time since the 19th century, Britain had entered a living regency. There were no fanfares, no public ceremonies, only a short photograph issued by Buckingham Palace. William and Catherine in a simple room, reviewing documents under soft light. The caption read, "Service continues." Queen Camilla did not attend the council meeting. The following day, she was photographed boarding a flight to Florence, accompanied by 2 aides. Her office later stated she would spend time privately reflecting and supporting His Majesty's ongoing treatment. In truth, sources confirmed she had withdrawn after weeks of mounting pressure and media criticism. Public trust in her role had fallen below 30%, the lowest figure for any royal in decades. As for Tom Parker Bowles, he vanished entirely from the public scene. His last act, an unsigned op-ed defending family loyalty in difficult times, was met with ridicule. The piece was retracted within hours. Even his mother's courtiers privately acknowledged he had become a distraction too large to manage. One palace insider summarized it bluntly: "Camilla fought for control. Tom fought for relevance. Both lost." On the evening of November 9th, Britain tuned in for what was billed as a message from Sandringham. William appeared behind a modest desk, dressed in black and navy, a single lamp beside him. His tone was steady, reflective the echo of both his father's dignity and his mother's sincerity. "My father remains our sovereign, and his wisdom continues to guide us. But at his request, I will carry the torch of duty on his behalf. This moment is not an end, but a passage one defined not by power, but by care." He thanked the medical staff attending to the king, the public for their patience, and those who serve quietly through uncertainty. His closing line, now quoted across the world, captured the quiet transformation of the monarchy. "We do not inherit crowns, we inherit burdens, and we carry them together." The speech drew over 48 million views across global platforms within 24 hours. Leaders from Canada, Australia, and New Zealand sent messages of support. President Biden's statement called William's address a masterclass in duty under grace. As the constitutional dust settled, two women anchored the transition. Princess Anne became the Regency's chief liaison to the government, overseeing protocol and ensuring the king's remaining decisions were honored. "She operates like a general," remarked a Downing Street aide. Catherine, meanwhile, emerged as the monarchy's emotional core. Her public presence increased dramatically from hospital openings to environmental forums. Yet, behind the composure, witnesses noticed a quiet melancholy. One aide described seeing her pause in Sandringham's chapel, staring at the stained glass depicting the late Queen Elizabeth II. "She doesn't speak in grand gestures," he said. "She just endures, and that endurance holds the family together." The British press, often merciless, responded with rare unity. The Guardian called it a regency of grace. The Times described William's leadership as the steady pulse of a modern monarchy. Even The Sun, known for its sensationalism, ran the headline, "The King still lives, the crown still moves." Public sentiment stabilized. Polls show 82% approval for William and Catherine's stewardship, while global interest in the royal family surged. Analysts noted that for the first time in decades, the monarchy felt both human and functional. Weeks later, photographers captured a single image through the trees of Sandringham. King Charles, seated in a wheelchair, wrapped in a tartan blanket, watching the sunset over the estate's gardens. Camilla was not beside him, Anne was. He appeared frail but calm, hands folded over a book. According to a palace source, he had asked Anne a simple question. "Are they managing well?" Anne replied, "Better than you think." The king smiled. For a nation long defined by ceremony, this was a new kind of history not written in coronations or funerals, but in the quiet dignity of letting go. And as the autumn light faded over Sandringham, Britain understood that the reign of Charles had not ended in defeat, but in grace, and that a new era had already begun. The studio audience froze when Meghan Markle let those words spill out on live television. It was supposed to be a routine interview about philanthropy, a carefully packaged moment to soften her image in America. Instead, it became one of the most controversial royal soundbites of the decade. From the very first question, Meghan's tone was sharper than expected. She leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the camera, and spoke not like a former duchess, but like a rebel, ready to burn down the walls of Buckingham Palace. What began as a casual discussion about women's empowerment quickly shifted into an unfiltered attack on the monarchy and on Catherine, Princess of Wales, personally. "People like to call her a role model," Meghan continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "But what is Catherine really modeling? A life of silence. A life where you smile on cue and pretend submission is grace. That isn't strength. That's weakness dressed up in couture." Gasps rippled across the studio. The host tried to pivot, but Meghan pressed harder, her words landing like grenades. She compared the monarchy to a corporation, mocked its rules, and dismissed the rituals as a tired performance for the cameras. And Catherine, she claimed, had become the chief performer of an outdated play. For millions watching at home, this was the moment the gloves came off. Meghan wasn't just speaking her truth, she was ridiculing the very fabric of royal tradition. And Catherine, the woman many see as the moral anchor of the Windsor family, was suddenly painted as a symbol of oppression. The audience reaction was instant. Within minutes, social media split into warring camps. Supporters of Meghan hailed her as bold, daring, finally calling out hypocrisy. But royal loyalists were enraged. To them, Catherine is the epitome of dignity, the future queen who embodies continuity and stability. To hear her name dragged through the mud, mocked as a jailer, was nothing short of an insult to the monarchy itself. Commentators jumped in with fury. One veteran royal reporter wrote, "Meghan hasn't just crossed a line, she's set fire to it. Attacking Catherine isn't a critique of one woman. It's a direct challenge to the values that keep the crown standing." Meanwhile, Catherine remained silent. Hours later, she appeared at a children's hospice event in London, wearing a soft cream dress and greeting families with her usual warmth. For her admirers, it was the perfect counter-image. Grace under fire. No words were needed. Her calm presence spoke louder than Meghan's storm. But behind palace walls, aides scrambled. Meghan's words weren't just careless, they were dangerous. By mocking Catherine, she had mocked the monarchy's future. By calling royal life a golden prison, she had insulted centuries of tradition. And by painting herself as the truth-teller, she had ignited a culture war that threatened to polarize the public even further. For Meghan, it was a cathartic outburst, proof that she could not be tamed. For Catherine, it was yet another test of resilience, another storm to weather in silence. And for the monarchy, It was the beginning of a new battle, not over protocol or succession, but over perception, loyalty, and the soul of the institution itself. The morning after Meghan's explosive remarks, the British press erupted like a cannon. Front pages screamed betrayal. Headlines accused her of mocking the crown, of humiliating Catherine, of pouring gasoline on an already fractured royal family. By dawn, the interview clip had gone viral, replayed on every major network across the UK and the US. Royal commentators lined up to give their verdict. Some dismissed Meghan as reckless and attention-seeking. Others accused her of calculated malice, knowing full well that Catherine's popularity is the monarchy's strongest shield. Asterisk. She didn't attack just Catherine, one royal correspondent argued on live television. She attacked the very image of stability the crown relies upon. And Meghan? Instead of retreating, she leaned in. Later that same day, paparazzi caught her smiling outside her California home. When asked if she regretted her words, she replied with a shrug, "I just told the truth. If people are offended by honesty, that's on them." That single line poured oil on the fire. To Meghan's critics, it was arrogance, personified. To her supporters, it was courage, a refusal to bow to an institution they believe thrives on silence and suppression. Meanwhile, in London, Catherine stepped into the spotlight with deliberate poise. She attended a mental health initiative at a local school, dressed in a navy suit and pearls. No comment, no reaction. Yet her calm composure was instantly compared with Meghan's volatility. Social media buzzed with side-by-side images, Meghan laughing in sunglasses under the California sun, Catherine kneeling beside children, listening intently. The contrast could not have been sharper. Inside Buckingham Palace, aides debated strategy. Should the crown issue a statement condemning Meghan's attack, or should they maintain the traditional never complain, never explain? Every option carried risk. If they ignored her, Meghan's words would hang unchallenged in the public imagination. If they responded, they risked legitimizing her as a worthy opponent. For Catherine, the choice was simpler. She has always embodied restraint, letting her actions speak louder than words. But silence came at a cost. Across tabloids and television, questions swirled. Was Catherine wounded by Meghan's remarks? Did she feel betrayed? Would she ever strike back? The speculation only fueled the drama. Pundits dug deeper, reviving old stories of tensions between the two duchesses. Clips of Meghan's Netflix confessions resurfaced. Reports of frosty exchanges at family events were replayed with new significance. To Meghan's critics, this was proof of her long-standing hostility. To her defenders, it showed how the royal machine had always positioned Catherine as the angel and Meghan as the villain. But the public mood was unmistakable. Anger, disbelief, and above all, sympathy for Catherine. Hashtags like #StandWithKate and #RespectTheCrown began trending on X, formerly Twitter. Royalists flooded comment sections with messages of loyalty, while others accused Meghan of burning every bridge she ever crossed. I'm 7. For decades, the monarchy has weathered scandals, affairs, divorces, controversies. But this felt different. This wasn't an insider's whisper or a leaked memo. This was a direct, public, televised assault, aimed squarely at the woman who represents the monarchy's future. And it left the Windsors facing a new kind of storm, a storm of perception, where the battleground wasn't in Parliament or palace courtyards, but in headlines, hashtags, and the hearts of millions watching around the world. As one royal insider reportedly put it, Meghan threw the first punch. Now the question is, does Catherine throw one back? The third day after Meghan's interview, the royal storm had evolved into a national crisis. What began as a shocking soundbite had grown into a full-scale cultural debate, shaking both Buckingham Palace and the global press. Catherine still had not spoken publicly. She had not issued a single word of defense or retaliation. Yet, her silence became its own kind of message, one that both angered Meghan's supporters and strengthened her standing among royal loyalists. Grace under pressure, one newspaper called it. The dignity Meghan cannot imitate, another declared. But inside the palace, silence was not easy to maintain. According to insiders, William was furious beyond words. His wife had become the target of international ridicule, and the crown seemed paralyzed, trapped between their motto of restraint and the public's demand for pushback. One aide reportedly asked bluntly, "If we don't defend the Princess of Wales, what message are we sending? That anyone can insult the future queen and walk away?" While Catherine herself remained serene, voices from her circle began to emerge. Longtime friends spoke anonymously to the press, describing her as heartbroken but resolute. A former palace staffer told one tabloid, "She is the one holding this family together." To see Meghan mock her sacrifices, after everything, is cruel. Even more telling were the subtle signals from Catherine's allies in the royal family. Princess Anne was said to be disgusted by Meghan's words. Sources close to Camilla whispered that the Queen consort, though often cautious, believed Meghan had crossed a line that can never be uncrossed. And then came the statement from a senior royal commentator, a man known for his decades of palace access. Catherine is no jailer. She is the crown's most dutiful servant. Meghan's words were not only unfair, they were an insult to every Briton who values loyalty and tradition. But if Meghan noticed the backlash, she didn't slow down. Days later, she gave another interview to a lifestyle magazine, and once again Catherine was at the center of her criticism. Catherine represents the past, Meghan declared. A version of womanhood where your worth is defined by how still you can sit, how quiet you can remain, and how well you can pretend everything is fine. That may inspire some people, but it doesn't inspire me, and it shouldn't inspire our daughters. The quote hit like a thunderclap. Overnight, hashtags supporting Catherine tripled in volume. Memes comparing Meghan's freedom in California to Catherine's service in London flooded social platforms. One popular post read, "Meghan is free to speak, Catherine is free to serve. Which freedom truly builds a nation?" For Meghan's critics, her words exposed not bravery, but bitterness. She isn't just telling her truth, one radio host argued. She's mocking the choices of another woman who happens to live differently. And that is bullying dressed up as feminism. The fallout spilled directly into the family narrative. Reporters speculated about William and Harry's broken bond. Could it ever recover after this? The brothers had not been seen together in months, and Meghan's attack on Catherine made reconciliation nearly impossible. King Charles, already burdened by fragile health, was said to be deeply saddened. Palace insiders whispered that the king viewed Meghan's comments not just as an insult to Catherine, but as a personal betrayal of the institution he has dedicated his life to uphold. He sees Catherine as central to the monarchy's future, one source explained. To attack her is to attack him. Meanwhile, Harry's silence was deafening. Some believed he privately agreed with Meghan. Others speculated he was horrified by how far she had gone. But one fact was clear. His refusal to step in left Catherine exposed, and public anger redirected itself toward him as well. If Harry has any honor left, he will defend his sister-in-law, one columnist wrote. His silence makes him complicit. By the end of the week, the British public had turned Meghan's interview into a battlefield. In pubs, workplaces, and living rooms, debates raged. Was Meghan a whistleblower against a toxic institution, or an embittered celebrity tearing down a woman who never fought back? Polls began to circulate. Support for Catherine as future queen reached record highs. Conversely, Meghan's approval ratings in the UK plummeted, dipping lower than Prince Andrew's at the height of his scandal. The numbers were shocking, a testament to how deeply the British people rallied to defend Catherine. One pollster summed it up. The people have chosen their queen in waiting, and it isn't Meghan. At its heart, the drama had become more than a feud between two women. It was a clash of values. Meghan framed herself as the modern voice, tearing away outdated customs and demanding freedom of expression. Catherine embodied tradition, duty, and quiet resilience. To Meghan, Catherine's silence was submission. To Catherine's admirers, it was strength. And in this contrast, the monarchy's battle for survival was laid bare. If Catherine represents the old world, and Meghan represents the new, the public now faced a choice. Which vision should shape the future? If Meghan's first interview had rattled Britain, her follow-up remarks shook the globe. Overnight, Catherine and Meghan were no longer just family rivals. They had become symbols of a larger ideological war. Tradition versus rebellion. Continuity versus disruption. International media seized on the narrative. American outlets painted Meghan as a woman breaking chains. European papers lamented the insult to Catherine, describing her as the monarchy's anchor in a turbulent era. The French press went further, calling Meghan's words a calculated strike at Britain's soft power. Because Catherine, unlike Meghan, was not just a duchess, she was the future queen. Her presence at global summits, humanitarian tours, and state visits carried weight far beyond personal style. By mocking her, Meghan had mocked the face Britain presented to the world. Behind closed doors, Westminster took notice. Senior officials at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office were said to be alarmed. One insider leaked a telling remark. If Meghan undermines Catherine's credibility, she undermines our diplomacy. Catherine is Britain's unofficial ambassador. Her image matters. The whispers soon reached Downing Street. Days later, Catherine was seen entering number 10 for what was described as a private discussion with the Prime Minister. Officially, The meeting concerned upcoming international initiatives, but palace watchers were convinced it was about damage control. According to those briefed, Catherine remained calm and clear. She acknowledged the storm, but stressed her focus would not change. "My duty is to represent the nation with dignity. That is what I will continue to do." For the Prime Minister, it was reassurance. For the monarchy, it was a strategy. Catherine would not descend into mudslinging. Her silence was not weakness, but discipline. Yet Meghan seemed determined to keep the fire burning. In a podcast appearance days later, she doubled down. Laughing, she said, "Diplomacy? Is that what we're calling rehearsed speeches and handshakes? Look, Catherine is very good at playing her role. She's polished. She's perfect. But don't confuse performance with progress. A smile doesn't feed the hungry. A wave doesn't change the world." The host tried to soften the sting, but Meghan leaned in. "It's not personal. It's about the system." But Catherine chose to be the system, and she wears that crown of silence proudly. It was another headline bombshell. For Catherine's supporters, it was cruelty disguised as critique. For Meghan's defenders, it was bravery finally saying what others only whispered. The backlash grew louder. In London, royalists staged small rallies outside Kensington Palace, waving signs that read, "Hands off Kate," and "Our future queen." In Los Angeles, Meghan's supporters organized panel discussions on modern feminism versus royal tradition. Diplomats privately worried. How could Catherine continue her work abroad without every handshake being dissected as fake? Would allies begin to doubt Britain's stability if royal figures were mocked by their own family? One senior European ambassador was quoted saying, "Catherine is respected everywhere she goes. Meghan's words may sting, but they won't erase that. What they will do is force Britain to prove, again and again, that their monarchy is united." Inside Buckingham Palace, advisors debated ferociously. Some pushed for a firm statement defending Catherine. Others urged restraint, warning that any reply would elevate Meghan further. King Charles was said to be torn. His heart broke for Catherine, who now bore the brunt of attacks, but his instinct leaned toward silence. Never complain, never explain, had preserved the crown through decades of scandal. Could it survive this one? Meanwhile, Catherine carried on. She attended a charity gala, meeting doctors and nurses. She toured a local shelter for families, smiling gently as children ran into her arms. Photographs of these moments splashed across newspapers with captions like, "Dignity in the storm." It was the perfect counter-image. Meghan's words on one side, Catherine's actions on the other. The public knew which picture resonated more. But beneath the optics, the cost was heavy. Meghan's attacks had reopened old wounds between William and Harry, leaving reconciliation further out of reach. They had strained Catherine's role as a mother, forcing her children to grow up in the shadow of their aunt's fury. And they had forced the monarchy into the very fight it dreads most, a family feud fought on the world stage. For Meghan, the interviews may have felt like liberation. For Catherine, they were trials of patience and resilience. For the monarchy, they were a reminder that one person's words could unsettle centuries of carefully curated image. And for the public, the question deepened. Was Meghan a whistleblower exposing a broken system, or a provocateur tearing down a woman who refused to fight back? As one columnist put it, "This isn't just Catherine versus Meghan, it's Britain's past versus its future. The tragedy is, only one of them will walk away unscarred." By the fifth act of this unfolding drama, Meghan Markle's war of words had spiraled beyond repair. What began as sharp comments in one interview had grown into a relentless campaign, each appearance adding fresh insult to the monarchy, and each insult aimed squarely at Catherine, Princess of Wales. Meghan's latest outburst, delivered during a primetime panel in New York, ignited the loudest backlash yet. Her words, accusing Catherine of dragging women backward, were replayed endlessly across British networks. To Meghan's critics, this was no longer critique. It was mockery of a woman who had spent 2 decades carefully carving out a role as the nation's steady hand. Royal experts wasted no time responding. "This isn't just Meghan being outspoken," one veteran commentator declared on ITV. "This is Meghan attempting character assassination. Catherine has never once spoken ill of her, yet Meghan seems determined to tear her down, brick by brick, for the world to watch." In the United States, however, the narrative was split. Some liberal-leaning outlets praised Meghan's candor and fearless feminism, suggesting she was voicing frustrations many women secretly shared about outdated gender roles. Editorials ran with titles like, "Meghan speaks the truth Britain doesn't want to hear." But across the Atlantic, the tone was entirely different. In Britain, Meghan's face was splashed across front pages with unforgiving headlines. "Enough is enough. Meghan's war on Kate." From Duchess to Destroyer, mocking our future queen. The Sun, the Daily Mail, and the Telegraph competed to frame Meghan as a woman out of control, consumed by jealousy and rage. Radio call-in shows were flooded with voices of indignation. "You don't touch Catherine," one caller fumed. "She is the glue of this country. Meghan has gone too far." Oh. On social media, the hashtags multiplied. Numbers "Stand with Kate" trended globally. Memes mocked Meghan's hypocrisy, criticizing Catherine's silence while demanding to be heard herself. One viral post read, "Meghan says Catherine's smile is fake, but maybe dignity is what you call fake when you can't manage it yourself." For days, Prince William had remained silent, relying on Catherine's stoic composure to carry them through. But by now, the pressure was too great. According to palace insiders, William exploded in a private meeting with advisors. "She's insulting my wife, the mother of my children, the future queen. How much more do we allow her to get away with?" Though William did not release a public statement, his actions spoke volumes. At a joint appearance with Catherine in Birmingham, he clasped her hand tightly, an unusually intimate gesture for the normally reserved heir. Cameras captured the moment, and headlines declared, "William stands firm with Kate." Princess Anne, too, was said to be livid. Known for her bluntness, Anne reportedly told aides that Meghan's words were beneath contempt. A royal insider described her as Catherine's fiercest defender behind palace walls. If Meghan wanted to provoke fury, she has found it in Princess Royal. And King Charles, though weary from ongoing health struggles, summoned his private secretary to discuss the crisis. Palace whispers suggested the king considered Meghan's attacks not merely offensive, but destabilizing, undermining Catherine's growing role as the monarchy's future leader. "This is not a personal quarrel," one senior courtier explained. "It is a direct strike against the institution itself." While others raged, Catherine stayed on course. She delivered a keynote speech at a children's hospital opening, focusing on the importance of mental health. She greeted parents, held hands with patients, and posed for photos with nurses. Not once did she acknowledge the storm raging around her. The contrast was devastating for Meghan. Every word Meghan hurled, Catherine met with action, quiet, consistent, and compassionate. The media dubbed it the silent counterpunch. Public polls reflected the effect. Catherine's approval ratings soared to record highs. Over 80% of Britons said they trusted her to be a positive symbol of the nation. Meghan's, meanwhile, plummeted to historic lows. Even in America, her support faltered, with commentators beginning to ask if her relentless attacks were turning her into her own worst enemy. By now, the feud had transcended the women themselves. It was no longer simply Meghan versus Catherine. It was Britain versus itself, two competing visions of womanhood, family, and the monarchy's place in the modern world. At one end were those who saw Catherine as the embodiment of grace, a steady hand, a devoted mother, a future queen who carried the burden of tradition with quiet pride. To them, Meghan's words were sacrilege, an attack not only on Catherine but on the nation's identity. At the other end were those who believed Meghan had exposed uncomfortable truths, that the monarchy is rigid, outdated, and oppressive, and that Catherine, however elegant, was complicit in preserving its old-world shackles. The cultural divide spilled into politics, classrooms, even families. Dinner table arguments broke out over Team Kate or Team Meghan. Op-ed writers warned of a monarchy facing its greatest test since Diana. As the weeks wore on, Meghan's tone grew harsher, less measured. What began as pointed criticism curdled into open ridicule. She mocked Catherine's fashion choices, describing them as costumes for a doll. She sneered at the monarchy's rituals, calling them parades for tourists. And then, in what would become her most infamous line, she declared during a podcast, "Catherine isn't a symbol of dignity. She's a symbol of obedience. She teaches girls that the only way to be loved is to be silent. That isn't noble. That's pathetic." The backlash was immediate and volcanic. Commentators who once defended Meghan recoiled. "She has crossed the line from critique to cruelty," one American journalist wrote. British outlets pounced, with one tabloid screaming, "Pathetic? She called our princess pathetic." Even neutral observers began to turn away. What had once been seen as bravery now looked like bitterness. What had once felt like truth-telling now reeked of vengeance. For Catherine, this was both a trial and a coronation of sorts. She did not need to respond. Every attack Meghan launched only elevated Catherine further in the eyes of the public. Every insult boomeranged back at the speaker. But for the monarchy, the stakes were higher than reputation. This was about survival. If Catherine faltered, the crown's image faltered. If Catherine endured, the crown endured. And so Catherine's silence became not just personal dignity but institutional defense. She was no longer merely a wife or mother, she was the shield of the monarchy. As one historian put it, "We are watching the making of a queen, not in coronation robes, but in the fire of controversy." And Meghan, without realizing it, is playing the role of her unwilling sculptor. By the end of this chapter, the war lines were drawn clearer than ever. Meghan, increasingly isolated, doubling down with words that alienated even her sympathizers. Catherine, elevated as the embodiment of British grace. The monarchy, fighting for its dignity through silence and symbolism. And the world is watching, waiting for the next move. Because one question now loomed above all others. Would Meghan stop talking, or would Catherine finally be forced to answer? By the final weeks of the storm, the drama had consumed headlines across continents. But as the noise reached its peak, the outcome was unmistakable. Meghan's words had not destroyed Catherine. They had defined her. For Meghan, the arc was brutal. What began as a bold attempt to frame herself as the truth-teller had turned into a portrait of bitterness. Each insult, each sarcastic jab, seemed less like bravery and more like obsession. Former allies in the media began to distance themselves. Panelists who once cheered her candor now asked whether she had gone too far. When critique becomes cruelty, one U.S. broadcaster sighed, the message is lost. Meanwhile, Catherine emerged stronger. Without uttering a single word against Meghan, she had become the central figure of loyalty and grace. Every school visit, every charity engagement, every quiet smile with William reinforced her image as Britain's steady future. Crowds began bringing signs to events. "Our Queen in Waiting," and "Kate, we trust you." Polls reflected the sentiment. Catherine's approval surged higher than at any point since her wedding in 2011. Meghan's, by contrast, bottomed out. Even in America, where she once found the warmest sympathy, her sharp attacks had left audiences uneasy. Inside Buckingham Palace, aides breathed relief. Catherine's silence had proven more powerful than any statement. King Charles, watching closely, was said to remark privately, "She has endured. That is how a queen is made." By now, the public saw the feud not simply as a personal clash, but as a parable. Meghan had cast herself as the rebel, tearing at the gilded cage of monarchy. Catherine had stood as the keeper of tradition, embodying duty and restraint. In the end, the contrast became the message. Meghan's rebellion left her isolated. Catherine's composure left her exalted. Editorials framed it as a lesson. The monarchy survives not by shouting, but by outlasting. And Catherine, by weathering the storm without firing back, had proven her ability to outlast anything. For Meghan, the cost was severe. Public trust eroded. Critics labeled her reckless, driven by envy rather than principle. What was meant to challenge the monarchy only reinforced it, with Catherine as the beneficiary. Even Harry's silence now seemed like abandonment. If he cannot defend his wife, one columnist noted, he cannot save her either. The once idealized couple, symbols of a fresh start, had become lightning rods for division. In contrast, Catherine's triumph was not shouted from balconies or declared in speeches. It was seen in her quiet interactions, her steadiness, her refusal to be dragged into the mud. She had not merely survived Meghan's assault, she had risen from it untouchable. The press now called her the Queen without a crown. Children waved flags with her face. Foreign leaders praised her as Britain's most effective soft power ambassador. And within the palace, her stature as the monarchy's future was solidified beyond question. The feud had no neat resolution. Meghan continued her life in California, speaking occasionally but with diminishing impact. Catherine returned to her duties, more beloved than ever. The distance between them was wider than the Atlantic itself. But the legacy of the clash endured. It had been more than family drama. It had been a test of two worldviews: rebellion versus duty, bitterness versus grace, words versus silence. And history, for now, seemed to favor Catherine. As one commentator wrote in the aftermath, Meghan set out to weaken the monarchy. Instead,